they put an X and they celebrate it. Now, why am I bringing up this site? Well, because you see, this site, you know, internet being what it is, 4chan and Pol being who they trace the IP address of this website. And you know where the IP address led to? It led to NATO headquarters in Brussels. Okay? And so you see my situation. Uh, I mean, NATO
Wait,
is
what did he just say?
essentially
Wait, what?
targeting me for assassination.
Wait, I haven't been listening.
I mean,
Can we just pull up the IP
this,
of the site? Can somebody do like a DNS lookup and see where the IP
everybody
is?
on this list dead.
Because I'm almost 99% sure he's just lying.
Is being run out of Brussels, out of NATO headquarters there. Okay, and so I have a vested interest in knowing what people, how can I put this? Let me rephrase this. I have a vested interest in NATO, and I have a vested interest in making it clear what NATO is actually doing, because they actively
it goes
want
to
me
Cloudflare.
dead. I mean, if they didn't,
How could he possibly know the IP address?
If they didn't, they wouldn't be hosting this website, encouraging people to assassinate any and all names on this website. See?
There are no zero days. There's not any weird shit about Cloudflare where you can look up an IP behind Cloudflare, right? Can you?
To stuff and don't really care. So I'm figuring that most NATO supporters
are there known vulnerabilities?
Are ignorant about what NATO is up to, right? I mean, that seems to be reasonable.
No, okay,
that
he's
they're
just making
ignorant
shit up.
about what NATO is about. Or it could be that they're not ignorant. They actually know what NATO is up to. And so, since they know what NATO is up to, then what's really going on is that, see, they're evil. They know about this list, about the targeted assassinations, and they know that what you call it, what NATO is really up to. Okay, so I figure it'd be interesting to have a discussion with my two guests to figure out if they are ignorant or not. Now let me bring on my guests right now. My guests are Destiny, Stephen Bennell, how's it going? Good to see you. And here we have Laserpig. Laserpig, how's it going? Good to meet you finally.
Why, hello.
Yeah, it's a real pleasure. Stephen, how are you? It's been a long time since you and I have spoken. Stephen and I have known each other since nothing specific. We just sort of like share the same space on YouTube, I suppose.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
How's it going? Good to see you. Oops. Hang on a second. Let me just before we get to that, because the thing is, see, I want to do this conversation with you both as NATO supporters, because you both are.
Can I just interrupt you?
Wait, hang on. Yeah, you'll have plenty of time, and in fact, I'm going to wind down, and you guys will be able to talk arguments. But I just want to say a few things before I get derailed. See, what we're going to do is that we're going to have like a structured conversation, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up on screen a series of statements, and they're very simple statements, and they're not kind of like gotcha statements or anything like that. Nothing like minutia or depending on obscure information. No, it's going to be very straightforward questions.
I see this Twitter link.
And they're
this is just
false statements. And I'd really like to listen to what you guys have to say. So go ahead, Laserpig. You wanted to say?
Oh wait, oh my god, before Laserpig actually, can I just ask like 2 questions real quick? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because that intro was something else. The that website, you said it traces back to NATO?
Yeah.
How can you do that?
Well, I don't know the specifics of that, but it has been, and it's been confirmed repeatedly by different people who know what they're doing.
Can I
I
interject?
specifically got somebody that I know on tech to figure it out, and they were like, yeah, it goes back to, and he listed the IP addresses and the whole shebang. So yeah,
Gotcha.
If you want, I can send you that information. It'd have to be a separate email.
Okay, yeah, that'd be cool. I only wanted to say real quick before we hop on everything, and then Elizabeth, you can go. That website, I did a DNS lookup because I was curious. It's hosted on Cloudflare. You're never pulling an IP address off that website.
I don't know how it was done.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. I see on Twitter where somebody has linked the site back to NATO URL. I'm looking at it right now. All they did was they did an inspect element, and they're looking at a link to a video on the site, and the link to that video might go to a NATO website, but the site itself is not hosted on NATO. If it's a Cloudflare domain, you'd never be able to look it up.
Okay, if that's what you think, that's perfectly fine. But I have independent corroboration, and I can send it to you. So there we go. Okay, Laserpage, you wanted to say something?
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's great to have you on. It was very
I've been
interesting
told to make myself a little bit louder. I have perhaps been drinking a little bit too much in the past few days, and a bit of a sore, but I have some tea here, so that's quite nice. But I want to ask you a question. I rather take objection to you calling me pro-NATO. I've never ever stated that I'm pro-NATO. I don't think I've ever mentioned that I'm pro-NATO. I don't think I've ever stated that anywhere that I'm pro-NATO. I'm not pro-NATO. I'm pro-Ukraine.
So you're pro-Zelensky regime?
I'm pro-Ukraine, and I'm pro...
No. I said specifically pro-Zelensky regime or anti-Zelensky regime.
I'm pro-Zelensky.
Then you're pro-NATO.
Okay.
Because the Zelensky regime is allied with NATO, and that's pretty obvious, and so there's that.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, I'm just going to go outside. I'm muting my camera just to step outside and smoke a cigarette. So, go ahead.
Okay, well, I would disagree that being pro-Ukraine is also...
The Zelensky regime is allied with NATO. The Zelensky regime is getting weapons from NATO. The Zelensky regime is getting private military contractors from NATO. The Zelensky regime has begged to be a part of NATO, and NATO is supplying it with everything it can at this time. So to say that you are pro-Zelensky means that you are pro...
That's an interesting stance to take, but I'm going to state that I am not pro-NATO. I'm pro-Ukraine. I'm pro people fighting for the sovereignty of their own nation against a fascist regime intent on their extermination. If or not you believe that, I do not give a shit about NATO. I will not have my position dictated to me. I know who I am. I know what I'm.
You are supporting NATO. You are a NATO supporter. So that's
Ukraine.
that.
I'm here to talk about Ukraine, and I will speak on Ukraine.
If you cared about Ukraine, you'd be interested in peace. But you're not interested in peace. You're interested in more war. You're pro-NATO. Period.
Well, can we to bridge the two here? Like, is it not possible to support one side without supporting every single party supporting that side?
No, I mean,
that's not the issue.
I'm sorry. Is it
pro-Ukraine? I'm pro-Ukraine. I want the devastation to end as quickly as possible. But of course, NATO wants to prolong it, and he seems to be very happy with that. So therefore, he is pro-NATO and pro-war and pro-killing Ukrainian people.
Well, I think
Ukraine nation.
Well, wait, hold on, because hold on, jeez, I'm sorry, it's early. I'm trying to figure out.
Before we get into that,
wait, are we gonna have an actual discussion, or is it gonna be all
Yes,
memes?
we're gonna have an actual discussion that's structured as I see fit.
Okay, but then like I think we can like walk through point to point. We don't have to be like, well, he's pro-Ukraine, so he's pro-NATO, so he wants to kill Ukrainians.
The first thing that we're going to talk about, and if I have to mute you because you keep interrupting, I'll mute you. The first thing we're going to talk about is true or false. The Kiev regime was doing nothing to provoke Putin into invading Ukraine. Putin's invasion was groundless. Putin has imperial ambitions and is inherently evil. Is this true or false?
We can only answer with one word for it. These are really loaded statements.
Yeah, I can
Go ahead,
here.
answer them. They're very clear. True or false?
I mean, Destiny, do you want to take this one, or shall I take the flag here?
Well, I mean, like, we're using conjunctions here in ways that are pretty complicated. I mean, like, you can argue that there are a lot of things that a country could do
True
that could
false. These are very simple statements, Stephen. If you can't answer them,
bro, we're talking
then
about,
clearly
like,
you don't want to answer them.
these are really complicated geopolitical issues. You can't do it true or false.
Kiev regime provoked Putin into invading Ukraine. Yes or no? This is simple.
No.
It did not provoke Putin into invading Ukraine. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Laser pig. Did
Well,
the Kiev regime do anything to provoke Putin into invading Ukraine? Yes or no?
Well, let's see. For the moment, let's play devil's advocate.
Yes or no?
Let's
The
play
Kiev
devil's
regime was
advocate
doing
here.
nothing to provoke Putin into invading Ukraine. Yes or no? It's simple, laser pig. Answer the question.
Are you going to let me talk, or are you going to scream at me like a child?
I'm asking you a straightforward question. Simple.
No,
Yes or
I'm
no?
sorry. You invited me here under the premise that I would have my chance to speak, and you would not interrupt me, and this
Okay,
would be
go
a
ahead.
civilized discussion.
Go ahead.
Are you sure? If I'm going to speak and you're not going to interrupt me, are you? Good. So let's take the stance that the Kiev regime, the Zelensky regime, I love that word regime. Let's take that that they have provoked this. That they have done something to provoke Putin. About 7,000 civilians, Ukrainian civilians, have died. Many of those Russian birth or Russian heritage. Exactly how does their death, how does the targeting of civilians, wholesale slaughter of civilians,
That's a lie.
justify?
They have not been targeted. They have not been targeted
How does that
specifically. I'm here in essence to
justify
know
what
that
Putin
that
is
is not
doing?
accurate. That is a
Are
lie.
we allowed to just go out and murder civilians because, oh no, Putin's feelings, everybody, he's a bit intimidated by NATO. Oh no! One
Why
of the
don't you tell me
richest
about the
people on the planet is
16,000
a little bit scared, so therefore you
Why
can
don't you
go out
tell
and
me about
kill
the
people how he wants.
16,000 killed by the Zelensky and Poroshenko regime in the period 2015 to 2023? Why don't you tell me about the 16,000 killed by the Kiev regime in the past 7 years?
Lyra, am I allowed to go outside the shop and start killing Christians because I'm a bit threatened by the Westboro Baptist Church?
Is it true or false that the Kiev regime has been constantly shelling the Donbass region before the conflict started on February 24th, and that in total 16,000 Ukrainians were killed by the Kiev regime in the Donbass? Is it
Shelling
true
the
or
shelling
false?
the Donbass. The vast majority of all of the shelling that's happened has occurred on the border where all the fighting is. They're not shooting like deep into.
No, this was before. Number one, that's a lie because currently the Kiev regime, the Zelensky regime, is shelling the city of Donetsk.
Wait. Why are you
Where there
saying?
are
Wait.
no
You're saying currently, but
military-
before you were talking 2014 to 2022. You can see maps
Yes,
of where
and
all of the
because-
artillery. You can
because
see.
you are
Well, let me finish.
saying
Can I please finish
about
my?
the
Wait. Can I
conflict.
finish my one sentence? You can go right now and you can Google. You can Google shell strike map Donbass, or you can Google artillery strike map Donbass or whatever, and you can see where all of the shells have fallen. They're all on the border where the conflict is happening. Ukraine is not firing
Yeah,
arms
the
into
city
the
of
cities.
Donetsk, in the middle of the city of Donetsk, where there are no military, it's only civilians, and they continue doing this during the conflict. That's what the Kiev regime has been doing. Now, before the conflict started, for the 7 years between 2015 and 2022, the Kiev regime was indiscriminately shelling the Donbass region, resulting in the deaths of 16,000 civilians. So, Laserpig, you're talking about 7,000 casualties, civilian casualties during the current conflict, but you're neglecting the 16,000 that were indiscriminately butchered by the Kiev regime. Why don't you talk about that, Laserpig? I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
Well, I love the fact that we're not even half an hour into this discussion, and you're already trying to force this black and white fallacy on us. I mean, you've answered the question, right? That's an ignorant reason. That is false. Putin did not invade Ukraine because of it. He might
Because
have.
of what?
He might have claimed that he did.
Okay.
If you give me 2 seconds here, I mean, because it's. Sorry, I had something written down here. Yeah, because
Take your
the
time.
thing is, as Russian tanks were massing on the border of Ukraine, just prior to this invasion, Putin did this
In 2015, in 2016, in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and the first months of 2022, 16,000 people were killed by the Kiev regime, even though there was supposed to be a ceasefire brokered by the Minsk II agreements.
Those ceasefires
That's
were violated.
indiscriminate murder.
Oh, this is such a shit
It
show.
was not violated by the Russians.
It was violated by
the Kiev
both
regime,
sides.
where
Nobody
they were
held.
shelling their own people.
Nobody held to either of the Minsk Accords. For these 16,000 dead numbers, are you trying to claim that these are all civilians? Just curious, so I can get an understanding of this.
As I understand it, yes, it is. And as I understand, something like 900 of them were children and youth.
Okay, the idea that all of these were children, that all of these civilians is not true. I don't know where you can pull that from. Even the 16,000 number is a bit high. Well, say okay.
So you're denying the reporting on the ground of people who have been there and have watched the shelling, the indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas by the Kiev regime from 2015 to 2022.
It's an active
Is that what
civil
you're saying?
war that's being supported on the Russian side. Of
It
course, there are
was-
going to be casualties.
There was
Yeah.
the Minsk II agreement
that were
was
violated
brokered
by
the
both
French and
sides. The Minsk
Germans,
II agreements were
and it was
violated by
never
both
enforced.
sides. They were never. The Minsk II agreements, I think, barely even got off the ground.
Did Russia violate the sovereignty of Ukraine prior to February 24th, 2022?
Yes, by invading
Yes.
Crimea and stealing the Crimea Peninsula. Yes.
So that was in 2014.
Yes. You said before 2022. So yes.
Okay, fair enough. Between 2015 and 2022, did they do so?
Yes, they did by having active military
they
members
didn't.
on the ground in the Donbass, which is internationally
Oh,
recognized,
like
including by.
private military contractors and NATO personnel that are in Ukraine?
No,
from
those were
2015
actual
to
Russian
2022?
troops, and
Well,
Putin
no,
has since
yeah.
admitted that.
Part of that 16,000 dead
Really?
includes.
Where? I'd love to see that.
Part of that 16,000 dead includes actual Russian troops on the ground. And yes,
Oh,
of course,
really?
they call it a.
Show
They
it.
call. What? Do you want to see the bodies?
No, show me some evidence. You're making a
Well,
claim that
we
everybody who knows
could-
the conflict, and I know the conflict because I am here. Everybody who knows this conflict knows that that's a lie.
Have you gone and
You
looked
can
at
look
all the
the
troops?
OHCHR report. You can look at the UN report. It will dictate from 2014 to 2016. It will dictate 3,000 civilian deaths on both sides.
Okay, so the issue is to return to the structure. Putin invaded Ukraine, and these are true false. Putin invaded Ukraine because, number one, the constant shelling of ethnic Russians in the Donbass since 2014. Number two, the Kiev regime figures, calling for the ethnic cleansing of all Russians from the Donbass and Ukraine generally. Number three, NATO expansion into Ukraine with the likelihood of nuclear weapons on Russia's doorstep, which was considered an existential threat by the Russians. Is any of these statements false?
Yes.
All of them are false.
Which
yes.
one?
Constant
That's not
shelling of
true.
ethnic Russians in the Donbass, that statement is so misleading that it is false.
That is true.
Kiev
It's
regime
true.
figures
It's
calling for
true.
ethnic
It's
cleansing
true.
of all
Just you
Russians,
saying
that is
it's
also
misleading
false.
does not make it
NATO
false.
expansion into Ukraine with the likelihood of nuclear weapons on Russia's doorstep? I mean, the Baltics
Yes,
are in NATO. We don't have
in
nuclear weapons up
January
there,
of
so that's also false. So
2022
all
at
three of these
Munich,
statements are false.
Zelensky.
Do you want us to answer, or is this just like you giving a lecture?
Because I know, and you're lying.
Oh, well. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Why am I
sorry,
even
I'm
here to
too
talk
sober
if you're
for
going to
this.
say that I'm lying? What's the point of this?
Because you are lying.
Wait, okay, wait, I'm just curious. What is the point of this conversation? Just talk to me. Who many humans?
This point of my conversation is to determine whether you are ignorant or evil. That's the point of the conversation.
Okay, so this isn't an actual conversation on any of these matters. This is just kind of like you wanted
This
to
is
reach out
me
and kind of
trying
preach.
to find out if NATO supporters, such as both of you, are ignorant or evil.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Could I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
Define evil.
The opposite of the good.
Define good.
The opposite of evil.
Okay. I'm not really sure where to go with that. It is the way it is the way it is because it is the way it is, and I say it the way it is. You know. Therefore, I define evil as a duck because a duck is evil.
Okay. The Kiev
Because
regime
ducks
figures
reproduce
call
by
for the ethnic
fucking raping
cleansing
each
of
other.
all
Therefore, that is
Russians
evil.
from
Therefore,
Donbass.
evil is ducks. I'm not a duck. Therefore, I'm not equal.
Is the Kiev regime figures call for the ethnic cleansing of all ethnic Russians from the Donbass and Ukraine generally? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Yes, they did.
Later,
There
I
are
love you, buddy.
videos of people of
Good
the,
luck with
of
this.
the right sector.
But,
If you quit,
I don't know if he's been knocked out a few times and he's having some stroke issues or what, but I think he's got some problems going on there.
I'm gonna.
Neurological.
I have got
I
problems.
have my own.
These are internet
I'm gonna
blood
be
sports
completely honest
rules,
with you.
Destiny.
The
The guy who
thing
wins
is,
quits is the guy who loses.
Okay, well,
The thing is-
looks like I'm the loser here. I think stepping into this call made me a loser, so I'm sorry, my dude. Good luck. Don't get killed.
I have.
Why would I? Why would I let him just say random retarded shit from the audience? I'm stupid. I didn't know it was that stupid. Jesus Christ. Was it worse than Hinkle? I feel like there's a certain type of no, I shouldn't say. I'm gonna say there's a certain type of like Russian propagandist that like does this, but I don't know if it's Russian or maybe like other people do it. I just haven't noticed it as much. But like, it's just really weird. You make like statements that are probably not true, and then you like never argue anything, and you just like, repeat the same shit like dogmatically over and over again. This was Tristan level debate? Yeah, Jesus. Or maybe even worse. Let me finish eating. Hold on.
Good morning, Paul. What will your first sequence of the day be?
Computer load up, celery man, please.
Yes, Paul.
Could you kick up the 43D 3D3?
4D3 engaged.
16,000 dead numbers. Are you trying to claim that these are all civilians? Just curious so I can get an understanding of this.
As I understand it, yes, it is. As I understand it, something like 900 of them were children under the age of 10.
Okay, the idea that all of these were children, or that, I'm sorry, that all of these were civilians is not true. I don't know where you've even pulled that from. Even the 16,000 number is a bit high. Well, you say, okay.
So you're denying the reporting on the ground of people who have been there and have watched the shelling, the indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas by the Kiev regime from 2015 to 2022.
It's an active
Is that
civil
what you're
war
saying?
that's being supported on the Russian side. Of
It
course, there are going to
was-
be casualties.
There was
Yeah.
the Minsk II agreement
that were
was
violated
brokered
by
the
both
French and
sides. The Minsk II
Germans,
agreements were
and it was
violated by
never
both
enforced.
sides. They were never. The Minsk II agreements, I think, barely even got off the ground.
Did Russia violate the sovereignty of Ukraine prior to February 24th, 2022? Yes. or no?
Yes, by invading
Yes.
Crimea and stealing the Crimea Peninsula. Yes.
That was in 2014.
Yes. You said before 2022,
Between
so yes.
Okay, fair enough. Between 2015 and 2022, did they do so?
Yes, they did by having active military
they
members
didn't.
on the ground in the Donbass, which is internationally
Oh,
recognized,
like
including by.
private military contractors and NATO personnel that were in Ukraine?
No,
from
those were
2015
actual
to
Russian
2022?
troops, and
Well,
Putin
no,
has since
yeah.
admitted that.
Part of that 16,000 dead
Really?
includes.
Where? I'd love to see that.
Part of that 16,000 dead includes actual Russian troops on the ground. And yes,
Oh,
of course,
really?
they call it a.
Show
They
it.
call.
Show it.
What? Do you want to see the bodies?
No, show me some evidence. You're making a
Well,
claim that
we
everybody who knows
could-
the conflict, and I know the conflict because I am here. Everybody who knows this conflict knows that that's a lie.
Have you gone
Well,
and
you can
looked at
look at
all the
the-
troops?
OHCHR report. You can look at the UN report, and it will for from 2014 to 2016. It will dictate 3,000 civilian deaths on both sides.
Okay, so the issue is to return to the structure of this. Putin invaded Ukraine, and these are true false. Putin invaded Ukraine because, number one, the constant shelling of ethnic Russians in the Donbass since 2014. Number two, the Kiev regime figures, calling for the ethnic cleansing of all Russians from the Donbass and Ukraine generally. Number three, NATO expansion into Ukraine with the likelihood of nuclear weapons on Russia's doorstep, which was considered an existential threat by the Russians. Is any of these statements false?
Yes.
All of them are false.
Which
yes.
one?
Constant
not
shelling of
true.
ethnic Russians in the Donbass. That statement is so misleading that it is false.
That is true.
Kiev
It's
regime
true.
figures
It's
calling for
true.
ethnic
It's
cleansing of
true.
all
Just you
Russians.
saying
That is
it's
also
misleading
false.
does not make it
NATO
be
expansion
false.
into Ukraine with the likelihood of nuclear weapons on Russia's doorstep. I mean, the Baltics
Yes,
are in NATO.
in-
We don't have
in
nuclear weapons up
January
there,
of
so that's also false. So
2022
all
at
three of these
Munich,
statements are false.
Zelensky.
Do you want us to answer, or is this just like you giving a lecture?
Because I know, and you're lying.
Oh well. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Why am I
sorry,
even
I'm
here to
too
talk if
sober
you're
for
just gonna
this.
say that I'm lying? What's the point of this?
Because you are lying.
Wait, okay, I'm just curious. What is the point of this conversation? Just talk to me, human to human.
This point of my conversation is to determine whether you are ignorant or evil. That's the point of this conversation.
Okay, so this isn't an actual conversation on any of these matters. This is just kind of like you wanted
This
to
is
reach out
me
and kind of
trying
preach.
to find out if NATO supporters, such as both of you, are ignorant or evil.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
Define evil.
Define evil.
The opposite of the good.
Define good.
The opposite of evil.
Okay. I'm not really sure where to go with that. It is the
Are
it
any
is
of
the
these
way
statements
it is the way
false?
it is because it is the way it is, and I say it the way it is. You know. Therefore, I define evil as a duck because a duck is evil.
Okay. Did Kiev
Because
regime
ducks
figures
reproduce
call
by
for the ethnic
fucking raping
cleansing
each
of
other.
all
Therefore, that is
Russians
evil.
from
Therefore,
Donbass?
evil is ducks. I'm not a duck. Therefore,
Is-
I'm not equal.
Did the Kiev regime figures call for the ethnic cleansing of all ethnic Russians from the Donbass and Ukraine generally? Yes or no?
No.
okay.
Yes, they did.
Laserbeak,
There
I love
are
you, buddy.
videos of people of
Good luck with
of
this.
the right sector.
But
If you quit,
I don't know if he's been knocked out a few times and he's having some stroke issues or what, but I think he's got some.
problem.
He's got some problems going on there,
I'm
neurologically.
gonna.
but-
I have
mean,
got problems.
I have my own.
These are
problems. I'm
internet
gonna be
blood sports
completely honest with
rules,
you.
Destiny.
The
The guy who
thing
rage
is,
quits is the guy who loses.
Okay, well,
The thing
it
is-
looks like I'm the loser here. I think stepping into this call made me a loser, so I'm sorry, my dude. Good luck. Don't get killed. You know.
I
fun.
have been.
Okay, this is. Why would I let him just say random retarded shit in front of my audience for an hour or two? How stupid! I didn't know it was gonna be that stupid. Jesus Christ. That are probably.
Give me a printout of oyster smoke.
You have to realise that. Because I think the Haskell spoke to you, you're in the background saying, don't let him on, he's not going on.
Oh, I can find
The actual language.
No, we're not in Greece anymore, in case you forgot. We're back in LA, so you can. But yeah, I mean, whatever makes you feel good.
Ever since I got back from Greece, I've been really loving my new bro sack. No longer a man of pockets, I now use the sack to house all of my things. And guess what? I'm American, I love shit. I can put so many things inside of my bro sack, like my Apple iPhone, my passport, my car key, my house key, my mystery key, a fat stack of cash, a $2 bill, 3 shiny quarters, a Euro plug adapter, an eighth of indica called Nature's Butthole, a German weed vaporizer, a fresh bag of Silo Magic Mushroom Gummies, a 30 milligram Adderall pill I won in a bet, a tin of strawberry flavored sativa gummies, a bottle of Visine so people don't think I'm so high, a COVID positive test so I can get out of work or unwanted social obligations, tarot cards for some hope, white sage for some regret, a blue rock I stole from a blue kid, a hole puncher, a pair of scissors.
And righties present it in a very unflattering way, there are times when I see a fucking kid there and I'm like, nah, this ain't it. This is mental. Like,
yeah. Or like they can't get pride shit. Like, I'm sorry, bro, I've got an 11-year-old kid. He's never gonna go to one of these fucking like no offense, like even like a drag show rating time. Like, there's just not some shit that he needs to like understand at this point. And he's 11. He's like decently old. But like that's just not doesn't need to happen. And like yeah, and like it'd be cool to take my kid to like a like if my son was gay, if Nathan or maybe he is gay, I don't know. But if he turns out to be gay, like it'd be fun, I guess, taking to like kink or not kink. Jesus, fuck. It'd be funny taking like a gay pride or like some LGBT fucking thing or whatever. But if there's people there in like fucking BDSM gear or some shit, bro, my kid is going back in the closet until that shit is gone. Like there's no fucking shot that I'm putting him around that shit. It's just fucking weird and not ugh. Like no. And the fact that people want to like die on those hills, it's like, bro, come on. Like we don't have to.
Come on.
Like, how
What
far
are we
away from the
doing?
yearly can't get pride discussion? How many? Jesus.
oh, it's coming up, mate. Yeah, it's in
Yeah.
a couple of months. Look forward to that. Well, I mean, obviously, Wiley Grace Shong got kind of cancelled over that shit, right? That was a thing.
That was indeed a thing, yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I think the problem is that lefties are definitely afraid of agreeing with conservatives. You don't have to call all LGBT people groomers. I think you can just say, this is pretty fucking weird. I don't think we should do this.
Yeah.
That's probably sufficient to pass the test of like, yeah, that's pretty fair. Like, I don't know. It just seems like that's the case.
Yeah, I agree. But
What can you do? Anyway, very long answer to the question. I don't want to be associated or close to that anymore. I mean, I'm going on a panel about fucking dogs, I guess, but the reason I'm going on is I want to make the case of, like, you know, listen, it might be like, you can probably do some sort of logic tree or whatever it's called. You know, what's it called? Propositional logic to argue why it's acceptable to fuck a dog. But should we? Should we as lefties be doing that? I don't know. That's the kind of vibe I want to go in with.
Loser.
Okay, but well, I guess this kind of applies to you. Maybe you're the progenitor of some of this stuff with your incest takes and stuff. Do you think you got some responsibility for the craziness of discourse because of your, you know, arguments and takes sometimes?
Well, it's all good practice for like exploring like interesting hypotheticals to kind of like explore your moral foundations. It wasn't supposed to be shit that we were like actually doing. Like, oh, cool, I really thought about the incest thing, and like now I'm fucking my sister. Like that was never supposed to be the next step.
Okay.
It was like, oh, I really thought about the incest thing, and like I have a better foundational understanding of where some of my moral propositions originate from. Like, that was supposed to be like the goal, but yeah, people get a little bit lost in the sauce.
There is all brain rot.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because I think there's going to be some beast fuckers on the panel, so yeah, I think we're introducing
dog fuckers. Yes. That's what I want to see.
We got rid of the righties and we replaced them with people that get knotted by dogs. So
that's good.
I don't know if you call
it knotted. You even know the proper terminology. Oh my God! When you just feel that thickening up inside of you, and you know that they're stuck there until they fully unloaded their little doggy drool inside you. Oh yeah, that's just the best thing ever. Oh my God.
I mean, I think everyone here that is a man of a certain age has seen certain videos. Let's not be stupid about this.
Nope.
Okay? But it actually came. Destiny, fuck off.
Okay, that was a little bit of a self-report. I don't think I've ever seen a dog fuck a woman before. But listen, if you watch,
Destiny, you are absolutely fucking full of it, mate. Come on. You've never ever seen the zombie dog cock. Give me a fucking
zombie dog cock?
Yes.
I'll check it out after this. I've never seen the zombie dog cock. I didn't know that was a...
Listen, you're just virtue signaling now. You're doing the, oh, rape's bad, guys. Oh, racism's bad, guys. Oh, I've never seen dog porn, guys. Come on, mate.
Hold on. First of all, rape is bad. I've never seen racism is bad. Okay.
Okay. Okay, listen. Look, at the end of the day, I didn't get off on it, so that's the main thing. Okay. The main point I'm making here, though, is that I think that you know, we've come to a place where we're getting like literal, because like you say, the map thing was supposed to be a conceptual conversation about should we use the term, but all of a sudden literal pedophiles are turning up on the panel. This dog fucker thing, I think dog fuckers are going to be there. It's off the back of, you know, that woman that came out as trans, you know.
Bro, I've retweeted and liked her account every time. She's trolling, right? I think she is.
I don't know, mate.
She is. The puppy person? She's absolutely trolling. Wasn't she? Didn't she tweet some guy out? She's like, "Oh yeah, like this guy like supports it. He loves that I fuck dogs or whatever." Like it's a troll 100%. I think it's hilarious.
Okay, I'm getting reports from my chat from people that I know would know saying there's a video of her getting, and I quote, knotted on her Telegram.
No shot. I need to go undo this tweet right now. She
virtue signaling about it. It's all right.
Fucking dogs? Wait, seriously? Okay, I take back. I no longer endorse this Twitter account. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. My bad.
If anyone knows the Telegram, tell me what it is so I know where not to look. Try not to find it, okay?
Okay.
Send DM it to me. Okay. So bestiality, pedophilia, incest, rape. What else is there? I mean, Richard Lewis is in my chat. I think he wants to talk to you, so if you want to wrap up to move on, I'm cool with that. I've kind of exhausted all avenues, I think.
Yeah, wait, do you know who that guy is?
Richard Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know him personally. I'm familiar with him from being on panels. I know he set up Dexerto, I believe. So, yeah, quite familiar with his work and whatnot.
You guys, because you guys are like both British, I don't know if you like all of it.
No. I just, you know, he does coverage of the stuff I look at as well. So, some crossover there, I guess. But, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks for the chat, mate. It's been a pleasure. And we'll catch up soon.
Bye.
Ethan. Bye.
I know why people are as left as they are now. Like, it's not that crazy, you know? We don't hear this rhetoric anymore because we moved into kind of a different era. But Jesus Christ, I remember growing up, when I was a staunch Republican, my response to every single fucking thing a Democrat said was, you hate this country. You're not taking that. You hate the country. You hate the troops. You don't support Iraq. You don't support Afghanistan. You want our fucking military to die. You want all these military, right? This is the rhetoric that Republicans have been using for the past, you know, decades or 2 decades. Jesus Christ. In terms of every single possible Democratic argument. Anytime you say like, oh, like, maybe we could have more minimum wage. Oh, maybe we could do, you know, maybe... That's on what's first, because he explained something to me, but now he's asking me to explain it, because I think he doesn't feel like he's able to.
Apologize! I wish that when everything was clear, and you get it, and you said I'm not lying, then you come back here, and you say, I apologize!
You see the ecstasy in the dead stuff? Yeah. She's a crazy girl. We've all had those, at least seen those, right? Where you've got like, there are certain types of women that they will, at 2 a.m. they're outside like pounding at somebody's door, like screaming in the street. Like, I don't know what it is, but there are some people, I mean, I'm sure guys do it too, but there are just like some people where there's like no self-respect. It's like, I'm just gonna do this until I get it. Oh yeah, apparently they were married to hopefully he doesn't get like monetarily. Maybe XQC is impossible to deal with and showing up at 3 a.m. is the only way. I don't know. That's, when you're starting to show up like on stream, like making a racket, like trying to go screaming and shit, it's pretty hard to think of like how many scenarios could exist that would justify that type of behavior. Do you have a prenup? No, but I installed a kill switch. I'm back in the store, so if she ever tries to take my shit, I'll just flip it. Do you think she'll get half the assets of their marriage? I think that generally the way that it goes is, property that you've acquired pre-marriage is yours, but property that you acquire after getting married is considered joint property. I think it's generally the way the day Adept posted the flowers in McLaren, she started the divorce case against ex. Was it the same day? 15th of November. 15th. Oh, motion the proposal of divorce. Maybe that's just when the paperwork went through or something.
How the world actually works. Like the simplest thing is like.
Okay, I understand XC is upset, but what he's about to explain is not simple. As somebody who has been married and divorced, I have never heard of this situation, but I don't know. I guess I'll let them explain it.
I don't think people understand the complexity of certain and just think of possible scenarios. There's one thing in this field of doing content that is unavoidable, and I can't get that. Okay, I think I understand how it works. It was like there are things that I just can't focus on. Okay, if I don't talk about something, people are gonna like don't know about it all day, make videos about it every day, something about it every day. Like
Okay, hold on, real quick. If you're like a streamer, this is like the rule for parasocial relationships, okay? If you make your relationship part of the stream, then people are gonna engage with it. You kind of just have to know that, right? If me and Melina got into a huge fight and ended up breaking up, and she's just like not on stream anymore, people are like, yo, where's Melina? I can't be like, oh, you're so parasocial for asking. Like, don't worry about it. Like, that's not your business. Like, Melina's been on my stream a ton. It's kind of like part of my stream, and a little bit, right? So obviously people are gonna ask, right? Now, I'm not saying 100% XQC's fault, but like if a dev is going to keep coming on stream over and over again, people are going to ask questions, right? Like that's always going to be a thing, of course. So you either have to like shut the stream off completely, or you got to tell her like, bro,
What?
you need like a restraining order or something. You guys keep saying their relationship wasn't much on stream. That's fine that it wasn't, and I agree that it wasn't, but now it's become like a big stream thing. And it might even be a dev's fault, but like obviously people are going to ask questions with her acting crazy, right? Alert, he implies she has a restraining order to keep him from talking about it. There's, well, depending on what's going on, there's some shit out there. He explained something to me, but now he's asking me to explain things. I think he doesn't feel like he's able to, or I'm just misreading everything. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. You keep saying Adept is crazy or toxic. I feel like her reactions are relatively in line with how someone would act given they're with someone who's incredibly famous and popular and out of their league, so to speak. Maybe. Maybe this is just me personally, but I do not ever. I have been obsessed with girls before. It's happened at least twice in my life where I've been like, just I mindfuck myself, super obsessed with a girl. I would never, even in the most down bad, romantically situated, I would never be caught dead pounding on somebody's door for attention or whatever. That's some wild shit. I don't think there's any excuse ever that you're doing that shit. Car won't start, call him. Okay? There are other things you can do. When you're at the level of banging on doors and screaming and shit, you are unhinged. You are crazy. Okay?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna comment this way. Talk about yesterday first. Okay, but since we have an out stream that a lot of people are speculating, right? Just right now, we're just guys, I barely got mad at speculation. The reality is, game, something happened in the streaming you, I suffered on my user joined your channel. I did the same thing.
Hallo Loser. What? Da kam Loser joined your channel. What? Ja, ich kann nichts dafür, dass du so komische Sounds hast, ne?
Giving an update on a couple of us here. Right now, I think I'm chilling. I still
Alter Schwede.
Ja, warum sagst du das die ganze Zeit dann, wenn das eine...
Shit about me anymore.
Alter
It's kind of
Schwede.
in my court. We're gonna like go to court next. But like, she doesn't do anything. If she like controlled herself, I might just like drop it here. But that's kind of where I am right now.
Kann man nur so toxisch sein. Johannes.
After 3 times, I was like, uh-oh. And then it was 4 times. I was like, okay, I have to catch it. Because I don't want to beg people and the viewers to fucking stick around and then when they come back. When I stream, I want to fucking stream instead of the computer, okay? And play games.
Got 10 bucks for killing
I want to do shit.
Gotta get back to the Coffee video.
When I'm doing shit, okay? I want to leave stream open on
Was hast du mir da eigentlich für eine Virusdatei geschickt, Johannes?
Angebote, aber du kannst eigentlich auf jeden Link klicken. Eigentlich ist die Internetseite viel besser. Weil wir haben keine interne Stelle mehr, glaube ich. Wir haben nur noch die offizielle Seite.
Alter, richtig. Was seid ihr für ein Unternehmen? Nicht vorbildlich, Johannes.
That is just not true. That is objectively not true and absolutely zero validity. Absolutely zero. Okay, so that's number one. Yeah. Yes. Whatever was yelled Okay? And every master speculating and making
Ferienjob in Schwäbisch Hall.
Das hab ich gemerkt.
Nee, das ist auf der Seite.
That's so simple of a concept, okay? That's like no simple thing to understand it, okay? That's so simple! Okay. Okay.
What is he even saying?
Guys, no. That's
Mhm.
in a certain way, unless you're 12-year-old, okay? Not a child, okay? You guys need to understand whatever I'm telling you, okay? It's a simple concept. I'll say it again, okay? Whatever was yelled at, okay? Whatever was yelled at, whatever you heard, okay? That was a mega fucking loud, okay?
Ach, ihr habt nicht mal die Bewerbung in Deutsch oder was? Oder ist so der Titel immer Englisch und nur der Titel ist Englisch?
Ich lasse mir nicht aufgefallen. Aber das kann auch dran liegen, dass mir... Übrigens on-stream. Das kann dran liegen, dass wir ja relativ viele Probleme haben, Leute zu... Und dann kann es sein, dass er auch Sachen in Englisch schreibt.
Ja, ich vertraue dir, dass du das mit meiner Arbeit schickst. Selbst wenn. Mein Gott.
Gut, Philipp, wenn ich famous werde, ne, dann kann ich halt nichts dafür. Ne?
Das ist okay. Dann wissen die aber jetzt auch, wo du arbeitest, ne? Ist auch nicht gut. Mmh. Nicht so die spannende Auswahl. SAP Cloud, was wollen die da als Voraussetzung?
Ich hab's nicht wirklich ganz gelegt. So Überschrift lese. War mehr als ich dachte.
Das ist mir Umfeld so geht, glaub ich, so okay, aber du glaubst dir dann nicht. So krass, ne? Wie die fast in keine Bewerbung mehr irgendwelche Pflichtvoraussetzungen schreiben.
Ja gut, halt nicht mehr wirklich. Haben wir 3% Arbeitsfähigkeit, du kannst halt nicht mehr picken sein, ne? Ist da deine Stelle auch ausgeschrieben gerade? Das Standard. Sorry, welche? Anwenden. Aber das der. Bei uns kann alles sein, um ehrlich zu sein.
Aber du bist kein Application Consultant, oder? Nee. Ah, Mann, nee, das ist CND.
Nee, das mit den Consultants hab ich gar nicht wirklich verstanden, was das da hat.
Ist meistens Ding, oder? Programmverwaltung und so. Du wirst meistens bekommst du so ein paar Projekte, so Programme zugewiesen, dann musst du viel so Verwaltungsarbeit machen.
Ich weiß es nicht, aber ich weiß, dass bei uns viel nach viel heißt, aber gefühlt tut jede Industrie das anders sehr als unsere.
Alter, Johannes, Application Consultant, SharePoint.
Ja, das habe ich mir, das habe ich überlegt, ob das da dabei sein könnte.
Schau. Datenbanken, SharePoint. Ja, und halt je nachdem, welche Systeme du verwaltest.
Ja, ich habe nur nicht ganz verstanden. Ich dachte, SAP und das sind eigentlich das Gleiche, aber.
Im Grunde schon, nur ist SAP zu kompliziert. Das ist halt. Im Grunde bist du halt sozusagen dann. Zu dir kommt dann. Du bist ein schlechtes Beispiel. Dir kommt dann irgendeiner aus der Ding, sagt, hey, das Programm hat die und die Daten, ich hätte die gern, dass die anders rauskommen und dann ist es deine Aufgabe, das zu machen. So, das ist so ziemlich häufiger Fall. Du betreust dann sozusagen das Programm oder die Application. Nee, das bist du ja nicht. Du bist ja Entwickler eigentlich, oder? Application Consultant.
Ich muss echt sagen, also, was ich vorhin sagen wollte, wo du mich rüde unterbrochen hast, ne?
Entschuldigung.
Danke, ja. Ich war überrascht. Ich habe das Gefühl, das ist ziemlich viel, was auf dich.
Ja, das Problem ist halt, also ja, gerade ist glaube ich gut, weil die so dringend suchen, dass sie mich wahrscheinlich nehmen, aber.
Ja, ob du es machen willst oder nicht, ist ein anderes Thema.
Ja.
Ich habe, eins muss ich dazu sagen, ich habe Pharma rausgelassen, aber da gibt's noch einige.
Ja, ich bin aber einfach auf der Seite, die da verlinkt ist, dann
Das
auf
habe ich mir
IT-Bereich
gedacht.
geklickt.
Ja, es macht viel mehr Sinn. Ja, die ist echt gut. Also ich habe echt nicht, du kannst sauber filtern. Ich habe alles gesehen, was ich wollte. Ich habe mir gedacht, eigentlich kann ich es mir sparen. Oder ich 4 Monate dafür braucht habe, ich gedacht, jetzt mache ich es mal. Ich habe halt nur so random ass Shit gemacht.
Ja gut, man muss mal. Die Cloud-Stelle wäre wahrscheinlich interessanter, aber. Fragen, wie viel Erfahrung die da wollen bei der Stelle. Das letzte Mal war der Piggy, ne?
Aber das habe ich dir auch schon 10.000 Mal erklärt.
Nee.
Ich komme da bis heute nicht ganz mit. Du musst dir halt vorstellen, wir waren komplett unter Wasser, ne? Ich hatte, bei meiner Planung waren 3 Maschinen auf einmal drin. Ne? Also waren nur kleine, aber es ist so behindert. Und dann wäre allein, wo ich mitkrieg, 4 Bewerbungen abgelehnt. Ich denke mir so, what the fuck?
Vielleicht wollten sie sich den Ausbildungsstress nicht gleichzeitig geben oder so. Aber
3
das macht
davon
nicht viel Sinn,
haben
ja.
bei uns Ausbildung gemacht.
Ja, gut, das war ja irgendwie komisch, ja. Das war schon damals gesagt. Mit Nino und Danny, ne? wusste nicht, dass es das gibt.
Was?
Dass du im Supermarkt so Schokobananen
Achso, ja,
kaufen
das
kannst.
wusste ich. Ja doch, beim Bäcker gibt's das.
Nein,
Oh,
nicht
das-
die richtige Schokobananen, die es auf Festival gibt.
Die nur aus Schokolade sind, oder wie?
Ja, wo halt so eine Banane in der Mitte ist, eine drin richtige und Schokolade drumrum.
Also, wir reden von der Frucht, die Banane, die war in der Mitte drin.
Ja, nicht diese Bäckerdinger, wo irgendwo keine Ahnung, was da in der Mitte ist.
Da ist eine Banane drin.
Nee.
Bei uns schon, doch.
Keine Ahnung, warte mal. Schokobanane Bäcker. Bei uns waren das so komische Dinger.
Ja.
Mit so einem Keks drunter, genau.
Genau. Aber das ist eine Banane.
Ja, aber das ist diese Festivalbanane, war einfach nur so Schokolade. Hier, Weihnachtsmarkt, Schokobanane. Wo es dann auch die Schokoäpfel und so gibt.
So, die rund ist.
Ja, genau, also so einfach. Die Dinger.
Ich habe übrigens so den Mute, ne?
Ich hole jetzt mal die Schokobanane, danach bin ich glücklich.
Was ist noch?
Was, ja? Ich habe gerade erst mal richtiges Essen gegessen.
Ich hab mir gestern indisch bestellt, ne? Also, ich hab so gefeiert.
Was hast du bestellt?
Indisch.
Ja, was? Chicken Masala.
Könnte sogar sein, Moment.
Beste. Oder Tikka. Ja, wo ist meine Hose? Ich habe meine Hose verloren.
Chicken Madras.
Ah, ist es das mit Rosine?
Ne. Das
Ja,
mit
okay.
Kokosmilch und Hähnchen und. Champignons. Currysoße, Kokosmilch, Hähnchen und Champignons.
Hatte ich jetzt noch nie. Aber ich esse auch immer das gleiche. Ich esse eigentlich immer Tikka Masala.
Das ist aber ähnlich. Also das schmeckt dir dann auch, wenn dir Tikka.
Aber Tikka Masala ist doch rot und scharf.
Das auch.
Also auch rot und scharf. Oder Muten Masala. Also halt mit Lamm. Aber Lamm.
Ich bin kein Fan von Lamm und Ente beim Inder.
Lamm finde ich geil.
Ja, dass du wieder die kleinen Tierchen töten musst, weil.
Ja, das ist natürlich für dich ein Lamm natürlich mehr wert ist als ein Hühnchen, ist halt auch wieder klar, ne?
Ja, das eine hat wenigstens erwachsen werden dürfen.
Mhm.
Oder ist Lamm? Lamm ist jung, gell?
Lamm ist Junge. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass. Als Mut ist, warte mal, ist Mut ein Lamm oder ist Mut ein Ziegel?
Bei Lamm steht nichts von.
Hammel. Muten heißt Hammel, sorry. Das ist Ziege.
Lämmle von. Lämmer von. So.
Was macht der, die so eine Schlachtlämmer, oder? Ja, in Halalschlachtung erfolgen in Deutschland kannst du legal machen, wenn du sie betäubst, okay?
I was watching Timmy the other day, and he had his tank top on, right? Like he showed off all his tattoos, right? Like statue of Jesus Christ, a big Catholic cross. I don't know what else. He's sitting there, and his shoulders are pretty big, and his chest is big too. So he looks like he's a big bodybuilder. And then at some point, like, I don't know, he probably missed a shot like he usually does in the game or whatever, and he got pissed off, and he threw his arms up, and he's got baby Tyrannosaurus Rex arms. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is this? I just been fooled. I've been fooled by a fake bodybuilder.
Dr. Disrespect. Also man kann sagen, was man will, aber er ist ein Entertainer des Zorns. Seine Clips sind einfach so gut.
Von wem?
Dr. Disrespect.
Ach so.
Oh.
Special thanks to our sponsors, Acronis, BS.
Cut right there.
I pan this way. You're not even in the shot.
I should not be named.
Yeah. Just on an escalator. Nice.
This is the highlight of CES right now.
Okay, so Salazar Studio family, you're out here with Mick Thick and Greg, the YouTube content creator. That's Greg right there. So we're standing outside Advanced Micro Devices, as I just found out that it's actually AMD.
It's AMD.
So I'm not even kidding, I really did not know that. But now we're out here, we're gonna walk in.
Yeah, just go.
Nobody knows we're here. So we're out here, we're at AMD, we're looking at their booth. You're hearing it here first. Nobody knows that we came, apparently.
Yeah, we didn't actually make a reservation. We just kind of walked in, and everyone's looking at us oddly.
I really like the AMD Ryzen series. As you know, Greg built my first PC. It had the Ryzen 3 2600X. Is that even a number one? Will, is there such a thing as AMD Ryzen 3 2600 or Ryzen 5
2600?
Ryzen 5 2600. That's what we started with, and we've since upgraded. I don't know what I have now because I don't even know what we had then. But as you can see, we're checking out their booth.
Nice. What are we seeing here, Jacob?
Apparently, according to this tablet,
Just gonna read it.
AMD Ryzen 9 7950 processor.
So yeah, you know this is like 16 cores, something crazy.
Instead of what's typical, 8?
I mean, yeah, 6 and 8 now is pretty conventional for a decent gaming rig, but yeah, they've got their brand new 7900 XTX graphics cards in here as well.
Apparently, we're streaming to some platform on YouTube Studios.
Nice. That's you, Jacob.
How many people are watching?
Wait, people are watching this?
We're out here still. I already did the intro, but I'm gonna do it again. We're looking at the thing that you look through, and then pictures pop up. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at, and I won't lie to you. It's like one of those Telecasters that you see on the news channels, so when they're looking through it.
Oh, this is sick. It looks 3D. I know the camera's not gonna pick that up. It actually looks really sick.
AMD makes their own graphics cards?
Yeah, they make their own graphics at Radeon.
I thought it was Gigabyte.
Gigabyte's at AIB. They use Radeon chips or AMD GPUs, but
Radeon's owned by AMD?
Dude.
Are you serious?
Well, originally ATI.
Yeah, yes.
Way back.
Okay, so I'm not stupid.
Okay,
so.
that was a long time ago, Jacob. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, which one's your favorite of all these cards?
Is there a backside? There is.
Oh, there's even more? Oh, wow.
Well, you know what they say, bigger's always better, so you gotta go with the biggest
You
one.
gotta go with the Big Daddy right there?
Yeah,
That thing's enormous.
I tend to like the sleeker, like stealthier looking ones. Like the Gigabyte one here is really good looking, in my opinion. I don't mind the red devil one either, but this one has some red accents that I'm not.
I hate that.
Red Devil.
You're not gonna see them unless the cards turn sideways
Also
anyway.
with Tough Gaming, that's the motherboard I always use.
That's Asus. It's an Asus card.
Is it really? Oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
like, I use Tough Gaming for all my PC builds.
Tough Gaming?
Is that what it's called?
Tough Gaming.
Tough Gaming. Sponsor us.
It's called Tough Gaming. Yeah.
Is it really? Or it's not, is it?
Yeah, it's called
like
Tough.
Tooth?
No, Tough.
It's like Italian?
No, I'm just
Touffe.
kidding. It's actually Tooth.
No, I don't believe you. Oh, man, this is so sad. I'm actually about to cry. I just want to clarify, R.I.P. Ken Block. If you're a diehard.
Oh, Hoonigan?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He recently passed away.
What a tribute.
I'm pushing buttons, but nothing's happening. So maybe it's a prototype.
So 3840 times 2.
Yeah.
And then 2160.
So sad.
Right, I think.
What a tribute.
Yeah.
7680 by 2160.
7680 by 2160 pixels, Jacob.
Johannes, ich will bei Microsoft arbeiten.
One of those babies just driving through.
So ein random Video bekommen, der wird fragt, was die verdienen. 120k kriegst du Einstiegsgehalt als Software-Ingenieur. Und kriegst einen Signing-Bonus von 50k.
Auch lernen wie in Windows. Hm?
Sag einfach, Linux ist besser, dann nehmen die mich. Dann konverten sie ein, denken sie sich. 120k Einstiegs, das ist schon übel, Alter. Holy shit.
Ja, aber Porsche hat es auch. Und die waren immer ultra die Gerüchte im Umfeld, was die da dafür fordern. Keine 40.
Also, ja.
Okay, so we've got another target. We've just done a rescue on the beach. Wally and Tony, the next group, and then a target.
He's gonna,
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks, Sam. Skull.
Inappropriate clothing for seal, that's what it is.
Yeah, he's just heavy on it. There we go. Just don't tear it.
He will fall. That was not cutting. He will fall.
There, it was just snagged.
Hat again, I think, huh?
Out the back?
Yeah. Okay. Clothing of some sorts.
Oh, you getting that one? Okay. She's not gonna go.
Come, come. Hey, mate, yo. Go.
One more.
Hat.
Oh yes.
Definitely a hat again. We haven't had many hats this year. Last year we had a bunch of them, but definitely the remains of an old baseball cap.
Hello, and thank you for joining me today in this exciting episode where I'm going to be learning about how kids are raised in Germany. You know, the 5 signs that you're raising your kids in Germany, which is interesting to me because I'm raising a child myself. He's actually the second coming. Ooh, that's a cool name. Antoinette Emily. Anyway, I guess she's, you know.
But it's not.
Hello. Thoughts would be Germany is probably more strict, but then on the other hand, like as far as behavior, but then on the other hand, they're probably less strict because I see them, you know, kids are allowed to walk around more outside, like, you know, just wander down the sidewalk, you know, whatever. And I think I saw something about you guys leaving. You can leave the stroller outside, like in front of the store. That's mind blowing. But anyway, all right, let's go.
Overall,
Johannes, der sagt, man soll nach Opportunities suchen und nicht erwarten, dass sie zu einem kommen, hat mir der Google-Mitarbeiter gerade gesagt.
Das ist jetzt Red Pill, Philipp. Red Pill, ne?
Ja.
Hast du für alle Frauen?
Ach so, schon immer. Das ist ein Programmierer, Johannes. Ich kenne diese andere Spezies gar nicht. So. Das heißt, jetzt geht's los, Johannes.
Mitkriegt, Philipp.
Was?
Logan Paul hat seine Schweine an irgendeinen Bauer abgegeben. Der Bauer hat sie entkommen lassen. Und dann hat irgendeine YouTube-Farm hat ein Schwein tot gefunden und das andere hatte zerfetzte Ohren von einem Kojoten.
Warum hat Logan Paul Schweine?
Nur mit Tieren. Er muss traurig.
Aber viel zu deep in dieser YouTube-Bubble, Johannes.
They should be able to produce them. I
Das
just don't
ist
think
es,
Informier mich jetzt, ne? Warte mal ab, was da explodiert.
Also wenn du mal richtig Reichweite hast, ne, kannst du mir bestimmt einen Job bei Google besorgen, oder? Oder bei Facebook. Du machst dich Instagram auch.
Ich muss sagen, du beteiligst dich einfach noch zu wenig, ne? Du kannst
Ich bin eine
irgendwann abends um 8.
Content-Maschine.
Hä?
Ja, die Leute müssen arbeiten, Johannes. Das hat jemand noch so
Ja,
falsch.
wir haben vorhin gehört, was du arbeiten musst, ne?
Ey. Ich arbeite mehr Stunden, als ich abgerechne, ja? Siehst du mal, wie nett ich bin. Ja, gut, sie bezahlen mir dafür auch mehr. Johannes. Einfach mal mir zustimmen. Wie wär's denn damit? Nein, das ist das Problem. Du bist schon auch noch immer gemein zu mir for absolutely no reason. Aber ich bin immer nett zu dir. Warum, dass ich nett zu dir bin? Soll ich mir Gedanken machen oder was?
Gedanken.
Ach so, ja, das stimmt.
Alter, seitdem ich gebaut habe, diese ganze PC-Channels sind jetzt überall in meiner in meinem Algorithmus.
Das verstehe ich immer nicht. Warum kriegt man Werbung für das, was man gekauft hat? Das ist ja auch wie Werbung. Du hast es gegoogelt? Ja, gut, da macht es natürlich noch ein bisschen Sinn. Also ich kriege jetzt immer Flugwerbung. Oder Stühle. Ich habe einen Stuhl, ihr Opfer.
Ich glaube, das ist anders gedacht gewesen. Ich glaube, das ist ein negativer Effekt von dem Algorithmus. Ich glaube, gedacht ist es eigentlich so, dass du quasi Accessoires dazu vorgeschlagen kriegen sollst, aber irgendwie kommen da das Grundsatzprodukt falle da irgendwie auch drunter. Aber ich glaube, so gedacht ist es.
Also hat es so ein Fille programmiert, oder was?
Ich glaube eher, also ist komplett Conspiracy Theory, aber ich glaube eher, dass, so wie das zum Beispiel auf Amazon gelistet ist, wenn da irgendwie so ein Tag mit Accessory oder so dabei ist, dann machst du genau das. Ich glaube, ich missbrauche das.
Ich sollte es mal besser missbrauchen, die Nutten. Brauchen nicht noch einen Stuhl.
Ich glaube, die haben halt so überlegt, wie sie die Vorschläge in mehr Vorschläge reinkommen könnte, und das ist so das. Ich glaube, sie gehen auch davon aus, dass du vielleicht dann Interesse hast für jemanden in deiner Familie. Sowas schon mal kaufen.
Das könnte sein, ja.
Ich habe vorhin ein Päckchen gesehen, hab gedacht, das ist mein Päckchen, ne? Dann habe ich gesehen, das ist leer, ihr Päckchen.
Keine Ahnung, seitdem dir das immer da schicken und du dir den Lieferdatum aussuchen kannst, suche ich mir immer ein Lieferdatum aus. Lass meine Pakete immer, wenn ich im Homeoffice bin, einfach liefern.
Geht es bei Amazon auch, oder wie?
Ja, Amazon schickt dir ja direkt die DHL-Kacke mit. Da kannst du es aussuchen, ja. Sieht ja genau, wann das kommt und dann. Also sie müssen es halt, es geht halt erst, wenn wenn es zu dem Verteillager geschickt ist. Oder verschickt wurde.
Dann kannst du es aussuchen.
Dann kannst du aussuchen, ja. Aber ich glaube, du müsstest auch bei Amazon direkt kann's auch gehen eigentlich.
Habe ich aber noch nicht. Ja, das
Man kann ich jetzt nicht mit hundertprozentiger Gewissheit sagen, aber bei DHL geht's auf jeden Fall.
These pathetic bedroom Warzone streamers always try to normalize cheating. Teaming has always been a bannable offense in Call of Duty, especially in solo.
Any user who purposefully prevents another player from playing the game as intended by exploit or repeated unsportsmanlike behavior, such as intentional friendly fire, is subject to penalty.
Epic Games will not put up with this nonsense. They clearly state in their code of conduct, teaming is cheating.
Play fairly and within the rules of the game. Don't cheat, grief, team, or exploit bugs and glitches. Don't promote or advertise known cheats, bugs, or exploits, and if you find an exploit, report it.
This is an example from a solo match, where two players were teaming. Both players that were teaming were banned, allowing the genuine player to win. This is legit gameplay, from a game mode called Unhinged and DMZ, where you are encouraged to grow your squad. This, however, is not. Don't let Warzone streamers and content creators tell you otherwise. This is called cheating. Please tell me, what would you call someone that teams with other players in a solo match to prevent you from winning? They know it's cheating, but they do not care.
This is crazy. We're all playing solos. We just team up.
They do this by abusing the in-game proximity chat.
Wait, hold on. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. I know this guy. I know this guy. Stop. Yo, J-Rock, it's Expel, bro. What's up, baby?
After killing the other players, they will now fist fight for who wins and who loses. They do not care if they ruin somebody else's online experience, just so they can get their content. These Warzone streamers will even use proximity chat to bully little children.
Okay.
You got 2K? Give us your money, you're free to go. Wait, don't you hit that. No, Lucky, don't. Lucky. No, stop. No.
Sorry, little man.
Do you really think this little gamer has been matched using skill-based matchmaking? No, me neither. We recently reported on the cheating streamer 5x5 and her magic book of spells. She still insists she was banned because she was shooting too straight. We recently reported on the cheating streamer 5x5 and her magic book of spells.
Hörst du ich gerade mal eine Leertaste?
Als gestern.
Aber du hörst sie immer noch, oder?
Gerade habe ich sie einmal gehört.
Ja, wo ich geredet habe, wahrscheinlich,
She
oder?
still insists she was banned because she was shooting too straight.
I was shooting too straight in some of those games.
I am going to prove her wrong. Here is a cheater locked onto the edge of the hitbox using an aimbot. He is tracking the exact movement of the enemy. Notice the aimbot is locked onto the edge of the enemy hitbox. Here is a clip from 5x5's gameplay. Look, it is identical. I also reported she is now using a new account and breaking all sorts of records. A A few days ago, Charlie's Angels became the first all-female team to bag themselves a nuke. The E-girls were very happy. Get ready for lots of "let's goes."
He's on it. Dead. Dead. Let's go.
Oh my god. I think that's the first girl nuke. No joke.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
However, there is a big problem. This one, who I caught recently in a flying boat, who is still waiting for the ban hammer to fall any day now, was part of their team.
I swear I'm gonna get banned.
Please, please.
And of course the permanently banned cheating streamer, 5x5.
It's permabanned. It's permabanned for literally no reason.
This is why I have now officially cancelled this all-female world record for a nuke.
The E-girls have been served with a rat notice. This world record is officially cancelled.
Jake Lucky wasted no time promoting the fraudulent nuke obtained by the E-girls. Again, I find myself having to pass judgment on these low IQ streamers. Blatant cheating and doing it without a care in the world will not be tolerated.
It's time for the rodents to face judgment.
Bring me the first rat. You are disgraceful. How have you been allowed to infiltrate the game we love? You have been permanently banned for cheating. Get out of my sight.
The final rat will now enter.
You, stop using the in-game proximity chat. Then team kill other players who are trying to play fairly, just so you can create and monetize your cheap and dirty content.
All rats have been judged.
UAV online.
Sometimes, the best time to catch a cheating streamer is when they let their emotions get the better of them. The enemy team informs Expel they will be staying in the gas to win the game by using the multiple gas masks they have collected and begins to taunt him.
The storm. I'll ever just take a nap and storm these.
You guys are dumb, man.
Expel starts to get very angry and has had enough. This is his gaming setup. While the positions of these monitors may change, I want to show the location of his camera and microphone, as these do not. This will help present my argument, which is a clear left head turn.
I swear to God.
He is furious. Now, he will glance across on another monitor. Bingo. Now he knows where they are. The enemy team could be literally hiding anywhere in these buildings. First he banks left, hoping the enemy will hear him and face that direction. Now, he turns around, another glance at another monitor, just to make sure they haven't moved. Bingo. He finds them.
Let's go!
This cheating bedroom Warzone streamer had kill streaks at his disposal, but it doesn't make great content, so he didn't use them. Expel went on to create a YouTube video, claiming he scammed a Warzone 2 cheater, but he is no stranger to creating cheap and dirty content. This rat constantly uses a VPN to fool the matchmaking, to populate the game with bots and not real players. Here is an example that clearly shows this. The bots don't even know how to enter the helicopter, yet they keep landing here. Pathetic. As the cheating streamer flies around, the bots keep on coming. Shameful. Cheating in Warzone seems to be getting worse. Especially when Warzone streamers are riding around in flying boats while streaming. Streamers love to justify cheating by claiming it's just for content. Nonsense. This is cheating. What about all the other players, who are absolutely fed up, and who are having their online experience completely ruined, because of cheating streamers? I caught the streamer Breadman, riding around in a flying boat. These pathetic, low IQ streamers have absolutely no shame. He jumps out the flying boat, lands behind a team to shoot them in the back,
I'm gonna go land on this team over here.
and wastes no time getting some cheap, unfair kills. The Norwegian female acknowledges this as indeed hacking.
What with the boat? The boat is flying. He's hacking, you know?
She doesn't care though, she wants to be in the flying boat.
I wanna be in the boat. Pick me up. Hello.
You just cannot trust these Warzone streamers. The cheating streamers now wait for Breadman to enter the flying vehicle. Shameful. Breadman now states if he gets banned for cheating, he will go and play Minecraft.
Imagine we get banned.
I hope I get banned. I'm gonna go play Minecraft full time.
The female is now very concerned they will get banned, and rightfully so.
Look at the TV.
What?
I swear we're gonna get banned.
Please.
Breadman is no stranger to cheating. I recently exposed him, when I uploaded a video of a rage hacker spectating him. Breadman claimed that, if you spectate from his point of view, the enemy marker was on the player, and this is how he was able to track him.
If you watch my POV, the active mark is still alive, and so, I mean...
The enemy marker disappears. And you still are able to track his every movement. Absolutely blatant. How can you even defend this? When playing mouse and keyboard there is no aim assist. Clearly, you have something assisting your aim. Tell me, how you're able to lock onto the limb so high up using mouse and keyboard?
They're not gonna make videos on people they actually think are hacking. Like a lot of the hacker hunters, like main accusations, like they don't even result to actual accusations. They result to like calling people a girl or like saying like it's like, oh dude, this a girl rat.
Okay, enough of the complaining. Answer the serious cheating allegations and stop the crying because I called you a female rodent. I expressed my concern and made my findings public while tagging Call of Duty. But did Call of Duty actually do anything about it? Well, they blocked me, so I wouldn't know. Instead, they just sent Breadman and other cheating streamers a big Christmas gift. It's disgusting. But the cheating streamers love it. And Call of Duty love the cheating streamers.
I'm just so excited to see every one of these streamers just battle it out. And it has been really fun, really exciting to see all the streamers playing the game.
For some strange reason, GOGO blindly defends Nadia regularly. I called her out recently, stating that the best female Warzone player should know the correct way to wear a headset.
I'm done.
You're not going anywhere.
I'm the same way.
Now get back in the game. But first, turn your headset around. There you go. Good girl. There you go. Now get back in the game. But first, turn your headset around. There you go. Now get back in the game. But first, turn your headset around. There you go. Good girl.
Ew, that's so weird. Yo, who runs this account? They're so weird. You said turn your headset around. She probably has a challenge for a reversed headset challenge.
A challenge?
For like a gifted sub per kill or something.
Around.
Her headset isn't on backwards on put like. Ugh, this guy is so weird. Or girl, who knows?
Good girl.
Ew, that's so weird. What a weirdo.
It's always the same old faces, isn't it? You, stop blind defending known cheaters and start thinking for yourself. And you have absolutely zero Call of Duty experience. Stop your damn cheating, it's pathetic, sort yourself out. And I've just about had enough of you and your 2D radar. Stop using a VPN to pretend you're a good player while hiding inside bot lobbies. And you only became famous because of your clean dishes, then cheated your way to the top. Get these rats out of my sight.
Finish him.
UAV
So. Die Season jetzt eigentlich angefangen oder nicht? Hast du nicht gemeint, die fängt gestern an?
Nö. Patch Day halt. Also heute Nacht.
Donnerstag.
Mittwochnacht ist auch Patch Day. Ja, also heute Nacht nicht. Mittwoch am Morgen. Wenn ich mich richtig erinnere.
Ich glaube.
Ich bin halt eine vertrauenswürdige Person. Alter. Oh, ich will heulen.
Philipp.
Ja, ist alles nicht so einfach.
Speaking of issues, what does lifetime even mean? Phil Mora says no Mora to lifetime licenses. I like
Hast du
that
die
as
eigentlich schon
he
wieder
typed in the
bestellt,
title,
Johannes?
Adam. This was
Mit
written
dem
by
Bildschirm.
Adam. Software company
Nee.
Wondershare recently.
Das habe ich dir erzählt.
Nee.
Doch, ich habe dich sogar gefragt, ob du schon mal Switches tauscht hast.
Witches. Ach, ja.
Ich habe Switches gekauft und PoE-Switch, ja. Eine normale Switch, weil ich keine mehr habe. Oder fast keine mehr. Keine schöne mehr. Und der letzte. Alter, mir hat ein 100 Mbit Switch verbaut, gell? Der hat unser komplettes Netzwerk runterdrosselt.
Du bist eigentlich Experte in sowas, Johannes.
Ey, ich hab's vor 2-3 Jahren habe ich es schon mal gedacht. Irgendwie? Ich habe extra nachgeguckt, ob die alle gut sind. Und dann habe ich irgendwie beschlossen, die sind alle gut. Und dann habe ich nochmal geguckt, vor einem Jahr oder so. Dann habe ich festgestellt, der erste Switch nach dem Router ist der 100 Mbit Switch. Alles, was danach kommt, ist drosselt. Und das ist basically alles.
Das ist halt schon traurig, ne, Johannes? Obwohl du eigentlich ein IT-Experte sein müsstest. Oh!
Von den 3-Pin-Fan eigentlich am besten. Hast du jetzt deinen PC selber gebaut oder nicht?
Ja.
Hast du darauf geachtet, dass die 4-Pin-Fans auch an 4-Pin-Anschlüsse angeschlossen
sind? Ich hatte nur einen großen Fan bei mir drin, 2 waren schon im Case.
Das. Hast du eine Wasserkühlung oder eine Luftkühlung?
Luftkühlung.
Dann hast du einen.
Ja, einen großen. Und
Nee,
dann
der
halt,
CPU-Kühler ist ein 4-Pin-Fan. Immer.
wenn ich schon richtig angesteckt habe, so laut ist man dann nicht. Ich bin halt auch nicht inkompetent, ne? Hast du nicht erwartet, ne?
Ja, bisschen Garbage, ne? Weil du hast nur auf dem Motherboard hast du 2 4-Pin-Connector. Und du hast bei einer Wasserkühlung 3 Fans, die du auf die anschließen musst.
Das stimmt, das ist Wasserkühlung, ne? Schon ziemlich fancy, ne?
Ja, aber so ein Case mit Wasserkühlung so aufgeräumt aus, weil die ist einfach ganz oben, die siehst du einfach nicht.
Ja, gut, das ist nicht so, hast du nicht so durchsichtige Kabel mit Beleuchtung da?
Nee.
Alter, ich kaufe es in die Wasserkühlung. Geht da nicht all in.
Und außerdem, was du meinst, sind wahrscheinlich Custom Wasserkühlung.
schon so ein durchsichtiges Röhrchen.
Ja, das sind meistens die selber baut Wasserkühlung, Rohre selber verlegt sind. Weil die meiste zu kaufen sind.
Ja.
Oh. Obwohl. Ne. Oh. Maybe. Actually, da gibt's eine. Eine. Ne, ich habe fast gar keine LEDs. Ich habe alles ohne LEDs aus. Nur meine Grafikkarte, meine Soundkarte und die Wasserkühlung LEDs. Nichts. Nicht mal das Case.
Und mein Case ist komplett schwarz, also wird eh nichts bringen.
Genau, so habe ich es auch gemacht. Und das Figur. Auf Amazon ist auf der ersten 3 Seiten eine durchsichtige und eine Custom-Wasserkühlung. Oh, Moment, maybe 2. Ne, eine. Aber es sind. Ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass da direkt eine kommt. Ist die durchsichtig? Moment. Nee. Nee, ist keine. Nur eine Custom-Wasserkühlung. Nur weiße Schläuche, bei denen wo fertig sind. Hätte ich doch recht, ne, Philipp.
Weiß auch nicht, ob ich dir da so trauen kann.
Filmora 12, and alongside it, they brought another new
Aber
feature
prüfe.
that lifetime license users now get to
Lol.
pay. I have never heard of Filmora.
To be fair, neither have I.
I
But
do-
YouTuber Daniel Batal has, and he noticed when he tried to log in to the new version of the software, he was prompted to pay for a license to use the new software, despite having a lifetime license that promised all software updates are completely free on the product page. This sounds a lot like, hey, it's only local storage. This page has now been deleted, but can still be viewed via archive.org.
Shout out archive.org.
Just dunking on people again. Actually amazing. Batal, whose channel provided numerous tutorial videos for the software, reached out to the company. They replied that to provide competitive pricing, we provide a big discount for non-subscription plan holders who want to upgrade. It only costs $29.99 to upgrade with free access to effects and plugins worth $20.99.
Okay.
And noted that many companies do not even offer a perpetual license. That is literally not an argument, because you do.
Got him.
They also asked to do another sponsorship with Batal. I hope this goes the direction I think it's going to. Batal's major issues is that the company no longer is providing updates for the software. Makes sense. Their new perpetual license is much worse, providing only updates for Filmora 12 and no updates to future versions of the software. I'm going to add in a little bit thing here, despite claiming that they would.
Right.
Because, like, you could buy a perpetual license to a version of a software and they could update, and then it's annoying, but it is what it is. But they said that you would get new versions. So that's the bigger problem. In emails to Batal, the company clarified that they are calling new versions of software upgrades instead of updates. And that their license agreement only covered updates. Wow, that is the douchiest thing ever. I don't know if that word isn't that bad, right? Wow.
I'm pretty sure you can say douche.
Yeah, okay, cool. Wow, that's horrible. Furthermore, the web page used to state that lifetime users of Filmora 9 or earlier would receive a free upgrade. That's funny. But the page was removed a couple weeks ago. Hopefully that one's covered under archive.org as well, because if it is, then update and upgrade are both stated, and they're just liars. Discussion question. In other markets, certain technology is protected. Terminology is protected, but tech remains a wild west for advertisers. Do you think the term lifetime needs to become protected? I mean, I thought it was. I thought it was 25 years.
I don't know.
35 years or whatever. I thought lifetime in any form of marketing was
well,
a
like
thing.
a limited lifetime warranty is within the reasonable expected lifespan of the product. Like that's why we had that whole warranty conversation where at the end of the day,
oh God.
The value of a warranty is only in the company's will to honor it.
That is true.
It is a true thing. Our will to honor our, to support our products, to honor our warranty, to honor our commitment to you guys is extremely high.
Like, yes, you can take companies to court over it and stuff like that, but it often It often becomes far too unreasonable for a standard user, so that no one will.
And class actions suck. All they do is enrich lawyers. There's basically no recourse. So, with that in mind, no, I don't think lifetime does have any particular actual meaning that carries any kind of weight. I think lifetime means whatever they decide it means, and in this case, they are altering the agreement and pray they don't alter it further.
There's a there's another discussion question which ties into when you buy a product, what does lifetime mean in your eyes? What should it mean? To me, I'm gonna throw this in here. I will always look into the company if that is said, and if it's like Snap-on or something. That's just the main one I can think of. Lifetime is going to mean a lot to me because like every customer you hear about from Snap-on will say, yep, their tools are incredibly expensive, but the truck comes by every Friday, and if something's broken, I get a new one.
Unless you talk to people whose truck is like not
there
that reliable
or whatever, right?
I've heard some people say it's not always
issues in relation to that, but as far as my understanding goes, if you break a Snap-on tool,
my understanding is the policy is, and you might run into an idiot like that ICBC person that I ran into who just had it in their mind that they wanted to make your life worse that day. That can happen with any company, but my understanding is their policy is make it right.
Yeah, which is. So that's cool.
Which is admirable.
So that would make, and there's other companies that are like that. That was just the first one that came to mind. So that's cool. It's expensive. You're paying for that service in the price of the tool. So if that's something that you want, then great. If not, whatever. But if I look into a company and I don't hear a lot of that about it, and it says lifetime, I just assume bad.
I just ignore it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I bought some files at Home Depot. And it had like lifetime warranty all over the packaging.
No way.
But like the name of the company was not, there was no way to contact them or anything. I was like, oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean anything.
So I'm just going to use these files until they are dull, and then I will discard them because
it's
realistically you're not, it's consumable. And if I try to claim warranty on a dull file, they're just going to tell me that it's worn out.
Yeah, see, so someone in Full Plane chat, yes, Snap-on is stupid expensive, but my rep has replaced any failed tool I've had, no questions asked. So I hear that a lot. So I would believe that, but I believe that because users.
Yes.
I don't believe that because of company. And that I will always see it that way. And that is what it is.
Yeah, I like this. ADHD idiosyncrasy on Floatplane says, lifetime should mean the same amount of time that a work is protected by copyright before going into the public domain, and then let the two industries lobby it out.
That's actually really, really good.
Oh, I love it. That's pretty great. Oh, man.
I like that form of doing things. We should do that more often. That's fantastic.
Bureaucracy battle?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Fundamentally disagree that Pearl said, because she's a pretty reasonable girl. What did you disagree with?
Oh man, you're gonna tax my memory here. I think that the wholesale idea of like women have it easier in every single thing, or there are like no cultural roadblocks preventing women from doing anything, I think it's like a really crude analysis of where we're at socially. That's what I would say.
So you're saying that she's discounting how
Yeah,
hard
I think
women
that there
are?
are issues that women face in a lot of different areas when it comes to like rising in terms of success or in being included in certain like
Okay,
types
so
of.
this is a very interesting dynamic that you guys have going right now. You're the man saying that, like, defending women, and she's the woman shitting on women, essentially. Is that the dynamic I'm understanding? So she's basically saying this is what...
Okay, ich muss.
So at 13 years.
Was musst du angucken?
Destiny und Just Pearly Things in einem Podcast.
Johannes, du musst aufhören, so viel Propaganda zu gucken. Das tut dir nicht gut.
Philipp, das ist legit eine Konversation von zwei gegensätzliche Meinungen.
Ja, wahrscheinlich.
Das ist so traurig, wenn du über Sachen redest, über die du keine Ahnung hast, ne?
Also Destiny hat schon mal gar keine Meinung.
Du bist einfach nur ein Shitstirrer. Das ist alles, was du machst.
Ein ideenloser Pimmel. So, jetzt haben wir gesagt.
Du hast noch kein Video von dem gesehen, könnte ich wetten.
Ja, geht auch 3 Stunden, das guckt doch keiner an.
So at 13 years old, I had
Den nicht veröffentlicht oder was? Was seid denn ihr? Welche?
It is like to be a woman.
I would say shitty. I would say there's no barriers to entry today.
I don't think Pearl believes there's no issues that women face. That's different, right?
No, that's literally what she just said. There's no barriers.
Literally what she said was it's easier for women than men.
No, there's a difference between there's no barriers to entry and there's no issues that a woman can face. You wouldn't say there's no issues a woman can face, is there? Would you?
I mean, there are issues that women face, but
Yeah,
I would say
exactly.
overall it's easier
Open
for
AI.
women than men. Yeah.
I would
Like, if-
probably
if-
agree.
Easier in what regard? What are we talking about here?
I mean, I just think
Just
as
being a man versus being a woman, you're saying it's easier to be a
I
woman?
mean, okay, I'll give you an example. So I worked a sales job, right? And when I worked in that sales job, I was at a big like corporate company, and I feel like I got special treatment because I was a woman. And most of the guys, I was the only girl in the office, and most of the guys would agree because like people were more willing to help you when you're a young woman. In my experience.
So I can't speak to your personal experience, but so this is something that I hear a lot. When women are succeeding in certain types of environments, they do get special treatment, but all of those women's careers have a time limit on them, which is until a manager or a boss tries to fuck them, and when they say no, they're basically fucked in that job. This is a story that I hear time and time and time and time and time again. Do you think this happens ever?
Quite often, the boss loses his job.
No. Absolutely
Every
not.
time there's a story.
Absolutely. Every time the story goes public, but you don't hear the story that goes public. Like this happens to. I've heard this from almost every single woman working in entertainment and working in any industry peripheral to this, that if you're a moderately attractive woman working, yeah, like you're working, you might be succeeding, but you never know if you're actually succeeding based on the merits of your work or if it's because somebody wants to fuck you. And when somebody tries to fuck you, if you shut them down, you're fucked. Because whoever's above you hates you now, and they're never going to fucking promote you or work with you anymore, and then you slowly basically get ghosted out of whatever job you're working.
It
Is
can
that
go
a
either way, or you go to
generalization, though, or is
HR and
that-
you make $1 million.
Do what?
Or you go to HR and the dude gets fired and then you get a settlement.
That just doesn't happen most of the time. I think with especially like PUA, Red Pill guys live in this delusional world where like every guy is getting false sex claims, every creepy boss or pervert is getting fired.
I don't believe
Everyone,
that.
yeah, this happens like 0.0001% of the time. Like it's very, very rare that somebody actually gets caught or called out on this. Because usually when these
Actually,
guys are propositioning, you don't even, they're not really even being 100% forward with it, right? So you're not going to get them on anything, right?
Actually, 8% of the U.S. population claims they've been falsely accused.
That's okay. But with that poll, was that poll falsely accused to the police, or was that poll like my friend told another friend that somebody like raped me?
It was probably the latter.
It was absolutely the latter, because 8% of false rape allegations to the police, everybody would be talking about it. I know that's not true.
Yeah, I agree with you on the false rape accusations.
Jeden
Just like you get
einzelnes
convicted, you're
Video
just struck
klicke
by
ist.
lightning. I've read that stat.
Weiß ich nicht mal, was
So,
das für eine Abfolge
again,
ist.
You disagree with Pearl on the fundamental situation that women have it easier than men. Here's my
What's mein
argue,
YouTube-Short
counter
was
back,
los,
push
oder?
back. I always ask this question. I said, who has it harder out there, men or women? And constantly I hear, well, men have it harder, bro. We got to fucking dig the ditches. We got to have the tough jobs. We're the one that got to pay the bills. Men have it harder. And I said, little food for thought. Here's why I think women have it harder in today's society. I want to open up to you guys. As a man, I'm all about clarity. As a man, it might be hard to make money, to be fit, to learn game, to pick up chicks, to be successful. It might be hard, but at least you know the pattern for success. At least there's a blueprint. Here's what you need to do. Put a fucking nice suit on or some nice sweatpants for destiny. Look good. Get your ass out there. Meet people. Succeed. Make money. The world's your oyster. Now, what's your advice to women? Is it get out there, get a career, get a job, kill it? Maybe. Or is it be a good wife, be submissive, don't be a fucking bitch, like don't go on OnlyFans, be a good housewife, stay in the kitchen, be a traditional woman? Which one is it? Because it's totally polarizing opposite advice for women. So again, I'm all about clarity. It's very easy for me to look in the camera, talk to you guys out there and be like, you're too fat, you're too lazy, stop smoking weed, stop watching porn, get your ass out there, work, do your thing. You'll find success. Done. Blueprint. As a woman,
What up, guys?
what do you say to a
Welcome
woman?
the Just Pearl
Go get a
Things
job, go to
YouTube.
college, be a boss babe. Now you're single and lonely at 40. Hey, don't get a job, you know, get yourself a husband, let the man lead, you be the follower. It's like now you're divorced at 40 because you're in a sexless marriage. So it is very hard for a woman. So my argument is it's actually a lot harder for a woman to decide what to do. What's your argument to that, Pearl?
Yeah, I mean, it depends what outcome you want. So, I mean, I think you make different choices based on the outcome you want.
Okay. So how do you know, but like this goes back to my college thing, is how do you know what your outcome you want when you're 16, 17, 18 years old? Very hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a challenge that women have. I agree with you.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I don't like the saying like one is harder or one is easier. I think that women have very unique challenges they face. I think men have unique challenges they face. I don't know if I would ever say that one is harder or one is easier. Like if you are a pretty woman, you can get your feet in the door in a lot of different ways that men can't.
But then you get sexually harassed.
But yeah, but then there's the trade-off is that everybody's trying to fuck you, right? That's
Yeah.
a pro, everybody's trying to fuck you, but it's also a big con that everybody's trying to fuck you. I think of all like the archetypes of women that I've met in my life, I feel like really hard-working but very pretty women have it probably the worst because they're constantly gaslighting themselves into having no idea if they're actually achieving or being successful, or if everybody's just like basically giving them handouts because they want to fuck them eventually. And like living in that kind of like duality is a very, very confusing place to be. Like as a man, like if I'm getting credit for something, as much as I like to believe it, it's not because some woman wants to fuck me.
No,
it's because I'm actually succeeding somewhere, right?
They all want to fuck you, bro.
Sure, yeah.
The
But,
only
like,
reason
for a
I have you on
woman-
the show is because
Sure,
we're all
man.
trying to fuck you.
But for like a woman, yeah, you
Go
legitimately
proud.
have no fucking idea. Like, am I performing well? My boss giving me a lot of compliments. My coworkers seem to like me. Am I getting a leg up everywhere? Because you do get a lot of help. If you're a woman in computer science, you're the only woman in the class. Well, at least for white women, you're getting a lot of fucking help in that class compared to anybody else.
Let
right?
me recap what you just said, bro, because that's
yeah.
very powerful. If you're a hardworking, working, attractive woman, then what?
You never know, like, are you successful on your own merits, or is everybody around you just gaslighting you into thinking that while they're trying to fuck you?
I think a woman would know. A
Well,
woman,
I was just
you would know, like, oh, I really put in work, like, I achieved this recognition because this work it's phenomenal. Versus, like, you can tell by how they address you, how they speak with you. Because I do agree with you. You're in a workplace, and there are men who want that intention. But as a woman, you can approach that situation knowing that that's their intention. So I think as a woman, like, you can determine, like, am I getting this credible, am I getting credit based on my work, or am I getting credit based on my looks? Like, as a woman who is attractive, like, you can tell. Like, you can tell when a man's flirting with you. You can tell when a man wants something from you. You can see that.
I think I would agree with you for the most part, but I think there's two things. One, I think every attractive woman goes through a point in her life where she realizes, like, fuck, a lot of this has come from my looks. I think that comes a little bit later than, at least as a guy, we would assume.
Right.
And then two, I think that it gets really hard around like edge cases where you're like trailblazing, right? If you're like in a sales department and you've got like fucking numbers, right? And you can see like, obviously I'm outperforming, that's fine. But if you're working in like entertainment, or if you can reach out to like CEOs of companies and they're calling you back, or if you're getting like invited to podcasts or whatever, there's always this like whatever. And I think a lot of guys are really good at disguising their intentions, where a guy can treat you in the most respectful manner possible until you're traveling to some fucking convention in the same place somewhere, and then he tries to get you drunk and rape you. I think that it's really, really difficult sometimes to feel out like the fuzzy edge cases. If there's guys that are like blatantly sucking up to you, you can tell. But I think it's just a weird thing for women to always have that in the back of our head, whereas for guys, there's not a time in our lives.
You
where
could
we
make
think,
an argument for a really successful guy that you never know if the girl's into him for him or his money.
Very good point.
That is true as
Very
well.
good point.
Is
Go
that-
deeper.
I
You're
think
saying-
it's better for
you're
women to
saying
hide
for
that.
a guy,
Yeah, if you're
the
a guy
more
who be-
successful you are, you're like, does she love me for me, or the fact that I make $1 million a year? That's something that's a very good point.
You know who's even better at disguising their intentions than men? Women are. Women
Yes.
are much better playing the game.
I agree with you.
Go ahead,
I
Alex.
agree
Play
with
with
you.
fire.
We don't
Go
talk-
deeper,
and we
buddy.
don't talk about the women that flirt with their bosses to get ahead too.
Yeah.
Of
So
course.
a lot of times, like these girls will flirt with their bosses and then play victim later.
Yeah, well, fundamentally agree on that. But Alex, I want to kind of stay where you were at. You're saying, all right, cool, we're shitting on guys and being kind of shady or whatever. But holy shit, some of
women
these
can
girls.
be just as shady when they're messing with a successful guy, especially in Miami.
So
And
it's
a lot of
both.
these rich guys, they get completely screwed. They are like, fuck, they get drained for all their money because they fucked with the wrong girl and then she
Yeah.
took pretty much everything.
What have you seen? Have you seen an
I've
actual
seen, I've had countless clients who've had that happen to them. Yeah, they got married early, then their business became successful, or they got married when their business was already successful to the wrong kind of girl, right? So screening is important for both genders. I don't think it's only something that women have to screen with the people in their life. Men also have to screen.
Real quick, that could be possible. I would be curious what type of guy it is. Maybe because this might be my bubble because of the industry that I work in. But it's very easy for me to tell immediately how a girl feels about me, if she's like fake or not. Because like you either know everything that I'm involved in or not. Like if a girl came up to me and she wanted to have like an in-depth conversation about like fucking fiscal policy to try to fake me out for my money, I mean, I'll pay her off. Like good job.
You don't think women can, wait, you don't think
You got
women,
me, girl.
You
Yeah.
don't think women can tell when a guy's trying to fuck them? Most women can tell that too.
No, I think women can tell, but I'm just saying that like if a woman is trying to just like get in good with me because she thinks I've got money, like I think I'm gonna be able to weed that out really fucking fast.
But here's what I want to address. Here's what I want to address. If you're that dude and you're having success and you're doing things in your life and you're single and you're out there, what type of question should you ask these women to vet them? Because I totally agree with you. There's women out there that see a dollar sign on a guy and they're like, sugar daddy just walked in. Like there's a video of a girl that she's like, here's the best place to find a sugar daddy. You don't go to clubs. You don't go to strip clubs. You go to the nice restaurants because there they are. They're all together. I call it the sugar daddy watering hole. I've seen this girl do this video. And she's like, they're all at the nicest restaurants in Miami or New York or LA, whatever. And they're all eating together doing their thing. So you as a dating coach, what types of questions should a man ask women up front to kind of vet what the woman is looking for?
I think it's less about questions and more about not leading with your money. So I like the Dave Chappelle joke where he says, like, when I have a date, I drive up in a dumpster truck. And then when the girl's like, oh, I don't want to date a dumpster driver, he's like, I'm Dave Chappelle, bitch. So I kind of like that like whole idea that you're not taking the girl to a fancy restaurant. You're not leading with your money. You're not like showing off your car. You're keeping all that hidden until you get to know her. And if she legitimately fucks with you without seeing all your wealth, then it's like a nice cherry on the top. So that's what I would recommend.
I feel like
never
that
leave
is
with
a
your money.
very idealistic, hey, I just happen to be Dave Chappelle answer, but that's not the reality because we live in Miami. You know what it's like. You kind of got to give a little bit of crumbs, a little bit, and then you can kind of reveal. But okay, but even to get the date with the girl, like if you're just some dude at the bar, you're going to have to say something to be like, well, I do this for work and I do this. Like I'm drive up in your Lamborghini and take her to home to your mansion. But you have to say like, well, yeah, I'm actually like, I own this bar. Or like, yeah, my friends own this bar. Or yeah, like I'm an attorney or whatever. You're going to have to give them some sort of game. But you do have to have a conversation, ask some questions. So I fully agree. Don't just let the money do the talking for you. But you do have to ask some questions.
I think you got to be cognizant
What
of the behavior.
questions would you actually ask them?
I don't think there's a specific question I would ask the girl. I think I would just literally not do any of the stuff you're saying. I would not, if I was the owner of the bar, if I was just trying to get laid, yeah, sure, I would use it to my advantage. But if I was looking for a relationship, I would leave all that part out. I would not stress the fact that, I'm friends with the owner. I would leave all that out. I think you can also just have good game and make the girl laugh and build a lot of sexual tension and lead with that instead of leading with possessions of money.
I think I actually just answered my own question. And I think that the answer is you need to ask them questions.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a specific question. I think I just answered what I was trying to ask you. I see this problem, whether it's in business or whether it's in dating, guys just want to talk about themselves. And it's like, selling isn't telling, selling is asking. Okay, so, hey, what are you doing here? Who you here with? What are you guys looking to do tonight? And if you're getting, like, you'll get these answers. We're just trying to find a dude with a yacht. If I had a fucking dollar for every time a girl said that, I'd be fucking gazillionaire. We're just trying to find a yacht to party on. It's like, cool, good luck with that yacht. If they're like, hey, yeah, I'm just visiting like my grandma and I'm in town, it's like, cool, family values, got it, boom, boom. Asking questions is the best thing you could do.
I guess you could ask.
I think you're saying there's no specific questions, which I think there are.
I changed my mind about, actually. You could ask what type of guys does she usually date. You could ask about her
Okay, well, there we go,
relationships.
baby. You are changing your mind. There's questions.
You've changed my mind, yeah. You could
Okay,
ask that, yeah.
So what questions would you ask?
I would ask about her, like, once we're already talking or vibing, I would ask about her last relationship. I'd be like, oh, yeah, so what kind of guys are you usually into?
Yeah.
I would start off with that. She would tell me, be like, oh, cool. So are you with a typical Miami sugar baby? And then see how she responds to that.
Yeah.
She'd be like, no,
Hmm.
you know, my last guy was broke. Okay, that's something. Or she's like, well, I do like millionaires. And that's a different story.
I think the question that we asked yesterday is actually probably one of the first questions you should ask a girl. How's your relationship with your dad? I don't think you're gonna ask that on a first date. Don't get me wrong. I mean, on a first time, you're not gonna go up to a girl in a bar and be like, "Hey, how you doing? Can I buy you a drink? How do you get along with your dad?" But I think that is a very important question to ask a girl. Like, I don't think it's a very weird situation. I don't think it's a coincidence that Pearl is the girl she is, and she has an amazing relationship with her father. I think that is the reason that is the girl as she is. Would you agree or disagree?
No, I agree. I look up
Give
to
a shout out to your dad right now,
shout
real
out,
quick.
Dad. No, I look up to my dad a lot. Like a lot of I don't know. I feel like a lot of the reasons like I do things that I do is like I was always trying to like make my dad proud. I don't, which is kind of lame, I know, but I don't know. Sorry.
I think your dad is really
sorry.
Okay. What, like, dude, I'm gonna give you some credit here. I've seen your girl. She's cute. You get girls.
Okay.
Despite the pajamas, you get girls.
It's because of the pajamas.
It's because of the
I like to
pajamas.
stand out, you know?
As many of you know, I was just
Fundamentally on your channel. So I don't know if we had a clapping button, we would clap right now, but we'll just do that live on air here. Pearl, so you started your show February of 2022. It is now January of 2023. Not a mathematician, but that's less than 1 year. You went from 0 to 1 million. Okay? What's been your secret? How did you make this happen?
YouTube Shorts, baby.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
Look into the camera right there and tell all our producers out there who don't get it what they need to do.
well, I just created a system where all I'd have to do is make content. I wouldn't have to edit. I wouldn't have to do thumbnails. I wouldn't have to do anything. I chased down, I think, the best people in the business to help run my channel. And then we just produce a shit ton of content. Like if my thumbnail guy is making 30 thumbnails a day and yours is making 2, who's going to be better in 3 months was my thought process. So, yeah, I would just say it was like frequency and getting a really good team together.
Sick.
So, yeah.
You've been doing content for how many years?
10?
10 years.
11, 12,
You've been
yeah.
doing this. I'm not coming at you,
Well,
bro.
now you're like comparing me
No,
to
I'm
her,
not.
who just
I'm
hit a
not.
million,
You've
okay?
been doing,
Yeah.
Alex, you've been doing content for how many years?
About 4 or 5.
4 or 5 years. Here's, I guess, the question that I want, and we'll kind of go down the line here. All of you guys have blown up in one way or another.
Oh, God,
Yours
das
has been a
tut mir
more
leid.
slow and steady wins the race, but
Da hab ich schon
you
ein
guys,
Video
Like a
gefangen.
Warren Buffett approach to,
I love
you know,
that.
straight
Ich
up.
hab dich vor ungefähr einer Stunde eingeladen.
Dollar
That might
cost
be-
average
Ja,
this thing.
hä?
Beat me in the short term, but in
Nee.
the long term, I'm here to stay until
I
I,
like
get banned
you,
from
bro.
everything. Yeah,
Anytime
you
you're gonna bring up Warren Buffett in a question,
Philipp, ich hab Videobeweis.
from Omaha.
Yeah, he lives in Regency in the neighborhood, yeah.
The
Ich bin
Oracle of
halt,
Omaha.
deswegen habe ich ja gefragt, wenn du nicht ready bist,
Great
ist es
American
okay.
Und dann habe ich dich eingeladen.
Ja,
and
ich habe ja,
Steven
ja,
aka
jetzt
Destiny.
habe ich ja gesagt. Ich habe ja
Okay.
gesagt, jetzt wäre ich
You've been in
ready, aber
slow
wenn
and
du
steady
dein
index-
Video schauen willst, kannst du gerne ein Video schauen, habe ich gesagt. Das ist ja für
Du
mich
hast
kein
vorhin
Problem.
gefragt, was wir machen wollen. Das impliziert, dass du ready bist. Ja oder nein?
Nee.
Ah, okay. Jetzt. Weasel Phil würde ich das nennen. Weasel!
Also Johannes, jetzt beruhigen wir uns alle erstmal.
Wie wär's, wenn du einfach mal anfängst, die Wahrheit zu sagen, Philipp?
Ich trinke jetzt ein Bierchen und dann kümmern wir uns um den Rest.
Ich geht's. Egal.
Was? bitte.
Investor of content. You've blown the fuck up. You've been at it for 4 or 5 years. You're doing your thing. You've created a niche. So here's the question that I have today. You have gone, let's start with Pearl, but each of you, you've gone from making very little money, I assume, not having a lot of money, to you're raking in the dough at this point. I know what it is to get hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube and a million subscribers. You're starting to have money. You've made money with YouTube. You're also starting to make money with YouTube, right? Like this pays your bills, like no joke. What I want to know is, how has your life changed from going from basically a joke to broke? I'm from broke to no joke kind of a thing, from zero to hero. How has life changed?
I actually think my life is pretty much the same. I don't really spend like much differently. I bought some new clothes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, the show has more eyeballs on it, but like when I think of myself a year ago doing the first shows, like I would just say the sets and better clothes, better makeup, but that's pretty much it. Like I don't think my life is that different than a year ago.
So what are you doung with all the cash that comes in? So I'll give you an example.
Oh shit.
Because
Weasel Phil?
You're familiar with the concept of lifestyle creep.
Ich höre dich noch nicht,
I'm
warte.
just gonna fucking use that expression.
Ja, sag alle
You know what?
Weasels.
Forget I said that. What were you gonna say
Weasel
again, Destiny?
Phil.
What were you gonna say?
Finish.
All right, you're familiar with lifestyle creep. Essentially, the lifestyle creep is the more money you make, the more nicer shit you're gonna buy, right?
Jetzt
I
höre
was
ich
only
dich.
making 80 grand, now I'm making 150
Weasel
grand. Well, obviously I'm
Phil.
gonna buy a nicer car, move
Solltest
to a
dich
nicer car,
umbenennen
buy
in
nicer shit.
Weasel.
All right, amazing. I'm
Warum?
actually an advocate of doing the exact opposite.
Weil du dich versuchst immer rauszureden. Rauszuweaseln.
Wo versuchst du mich rauszureden? Ich habe doch nur gefragt, ob du jetzt doch bereit bist oder dein Video gucken willst. Oh, ich bin auch schon wieder ausgegangen. Das kotzt mich an.
Ey, ich kann dir nicht helfen, ne? Ich habe dir hunderte Mäuse geschickt, sogar deine Maus. Du wolltest unbedingt eine andere Maus. Habe ich kein Mitleid mit, muss ich ehrlich sagen.
Mit Kabel.
Ja, ich habe dir Monate vorher die Angebote geschickt.
Ja, aber nee, du hast mir die von der neuen Version geschickt.
Nein. 402 habe ich dir geschickt.
Ich war letztens wegen meinem Monitoren ja im Saturn.
Mit Dell.
Nee, ich wollte den Samsung mir angucken. Aber die hatten ja nur noch die große Version. Boah, und da habe ich eine schöne Maus gesehen. Aber die hat 140 € gekostet. Und dachte ich so, holy moly.
Die hat 40 €. Du kannst einfach 2 Mäuse kaufen.
War mir auch ein bisschen zu teuer. Aber echt schön. Das Mäuschen.
I've been very clear on this, like, because aside from doing valuetainment, I work in the finance space. So there's months where, you know, you work on commissions in finance. I'll shout out to all the salespeople out there, entrepreneurs out there, you know what I'm talking about. It's feast or famine. Some months you might make 5, 10 grand. Some months you might make 20. We don't fucking know. But those big months are the months that separate winners from losers, per se, will go out, buy a Rolex, go get a nicer car, go out and pop bottles in the club. What I've done, kind of like you, what inspired this is, I went and bought a $500 suit, and then $99,500 later, just went in the bank.
You bought a
Straight up.
$500 suit?
$500 suit.
Why don't you ever wear it?
What is this? Coming from the fucking guy that wears pajamas when asked to dress nice. Don't get me started on you. I asked him to dress nice.
It was a
I
joke,
asked
okay?
Destiny.
Damn.
I told you I liked
I didn't know you were gonna take
I
that.
told you I liked you.
Listen, you got a t-shirt and a fucking jacket on. What's going on?
You
over there,
are
man?
wearing the same
I'm at least
pajamas.
consistent, all right? Slob top to bottom.
Yeah, you just own being a slob. I asked Destiny, what was it? Do you remember what the text that we exchanged,
You
by
said,
the way?
can you wear? It was like
I said,
business
can-
casual or something.
He in a text. Like, I don't, these things don't exist. Sweatpants and a D t-shirt. Anyway, the point that I'm getting at here is what
Der
separates
nächste
the winners
Zion
from losers
Inter. Ich lieb die
is
Leute.
not spending all the money that you rightfully made.
Oh,
So
I
you're
spend
saying you've
it.
only spent it
Oh,
on.
I spend it. I just spend it on the business. So
Okay,
the first thing
but
I
that's
did,
not spending. That's
yeah.
reinvesting in the business.
Yeah, the first thing I did was hire.
Too toxic.
So I wanted. Again,
Wenn
I
mich
really wanted
nicht
to
immer
create
Leute
my
interviewen,
time,
müsste ich
so I
vielleicht eine
wanted to create
Toxic
a
sein.
system where all I had to do was sit down and make content. I didn't have to like edit. I didn't have to do any of that. And then the next thing I bought was the studio. We spent over 100K on our studio. It was like crazy. And then the next thing I'm trying to save for is I want 6 months of salaries because my dad says you have to save up. So if you ever have a bad couple of months, you don't have to like start letting people go. So those are the first 3 things that I bought.
Your dad has got some very good advice for you. Destiny, since you're eager to fight with somebody today, and we will allow that. There's gonna be a lot of that, but let's just keep it cordial.
Yeah.
You've said that some of your family is like rich as hell. You've also
None
said
of my
that
family is rich. Some of my family makes an okay bit of money, but that lifestyle creep is real. I
Okay,
think
that's what
especially
I'm
for
saying.
some immigrant people. Yeah.
Okay, you've basically drawn the comparison that like some of your family is like wealthy on the wealthier side. however you want to define
Warum,
that, and some are,
Alter?
like on the poor, just regular
Warum
people
würde man
side.
sowas machen?
What's the biggest
Ah,
difference
die
in
nervigen
lifestyle and
Dreckskinder,
happiness
ey.
that you've seen between like the spenders and who are getting a lot of
Das
shit,
ist spannend.
consumerism, materialism,
Yeah, I think
versus
that
the more
spending,
minimalist people?
you always think you can spend your way into happiness, but you can't do it. A lot of people try to, and that lifestyle creep is real. Especially if you work in service, like late April rolls around and everybody comes with their tax returns to like waste it on some dumb shit. I worked in a casino. Every time somebody hits a jackpot, they're spending like half of it at the casino immediately, buying their friends steaks and everything. Yeah, I've always avoided that. I drove here in my nice little $40,000 car. I spend a decent amount. I pay $5,000 a month for rent, but like other than that, I don't spend money on anything. Like coming from being poor to being in this lifestyle, when you're poor, it feels like being poor is like a trap, right? Like when you're poor, or at least for me, I wasn't thinking like, God, I wish I could have like a nicer car and a nicer house. I was thinking like, God, I wish I wasn't so fucking stressed about bills. So now that I'm wealthy, I don't want like a really nice car and a nice house. I just want like the freedom to like chill. Like if I don't want to work for a month or a year, like I can do that. Like I have like the opportunity to do whatever I want. Like I think that's the most important thing for me.
Okay, sorry. Nat's asking you to do what? Make sure you're speaking to the mic. By the way, what he said was very important. Nat, go ahead, Nat. What do you want to say?
No, just make sure you speak up for our guests because you know they want to hear everything. You
Gotcha.
Have to say,
Sorry,
so.
I didn't speak
Thanks,
close
Nat.
enough.
Don't be shy.
I'm not
Use your
shy.
voice.
I'm
Look at
not
that
shy.
smile. Let's get a close up on Nat, by the way. Let's look at that smile real quick.
Hello, happy
Hi.
Friday. Make sure you guys like, share, subscribe. Thank you all for joining, and I will be reading all the super chats today.
Very nice. Alex, give me your career background. Like, what were you doing before you got into YouTube, and like, how did you make
I was
your
working
money?
in solar sales, and I was pretty good at my job. I got promoted several times in the span of 3 years. I had a traditional corporate job, and then company I worked for went bankrupt, lost my job, had 2 months of unemployment. I got put in a Facebook group, so I kind of ran with it. In terms of like what I could do, I mean, I don't know. I would say I'm like very similar to Destiny. I don't really spend my money on a bunch of things. I just like to have the freedom. I don't have to worry or stress about bills. There's nothing that I can't really afford, you know, with the exception of. So yeah, that's kind of.
So here, what are you? Would any of you guys identify as minimalists?
Some small extent.
Well, as I show up
Look at
in all
this.
of my own merchandise that I
Okay.
got for free to test.
So
yeah,
I
would
call
say.
myself like a millionaire minimalist, meaning like I don't need a lot to be happy. Everyone has the same big 3 expenses: housing, transportation, and food and beverage. I spend a good amount on my housing. I don't have a car. I haven't had a car in 10 years. I'm very like vocal about that. And I don't have a fancy palate unless I'm taking a girl out to dinner. It's fucking Subway with the boys and chicken wings. That's it, straight up. But here's something, and this is where I want to go to and open this up for dialogue. Our parents, baby boomer generations, there was this mantra. Let me know if you've ever heard this before. There was this mantra back in the 80s. People used to put it on their bumper stickers on their cars. It was, "He who dies with the most toys wins." You ever heard that expression? No. Never?
No.
Can you pull that
I
up,
feel
Nat,
like
real quick?
you had the only parents with that bumper sticker.
No,
I
my
think.
parents
I don't
did
think
not have
anybody
that.
else.
He who dies with the most toys wins. This was basically, it came from like the Wall Street movie, Greed is Good. You've ever heard of Greed is Good?
Yeah.
Okay, we've heard that from Wall Street, Michael Douglas, Charlie Sheen, everything with no, Pearl, any of this? All right, well, anyway, there was an article out in the Washington Post like a handful of years ago, and it was like breaking news. He who dies with the most toys now loses. Okay, and it was like kind of like reaffirming what I basically believe is that what you talked about is why you make your money. Essentially, what Pearl's doing is it's not to get nicer cars, boats, motorcycles, this, that, the other, anything with an engine. You know, say, and you get that engine, just rent it, don't buy it. It's so you can have, keyword, what you have, financial freedom. Just being able to come and go as you please, not having to be at the whim of any job,
Wird
bill,
permanent Bot-Roam mit auf
mortgage,
Twitch.
you know, credit card company just doing you, right? So when you reinvest in your business, what do you see happen? Like, what are you're planting a seed so the tree grows for your business, right? Like, what have you seen? Because in a year, we come back 2 years from now, 5 years from now, you're going to see the tree blossom. You're going to probably have 5 million subscribers at that point. Like, what are the early effects that you've seen from reinvesting in your business rather than like going and popping bottles in the club, so to speak?
Well, the first thing I got was time. Like, I used to do the editing myself, the recruiting myself. Like, I mean, you know firsthand, it's so much work to do a couple live shows a week, like 4 a week. So I was doing all the recruiting, all the editing, everything. So to me, when I reinvested into people, it was just time.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I was excited
When they say
for.
time is money, it's a real freaking thing.
Yeah, and it was to the point, like, this summer, I actually...
Wechsel.
The forest holds many surprises.
I'll take you and your confession back to HQ.
Venture off the beaten path.
Okay. Es one-shottet mich.
So much more to see.
First blood. An ally has been slain.
Just a harmless flower. Such a busy world. Things aren't always what they seem. The forest holds many surprises.
Ally has been slain.
Venture off the beaten path.
trap.
Come closer.
An ally has been slain.
An easy caller.
Wait until my seeds take root. Just a harmless flower. Such a busy world.
Der Shooter.
Things aren't always what they seem.
So dumm.
An ally has been slain.
The forest holds many surprises.
An ally has been slain.
So, it is come to this.
Das macht mir 300 Damage.
Take careful steps.
What? Und. Wie macht die das 300 Damage?
A promising garden.
An enemy has been slain.
So much more to see.
Ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Come closer.
Er nimmt ihn. Er nimmt ihn. Er nimmt ihn! Flash ready.
Harmless flower.
Punch.
Schreib nix, bitte. Das Game. Soll ich immer noch die Passive machen?
Such a busy world. Things aren't always what they seem. The forest holds many surprises. Venture off the beaten path. Shut down. Take careful steps. A promising garden.
Turret plating will fall soon.
So much more to see. Until my seeds take root.
User joined your channel.
Willst du hier?
Such a busy world. Things aren't always what they seem.
You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Take careful steps. A promising garden. So much more to see. Come closer.
Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
User joined your channel.
Ich bin mal schnell.
Du bist doch Admin, du kannst die doch kicken.
Hey,
was soll das?
Ich hab schon Wacker gekickt.
Kann Wacker wieder zurückkommen, wenn du möchtest.
Hast du noch Kontakt mit dem?
Nee.
Wieso nicht?
Ja.
Verstehe ich nicht.
Ja, ist halt so wie es ist, nur der hat mich Diablo halt einfach aufgehalten. Ne?
Oh, jetzt geht's. Was hast du für ein Problem mit Wacker gehabt?
Keins. Ich keins, ne?
Ich auch nicht.
Dafür, dass ihr beide keine Probleme mit dem hattet, habt ihr ziemlich hart in den PUBG immer geflankt, ne? Ich soll das hier so eine Stelle anmerken.
Das stimmt so nicht, Philipp.
Was hast du gerade gesagt, Philipp?
Ihr habt dann immer in PUBG geflankt.
Wir haben den nicht in PUBG geflamed. Wir haben einfach nicht mit ihm gespielt, dann muss man ihn nicht flamen.
Noch richtig hart reingeflamed.
Aber wenn du willst, ich glaube, ich habe Vertigo noch in Steam.
Wer war nochmal Vertigo? War das nicht
Ben?
Den habe ich auch noch in Steam.
Der war doch Big FM hier mit Wacker.
Macht er das?
Ja.
Take careful steps. So much more to see. Wait until my seeds take root.
An enemy has been slain.
Busy world. aren't always what they seem.
An ally has been slain. Dominating.
Ah, ja, 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 ja.
The forest holds many surprises. Choke the life from them.
Immer noch Krankpille.
Mhm.
Guckst doch.
Mhm.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Wait until my seeds take root. Just a harmless flower.
Shut down.
Such a busy world. Things aren't always what they seem. The forest holds many surprises.
Enemy killing spree.
200 Damage.
Oh, ich spiele schon wieder Challenger Games. Damon Kia hat sich umbenannt. Philipp.
Die haben doch auch richtig aufgehört, oder?
Da ist ein Deep plus Kia.
Sind die nicht letztes Jahr auch schon anders?
Wie heißen die jetzt?
D plus. Wo sind sie hier? Damon Kia.
Hört sich ungesund an. Auf jeden Fall.
Ich will mal einfach zu Baron gehen, weil sonst immer gleich aufgeht.
Damon Gaming Kia rebrands to D plus Kia.
Ich hab keine Lust, das zu spielen. Nee, useless.
Es zeigt gar nicht mehr an, welche Champions die Leute in den Games spielen. Oder spielst du gerade eine Fiddlesticks, Philipp?
Ja, ich spiele Fiddlesticks.
Hast du gerade eine Aria, also?
Ich spiele gerade Aria.
Ach, witzig, dann. Okay, dann müsstest jetzt dieses Icon ist der Champion, den du spielst, da steht nicht mehr der Name.
Lol, ist jetzt richtig fancy geworden.
Ich sehe es, krass.
I was on a credit card, like I didn't have any money left, and because I knew I'd get paid. You know how YouTube works; it's like a month delayed.
Yep.
But like I paid other people before I even paid myself because I just wanted time back. Because in the first like 3 months it was hell. Oh my god, it was hell.
And now?
That's fun. Yeah.
Now she's
fun.
doing it.
Yeah.
I love Pearl's demeanor. Destiny, you're making good money with YouTube. You do good. I think you're actually a very necessary voice in this world, especially in the red pill world, because you give a counter argument. When are you going to drop a couple G's on some new clothes?
The problem is it's a rat race, okay? Because if I upgrade my threads, people are going to say I need new shoes. If I get new shoes, people are going to say I need new fucking whatever.
Yeah,
You know, there's
some
like,
people might
listen,
say that,
there's
but
like,
some
there's-
people might say that's just a cop-out, that's an excuse. You can go buy a couple jeans for 30
No,
bucks.
well, hold on. You asked me. The reality is, I
Yes.
just don't give a fuck. Okay, I come
That's
here to
the
say
answer
what I
I
have
was
to
looking
say.
for.
I don't care that much.
That's
Okay?
it.
What do guys buy clothes for? for girls, for money, for job. I already have all three. Why the fuck would I upgrade my fucking clothes?
But even your girl,
I'm trying to impress you.
Even your girl, okay, brother.
Yeah.
Even your girl is gonna be like, baby, the same sweatpants again.
Listen, if Melina wants me to upgrade my shit, I'll do it for her. Okay.
So she doesn't want you to do that?
I don't think she cares.
What about the little stain you have right here?
What stain? What are you talking about? They're black pants. I don't have any stains here. Fuck
Okay.
you. Nice try.
I'm just saying, you
Yeah?
can afford some extra jeans. You
Okay,
can
listen,
afford some
well,
pants.
How much does a new razor blade cost? What do you got going on over here, house? Huh?
Yeah, with same beard you
Yeah.
got, boss.
This is a beard, okay? That's a 5 o'clock shadow from the next day, okay? Calm down there, buddy.
All right.
Anyway.
What does he have?
He's got a beard.
Okay. So you're saying I'm not on your level.
This guy knows. This guy links me a website for tea.
Okay.
He knows his shit. Yeah, ask that guy.
Cuts.com?
Yeah.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
shit, sorry, I can't say it.
All right, so let's shift. Let's help the advice out. We got to know the panel. Destiny ain't fucking spending $1 on some new sweatpants. He's rocking it anyway. He has a girlfriend.
By the way, if you like them, store.destiny.gg. Buy your own, guys. Yeah.
You sell these sweatpants?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is me.
Oh, I didn't
Little
see
guy.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so give
A
yourself a
walking
plug.
billboard. I just
Okay.
did.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Round table here.
Oh, and
Let's-
follow me on my Twitter at Destiny the Game. Apparently, is what you link. So thanks. I work for a bunch of.
What is it?
We changed it. We
Okay,
Oh
gotcha.
shit. Okay, I'm
All
sorry.
right, Destiny. Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed today?
As many of you
What's your best advice for young men out there making 30, 40, 50 grand a year? How can they get to 100 grand? How can they get to the level where you're at today? What's your best advice?
The most important piece of advice, this is only for people younger than 18, is, oh my God, try in school. I have never met an intelligent person over the age of 18 that says, oh, I think I tried hard enough in school. Dude, always push a little more. Whether you have to study a little bit more or whatever, there are so many opportunities open to you before 18 that trying harder in school will get you. And if you blow those up, like if you know, once you hit like 20, 21, 22, once you've settled into like the working rhythm, things get way, 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 way harder in life. So yeah, study a little bit more.
So your advice to
Little bit
younger
more.
people
Yeah.
is like, do good in school.
Yeah, do seriously.
Like
but
school
like
is
seriously.
is not overrated.
It's absolutely not.
Okay,
Just a
what's your
little bit.
advice for the 22-year-old guy who just graduated school, 25-year-old guy who's just, even a 30-year-old guy who's not killing it right now? What's your advice for that?
For rough financial advice, I would say that you brought up something earlier.
Also,
like how much money you have.
schlieft ab und zu, hättest du eigentlich in die Nase rein oder so.
Was?
Ne, hast du richtig gehört.
Also das muss man von niemand, von dir, du darfst das niemand sagen, ne?
Ganz ruhig, Johannes, ne? Ich type so laut, dass es selbst von den Nachbarn hören.
Ich tue aber auch nicht andere Leute dafür schämen, Philipp. Das ist der Unterschied zwischen uns zwei. Ich weiß, das hörst du nicht gern, aber das ist so.
Du sagst zu Matze immer, dass er Telefonmast ist, ne?
Ja, gut, da hat er aber auch recht mit. Ne?
Richtig toxisch.
So I call it having a game plan for your money. There's two aspects to your game plan. There's income and there's expenses. People focus on the income, that's your offense. They don't realize
Ja, du hast gar kein Fiddlesticks gerade gespielt.
Klar, hab ich Fiddlesticks gespielt.
Du hast gerade Ash gespielt und hast geintet.
Ich hab Fiddlesticks gespielt.
Er hat nicht geintet. War einfach ein absolutes AIDS-Game.
Ja, das ist ja auch das beste Symbol, das es gibt. Party-Fiddlesticks.
Ich dachte, League ist inzwischen fancy geworden. Hast du gerade Ari gespielt, Asa? Wäre das ein Zufall gewesen?
Ja, ich hab wirklich Ari gespielt.
Aber weil das Johannes hat Zyra drin, du hast Ari drin.
Warum habe ich denn Ari drin? Ich habe Ari dreimal gespielt in meinem Leben gefühlt.
Ich habe Shen drin.
Ja, Ari Aram hast du drin.
Wird das, ja, ich wollte gerade sagen, es wird nicht der mit den höchsten Punkten angezeigt, ne, weil Bill hat nicht die höchsten Punkte auf Fiddle.
Doch, ich bin Fiddle Main. Digga! Ich kenne nur meine Fiddle-Zeit nicht von früher.
Philipp ist kein Fiddle, Philipp ist eher so ein bisschen der Syndra-Abuser, als er noch richtig broken war.
Ich bin der Matze und Spion.
Okay.
Das macht ja echt keinen Sinn. Also, ich weiß nicht, wovon das abhängig ist.
Ich glaube, wenn du nichts einstellst, dann ist es der Champion aus dem letzten Game oder so ein Schmarrn.
Aber kann man das überhaupt einstellen?
Ja, kannst du einstellen. Kannst du in ein Profil gehen und aussuchen, was du da haben willst.
Geht das?
Das sag ich dir nicht. Deswegen hast du für immer Ari.
Will das nicht.
Und ich hab Surprise Party Fiddlesticks.
Weil ich wollte gerade sagen, also. Ich hätte es jetzt auch verstanden, wenn jetzt Ari irgendwie das höchste von mir gerackt wäre, aber das passt nicht.
Das ist irgendwie, ich glaube, das letzte oder so. Irgendwie das letzte oder irgend so komische Regel. Also das.
Ist Yumi ist nicht gebannt, es ist Serie Yumi.
Aber Pille, wo macht man das?
Du schau ins Profil klicken, das ist so ein riesiges Rädchen.
Was mir nicht gefällt, ist
Ach,
die
hier, Set
Insta-Live-Streaming machen.
Ja, ich dodge, wenn Yumi kommt.
Und wenn du Ultimate Skin hast, dann bewegt er sich sogar.
Boah, verrückt, Alter.
Ja.
Erstmal Seraphin reinmachen.
Philipp dodged.
Alter, Seraphin reingemacht, der Verrückte. Direkt wieder auf Malzahn rein.
Interesting.
Was kommt jetzt, Yasuo oder Jon? Ich sag Yasuo.
Dagegen ganz schön Garbage.
Nein, das ist ein Gegnerteam. Neko.
Follow the money, because once you make the money, you can work on your passion. I.e.,
Nico,
I
Nico,
worked in
Nico.
finance for 15 years, made money, and now I'm passionate about
Nico,
this shit.
Nico,
I still do my job, but this is what I'm passionate about. The challenge is when you follow your passion, and let's say your
So spielen wir
passion
jetzt die
is
Arkan-Caitlyn oder
basketball
spielen wir die
or
Haslan-Caitlyn?
makeup or baseball
Die
cards.
Haslan-Caitlyn.
You might not be able to monetize that, and then you're 35 years old. You're like, but I was following my passion. But I do agree. What you should do
Digga,
is
schon
follow
9,
what
ja.
you're passionate about, where you can make money,
Ja.
and where those two intersect
schon wieder
is where you can
9 Uhr,
focus
was
on.
soll
I just think with the internet, like, because I'm thinking of another thing I'm passionate
Das ist
about. which is,
normal,
like,
ganzen
volleyball,
Tag wieder
right?
wasted
And
as
I'm thinking
fuck.
with the internet, there's so many ways you
Ich
can
habe
combine
jetzt
the
das
two.
erste
So,
Mal
like,
in
if I
meinem
was gonna
Leben
do
an einem
volleyball, I'd
Ticket
probably do,
surrendered.
you know, something with volleyball content or like
Dann haben wir
teaching.
gesagt, ich schaff's nicht. Das ist zu kompliziert für mich.
Du
Ich
hast schon dein
check's
erstes
nicht.
Ticket
Do
gemacht,
not
schau
quit
was
your day job
passiert.
and focus on volleyball.
Mhm.
I know. I actually, it's funny. I was offered a pro contract in the
Das ist
fall,
schon wieder so
and I was gonna
Back-End-Heavy
go
Shit
either
machen
Portugal or
und das ist halt
Germany,
einfach.
but the YouTube stuff was going, so I had to make a choice.
Da hätte ich
But
Unterstützung
this is
gebraucht.
exactly what I'm
Und
saying,
gerade keine
bro.
Zeit zu
You're kinda
Your
right,
unterstützen.
passion
you're
is
kinda right.
volleyball.
Sorry.
You can make approximately $14 from volleyball. You can make $1 million
Aber
in a
richtiger
year
Shit.
doing YouTube.
Yeah.
Might as well work.
Yeah, but I was
Richtiger
passionate
Shit.
about both, but yeah, you're right. You're
Ich
right.
habe, glaube ich, 30
Hey,
Tickets
but
oder so
it's
rumliegen
like
und hoffe
that.
einfach, dass
Take
die
that
geschrieben
W
haben,
right
auch
there.
vergessen haben.
That's a win
My
right
dad
Kann mir
there.
mal
just
einer
always told
erklären,
me he
wieso
didn't
die
care
Gegner
if we
einen
were passionate about
Master-Spieler
something
im
because
Jungle
we
haben?
decided to
Philipp auf dem Main ist.
Ja, aber der ist ja nicht mehr gerankt seit 5 Seasons.
Ich glaube. Viele, wo das ist. Hm? Noch gar kein Master.
Die Belve fürs Master. 253 Punkte. Ich hab die schlaue App. Die dir,
Hast du gesagt, willst du wieder, dass ich cancelled werde?
Ach, das stimmt bestimmt am Stream.
Was hast du gerade gesagt? Das N-Wort gesagt. Gibt es irgendein Wort, das YouTube Auto erkennt und dich direkt...
Fuck.
Fuck. Quatsch.
Also es hat einige Autoerkennungen inzwischen. Wenn du in der
Ja,
ersten
aber-
Sekunde, egal welche Beleidigung oder Schimpfwort sagst, wirst du meistens demonetarisiert. Ist jetzt aber ganz neu. Und Fuck war immer das böse Wort bei YouTube, das immer Auto erkannt.
Richtig so alle weg. War der ganze Schmutz von YouTube gemacht, ne?
Warte mal, ist
Philipp,
meine...
du bist halt derjenige, der es gerade gesagt hat, ne? Nur
Ja.
mal so.
Ich streame ja auch nicht.
Perfekt.
Oh, Johannes, ich habe vielleicht ein Problem.
Immer ein Problem, aber.
Oh nein.
The forest holds many surprises.
Minions have spawned.
Meine App geht nicht mehr. Ich kann nicht mal mehr hier rein.
Meine Tastatur ist gerade einfach abgestürzt.
Abgestürzt. Fahr sie wieder hoch.
Heb sie wieder auf.
Ja, das ist halt, wenn man so kabellosen Dreck kauft.
Das stimmt allerdings.
Das ist halt echt so.
Man muss, glaube ich, nachts laden. Ja, ich habe es jetzt eingesteckt. Es sollte eigentlich funktionieren. Ich hoffe, dass sie nicht abkackt, sonst.
Take careful steps.
Die Nico, der richtig Bock spielt.
Bist du lucky? Nee, du hast nicht.
Ich habe nicht alles gekriegt, aber fast.
Naja, aber der Q hätte eigentlich gar keinen verdient gehabt.
So, ich habe die perfekt geranged. Dachte
Auf
nur, die-
einen Minion.
Nee, ich dachte, ich krieg alle 3, aber die haben weniger Damage gemacht, als ich gedacht habe. Wieso stehen die so death? Ich würde sagen, die sind doch vor uns Level 2. Ist die so weak?
Haben Sie jetzt eigentlich Patch Notes gemacht für heute?
Ja. Wow. Morgen ist ja auch Patch.
Ja, ich hab gedacht, das 10.
Alter, schlecht.
Ja, die machen immer, geben immer amerikanisches Datum an, glaube ich.
Naja,
Ja.
ich bin da ja nie so am Laufenden, wann genau wie was.
Merkst du, die poken uns gar nicht, Johannes? Die sind dumm irgendwie, kann das sein?
Jetzt gerade probiert die Lü, aber die ist dann in alles reingelaufen, was es so gab. So. Alter, ich outtrade eine Lulu gerade. Oh, das ist gefährlich.
Ja, aber guck mal, ich auto-attack die und die geht nicht hinterher. Keine Ahnung, ob die dumm ist. Aber Jungle ist da.
Bist du hochgelaufen? Warum?
Wo hätte ich denn hinlaufen sollen?
Einfach hier nach unten.
Das ist das fucking Ding.
Du hattest Flash!
Die Bellweth irgendwas usen?
Die hat geflasht.
Ja, Flash.
Ah, die flasht.
Ja, die hat geflasht. Die hat mir hinterher geflasht. Die hat dem seinen Red Buff gemacht.
Promising garden. The forest holds
Topside, wir müssen durchdrücken. Die ist Topside.
Alter Johannes, entspann dich. Ich bin kein ADC Main Challenger Player. Dann spiel keine Normals.
Hat das mit Challenger zu tun, wenn ich es dir legit in der vorher sag?
Nein! Bist du mich? Oh, Scheiße. Alter. 4 Minuten Row gemistet. Das wird nicht Double Chain oder was? So. Stimmt, what the fuck?
Die Scheiße.
always what they seem. Come closer. So much more to see.
Freezen oder so. Mhm.
Such a busy world.
Also Pink Ward Comedies wird. Nee, hä? 8 Stunden.
Nee, aber die gerade über die Wand hat die was. Das war keiner von. Also es war die Topset.
Nächstes Mal ist er tot. Die 6. The
forest holds many surprises. Boom, headshot.
Totally know what.
2 Kills sind. Ehrlich, ja. Warts in dem.
Ja, aber er hat nicht gesehen. Aber maybe doesn't matter. Nein. Verdammt. Oh, please left this.
War die in dem Busch?
Ne, keine Ahnung. Bin schon ewig weg.
Venture off the beaten path.
Eine Dive. Sag mir, du gewinnst es.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Sogar durch.
Come closer.
An enemy has been slain.
So much more to see. Such a busy world. A promising plan.
Dash ult ready.
The forest holds many surprises.
Alles direkt drauf. Flash für den Dive.
Den Bellwurf nicht.
Hm?
Den Bellwurf nicht.
Ich glaube, du gewinnst es.
Das ist Stopp-Sound.
Das ist top.
Wait until my sleep take root.
Jo. Noch eine Plate.
Venture off the beaten path.
10 wieder Ult. Ich glaube, wir machen noch eine Plate.
Die können wir noch machen, aber da muss ich gehen. Bin komplett low.
Nicht der Bellwurf gegen Harold.
Komm jetzt Andi nicht weg.
Ja, geh ruhig.
Ups, okay.
Ich will nur hier die.
Wir können die Wave, die pusht, das ist okay. Hier kommt. Das ist fett.
Bellwurf.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Ist sie fett? Ist nicht mehr fett.
Ja, doch, die hat ihr Item. Der G hat nix. Den Busch, oder?
Ich glaube, zwischen gibt die W von Lulu.
A promising garden.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The forest holds many surprises. Just a minute. Just a harmless flower.
Oh no.
Venture off the beaten path.
Serie kommt entgegen. Ja, anders.
Things aren't always what they seem.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Legendary.
So So much more to see. Such a busy world.
Der Damage von dem, ja.
An ally has been slain.
Take careful steps.
Mann. What? Oh, sie hat's.
Ich will weglaufen. Ich sehe, steht das Stats for free. Oh, ich war auch nicht oben rum, Alter.
Kann ja nicht bleiben, I guess.
Center of the beam has destroyed
Your turret has been destroyed.
Things aren't always what
Kinda disgusted.
come closer.
Enemy killing spree.
So much more to see.
Oh, er ist hier.
Such bravery will revolve in me.
Aquatic Strong. Und das FF oder was? Wir müssen nämlich jedes gerne retten. Es ist nur einer, der fett ist, wenn wir die irgendwie catchen.
Das ist die Serie ist auch fett und
Was müsst ihr sagen?
The harvest is upon us.
Shut down.
kein Damage in Dude, Alter.
Take care.
What the fuck?
An enemy has been slain.
Fuck.
Cooldown, wer hatte das schon wieder? E und V ready. Wie hat der beides jetzt wieder? Wechselst aber an seinem Je und One-Shot an unserem I.
Just a harmless flower.
Jetzt machen sie Burn, ne?
Wait until my seeds take root.
Hm?
An enemy has been slain. Your memory.
Muss nicht vielleicht. Ist halt einfach wieder Full Life. Was sind diese verschissenen Viecher so stark?
Passiv gestorben. Weil ich nebendran stand.
Ich darf nicht mal flashen, aber Alter, das ist einfach Full Life.
Alter, ich darf nicht mal Sonja, ich sterb im CC. Okay. Ich spiele kein.
Jesus.
Has been destroyed.
So, wer hat gefeedet? Wer war's?
Yeah, that's what my dad would tell me.
I would say you have to find
Der
that
macht
balance.
hier mit
If you're
5
all about the
Damage.
money, you're gonna get
Nein,
punked out. You have
mit
no
4.
idea how many guys I know that went to Wall Street, started working at Wall Street firms in their early 20s.
Aber der hat 6
And by the
Kills,
time
ne?
they're fucking 30, they had $1 million in the bank and they have like no hair left. Like they're on suicide watch because their entire life was just consumed in
Keine
money.
Ahnung, Dinger, das
And like,
Solo-Game
there's
gemacht
no
oder
balance
was?
with that. But if you're only about your
Krass,
passion
keine Ahnung,
and you're
das mit
broke as shit,
Tracking, Alter,
that's also a bad
250 LP ist
situation
halt
to
schon
be in.
übel,
So
Mann.
finding that happy medium.
I think you have to find like jobs to empower your hobbies. I think
Aber
that's
das
the
ist wieder
key.
Das spielt halt nur, die ist halt Velvet Main wahrscheinlich auch noch.
Like I went to school for music and
Bin
everything, but I had my
voll
job on the side because
Ja,
realistically,
ich spiele viel Velvet.
schon 230k Punkte auf der ollen Fotze.
So yeah,
Spielt
finding the
viel
balance is
Velvet.
important because not everybody can make
Ja,
it.
ich weiß halt nicht, wieso man dann Normals
Like if
spielt.
you have
Also
a
ist
passion,
halt
that's good, but like you have to make sure you
Ja, alles gerade
monetize it.
So here, I have one addendum
Ja,
to
vielleicht
that.
auch, vielleicht
I'm
auch
not
mit
gonna try to
irgendeinem
one-up
Mate
you,
oder so,
just
der
one
halt unter
addendum.
Dings halt
Ja, aber komm on, du spielst irgendwie 237 LP Master-Spieler, spielt normal sein Main
I'm
Champion.
not
Das ist halt
shocked that I'm
einfach.
hosting a show.
Ja,
I
einfach
was
eine
like always
Fotze.
a funny kid in school. I was always loud. I did stand-up comedy for years. I was a club promoter. I was a nightlife guy. I was always good with networking, socializing. So I got into sales, and I was very comfortable as an extrovert, understanding that I am this type of person. And I was like, all right, how can I make money with this type of personality? Well, sales, networking, being the business guy like that. So there's two pieces of advice here, and then I want to get your advice, Alex. So here's my advice, and this is for the people at home.
Hey.
Are you an introvert or are you an extrovert?
Krass.
Which one are you? Pick one. Pick
Alter, ich hab
I'm an
Galactic
extrovert.
A4
Okay, you
bekommen.
might be more of an introvert. I don't know.
Ich hab
You're an
Albon
introvert. Okay,
gekriegt.
cool. So there's two things you can do.
Galactic
If you're an
A4.
extrovert, the way you can monetize
Bin
being
einfach
an extrovert is
galaktisch.
get into something with sales, networking, social dynamics, interacting with people. Understand that. If you're an
Blood Fairy
introvert,
Renekton
there's something
gekriegt.
called the riches are in the niches. Be fucking
It's a
great at
fairy.
something very specific, where you, whether it's a doctor, an accountant, a tax guy, whatever it is, engineer, and you can sit there in front of a computer, YouTuber, and you understand analytics and data. And
Alter,
just
und ein
fucking be the
Schneemann
man.
als
Now,
Wortskin.
where you can be the
Bin
GOAT
los, right?
is where you can blend those two skills, be
Richtig
the
groß,
best
die Kode.
at one specific skill set, but also
Wieso hab ich einen
using your
Wortskin
social
gekriegt?
like equity right there.
Ja,
and
anscheinend
combining
jeder, wenn
those,
ich genau.
and that's amazing.
Gab's
So look at
irgendein
Pearl.
Ding?
Pearl is a
Ich hab
very,
den Conqueror
very
Award
good question
gekriegt.
asker. Very good. I've noticed about that. So
Gab's irgendein
would you
Event?
say that you're a very high extrovert or not really?
Irgendein Event.
I'm in the 97th percentile for extroversion.
There
When I
she
took the
is.
test, yeah.
Okay. So what you're good at is if you used your extrovert skills, 97%. Somehow she knows that. But also I would say that you're very high technical ability. Like you understand YouTube, or you understand how to delegate YouTube. Okay? And you combine those. So it's no secret, because I see you do your panel, you're asking questions of a wide range of people, but you understand how to delegate the introvert skills, right? And that's why I think you've had so much success, and the shorts.
Yeah, it's really important to know what you're bad at and outsource it. I would
Yes.
say, like for example, I'm not great at managing people. Like I just got too much going on. I
Yeah.
can't manage all these people.
You can barely
But-
manage your own schedule, Pearl. I've had to help you fucking clean up your act of the last week.
That's
Okay,
true.
Pearl will be stuck
I never know
crying
where-
in a goddamn airport right now if it weren't for your voice sauce.
I would not. I found my car. I found my car.
She was like reliving, dude, where's my car? Okay.
Oh my gosh.
But we found it.
Look
Ja,
at it.
ja, ja.
But
Pille
it's
ist jetzt
really
wieder
good
traurig,
to,
oder
like,
was?
be able to outsource that stuff. So like I found a
Ich
manager
bin
that
schon
can
wieder
help
ready in
manage
Queue,
people,
aber.
because
Ist denn da in der
I'm
Lobby?
not very good at attention to detail, so it was really good for me to outsource that
Yes.
because that's just not a skill of mine.
What I fully agree with is recognize what you're good at, double down on that, and what
Versuch's
you're
immer wieder
not
nach.
good at, delegate.
Du willst nicht mehr mitspielen.
Okay. You're
Anders.
very good at understanding
Nö.
dynamics and dating, right?
Yeah.
How did you get to that, and how were you able to basically
Mats versucht
start
mich immer still und
monetizing
heimlich in
your
dieses
skill set?
Wait, can I
Reflex
first before I
Q
answer that?
Sure.
Disagree with this.
As
reinzubringen.
many of you know, I was
Reflex
just
ist einfach nur normal. Wenn du nicht willst, bist du
I
schuld.
don't.
Feel
It
free,
begins.
Alex.
Nee.
It begins.
He's looking for
Stress
that.
du ihm immer.
I
Careful, I
think
got a
that.
98%
Stress.
on my
Stress.
so I'm very extroverted. Be
Mit
careful.
Stress.
I think college is overrated for the vast majority of majors. This is coming from someone who
But
wants a
let's
really good
serious
school and
name.
a scholarship for it. All my friends who I've talked to who graduate from
Oh,
college,
ich nehme das nicht serious.
most of them are miserable with their jobs.
Du bist Aram-Spieler, du nimmst super serious. Du flamest mich, wenn ich im Aram Spaß hab.
Nein.
Aram ist schon nicht dafür da, um Spaß zu haben.
Der toxischste Spieler ever.
Ja.
That people need.
Das war ja auch
So, for
sein,
example, I
ne?
have a friend who works at Trader Joe's. but he does,
Jesus
like,
Christ,
the
oh,
marketing
ja.
videos with me. So I got him to start a photography business, right? Because people need photo shoots. Like a lot of people.
Geh mal
have
lieber hier
photos, right?
PoE spielen.
His whole angle
Wer
is
ist denn
to
da?
Hab ich den
photos
ganzen
for people's
Tag.
fingers.
Ja.
So
Oh,
having
jetzt
a
wird.
niche,
Hast du einen
that
Spiegel
something
gedroppt?
that people need.
Ja, dann hast du nicht genug gespielt, ne?
If you're doing STEM, go to
So
college.
einfach
Aber ich
ist
hab,
es.
ich hab ein Fünftel von einem Spiegel.
You're
Ja.
about to open up a can of whoop ass.
Das ist kein ganzer Spiegel, ne? Was machst du nicht?
Und warum eigentlich Spiegel? Das hört sich so scheiße an auf
When you tune
Deutsch.
into
Ja,
these kinds of
ist
shows,
doch mir
you
egal.
get advice for
Sammel
how to
still
manage your
jetzt.
finance to be successful. This
Nee,
advice
Pille.
is being applied to like the top 1% of people.
Ich
For
will
most
das
people, it doesn't
nicht.
matter, right? When I was working at a carpet cleaner, there is no like invest in yourself or figure out the skill set that you have to like do things that are better than other people. Most people just don't have the types of
Jetzt wollte ich
skills
grad fast
naturally in
Spiegel
areas that are in ultra high demand. If you did, most people could be successful or be in these positions. But for every one person you see that was able to start a YouTube business, there's a million people behind him that tried and failed miserably. The reason why I like college is because college is just a very safe and secure path to an almost guaranteed end goal where you have like some sort of job that's paying you like a decent amount of money, assuming you don't do anything stupid in the process, like going to out-of-state schools, paying tuition abroad for like a random arts degree that's not going to pay you anything, assuming you're not coming from a wealthy family. I just like college because it puts you on a solid path. If there are things that you feel like you have an aptitude for that you can do better, like if you're incredibly entertaining, if you've got a skill set that's high in demand in certain industries, then yeah, sure, like try there. But for the vast majority of people listening, as much as we talk about like hustle culture and drop shipping and all that shit, like there'll be people that I see online talk about having like 7 streams of like fucking revenue, and they're making like $22 a month on each of them. Like these people are busting their ass, working all day, reading white papers they can't understand about crypto that they're going to go broke on, trying to drop ship on the side and selling like 52 cents of shit on Amazon, and that's just the reality for most people. So yeah, I like the solid, reliable path, assuming you don't have another skill that you can lean into.
What
But most people.
do you agree that some majors are useless? I'm just
No
curious.
major is useless. Some majors don't make money. But people talk about like useless majors, like the only point of college is to make money. Like,
It
having,
comes
like,
down to ROI.
So
Which
that's
people
right.
don't understand, of course.
ROI, but when we talk about ROI, the return part there of that investment, the return can be cultural. We need art majors, we need history majors, we need English majors. It's an important part of having a functioning society. College shouldn't just be a jobs training program. There should be other things that we learn and we have like exemplified in society as well, I think.
Yeah, if you're going there purely for the education factor and you just want to get like an education, then sure. But most people aren't doing it. They're doing it because they want to get a job. And most of the people, like the people who follow, like, I don't know, marketing majors, accounting majors, they all pretty much hate their jobs. Like, none of them are really happy for what I see.
Yeah, but I mean, if they wouldn't have gone to school, they're going to be happy anyway. Like, what I mean, like, it's not like if they would have like flunked school or not done it. They're like, oh, I'm so much happier working at Wendy's or
I
whatever.
mean, I agree with you that like there's a lot of glorified things like drop shipping that probably are not for the average person. But there's little things you can do like video editing. If you can learn video editing, there's gonna be a whole bunch of people who will hire you.
No, stop. I'm going to hold you guys to this. How many people, realistically, the percentage of people listening right now could make money video editing on YouTube? It's like less than 1%.
If there's a good video editor, you email me, I will give you a job.
Yeah, but how much money can that person make?
No, I
good
actually
enough. If they're good
disagree.
at their craft.
They're about the video editing. Like I had like a lot of my contractors didn't know like literally anything about video editing, and we trained them.
And you had to train them.
These are people in third world countries.
Yeah,
with no
okay. I'm
skills.
glad you brought that up because I'm going to say you're hiring people in
Yeah,
India to
10
video
minutes.
edit, which makes it even harder for the average person listening to make money video editing. So if you want to pay somebody like $5 or $20 to edit a video, for the people listening at home, that's even more difficult for you.
The guy in Nigeria makes roughly 10K a
Die
month.
Welle auf du.
10K a month.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so if
for-
you're a Nigerian and you're listening, then I guess the
Bro, 99%
There's a
of
dude in
people are
Nigeria making
incompetent.
10K a month. That's the king of Nigeria.
So he started hiring his friends, like he did. Yeah.
Because the reality is, as somebody that's hired video editors, even of the majority of video editors that know how to edit videos and apply to like positions to work for me, most of these people aren't even that good. So the average viewer at home is not going to pick up video editing unless you've got like an aptitude for it. But in that case, you're already like a very slim minority.
Okay,
of people.
can I just kind of like?
It's your show. You can do whatever you want.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tighten
Do
this
it.
up and put the circle together. Everyone has a point here because what we're talking about is essentially is you got to figure out what's right for you. The problem is that we all have to make these life decisions at 18. What are you going to do for the rest of your life? It's like, dude, I don't know. I'm 18. I'm just trying to get laid. Okay, but the problem is, what major you're going to pick? Where are you going to go to? ROI. What the hell is ROI? I can barely even spell, and I got to spell ROI. What you said exactly was, yeah, well, you need music majors. You need people. This is the same argument that people make where they're like, you tell Adam, you tell people to save that money, save that money. We need to spend money so the economy stays on. I'm like, oh, so now it's your fucking job to keep the economy alive? No, it's your job to keep your economy alive. So yes, I do agree we need music majors and theater majors and art majors and majors that don't pay shit. But do you want to be
As
dead
in
broke because you're contributing to society? I don't know about that.
Okay, wait, hold on. It's such a dumb straw man. If you're broke as fuck, you come from a broke family, you shouldn't be going to school to be a PhD history major, right? Obviously, I agree with that. But I'm saying, like, for people from middle class families that want to go to school and do like other things like history and art, I just don't like that. There's this concept of like a worthless degree, and it's like knowledge and education and like the expansion of like our whole understanding of the world. I think it's important, even though I don't make a lot of money. But I'm not going to tell a kid.
Don't have a good ROI.
If you're only measuring return in terms of income, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I have a worthless degree. I went to BU Business School.
Wenn
I
da
have a
5
marketing degree.
Late
It's been
Champions
completely
sind,
worthless
das
in my career.
Yeah, mine's been worthless.
I think we're saying two separate things, and they can both be valid. What he's saying is, hey, if you go to school, hear me out. If you go to school and you get a degree, there's going to be some merit in that. There's going to, even if you don't kill it, make a lot of money, and have debt, you're still contributing to society. You're still going to have a job. You're going to have all that. And then the other position is like, yeah, well, the kind of the reason that you're going to school and taking out college loans and getting degrees is so you can make more money in life. If not, just don't go to college. So like, it's kind of two sides of the same coin. Does that make sense?
I don't know. The only merit that's been to my degree is the fact that I got
Pass mal auf, ne? Also, wenn du so weitermachst, ne? Dann
You
gehst
can
du
say that, but the numbers.
Aber heide,
it has been completely worthless for the marketing of my business. I have learned more watching YouTube videos about marketing than I did during 4 years in college, and I actually had good grades.
100% agree. You
But
can
again,
learn
hold
more
on,
on
that's
YouTube
gonna
than
apply
in
to a
class.
specific subset of people that you see on stage. Like the people that can't learn aren't making it up here. They're at home earning nothing.
Ja, Johannes isst immer Chips.
Ja, aber du hast gerade deinen Mund vollgestopft.
Trying to make it online, doing some crazy side hustle, like following Instagram stories. Most people can't make it in the YouTube world. Most people can't self-teach. If they could, schools wouldn't exist.
Yeah, well, one of the things I always say
There'd be no
is
such thing as tutors.
One of the things I always say is most people are most people.
Yeah,
Okay, there's
for sure.
very few A students. There's very few F students. Most people are in between. For every fucking valedictorian, there's another idiot that didn't show up to class. Everyone is kind of between. It's your job to improve yourself. What's the term that they talk about learning on yourself? Autodidactic
or something.
What is that exactly? What you can just learn on your own? It's exactly what you could do on YouTube. I think YouTube was one of the best inventions ever. If you are a autodidact and you're willing to improve by yourself and you want to just dedicate days, months, years of your life learning, oh my God, the things you could do on YouTube and in Google. Back in the day, you're 32?
34.
34. You got great skin though. That's what it is. How old are you?
I'm 33.
33. You're 26. Nat's still 21 somehow.
You just turned 16.
But back in the day, what we used to have encyclopedias,
Britannica and
the
shit.
card catalog. You young kids have no. I feel like I sound like an 80-year-old man right now. You have no idea how hard it was. You could just Google something, YouTube something, Instacart something, Uber something. Everything's at the tip of your finger.
Sure, but I think it's important to recognize that, like, we say that, like, all the information is available on the internet. If people could learn on their own, we would have the fucking smartest society in the world right now. Everybody would be learning
people
everything.
are lazy.
Most people are most
Which is why most people need teachers and colleges.
They're going to be lazy in college.
I'd also like to offer. I know you said
As many of you know,
people can't teach learn on their own. I agree. One thing that I did when I lived in Milwaukee was I actually called C-level executives and asked them to like meet with me to get like career advice. A lot of people in positions that you want to be in are willing to meet with you and like mentor. Like if someone called you and said, "Will you mentor me?" If they chased you down enough, a lot of times like these people will say yes.
Yeah,
like I got the CIO of Harley Davidson to meet with me, and that's $1 billion.
Most people, when they make money, I ask people this all the time. I said, all right, if you had $5 million, $10 million, $100 million, what would you do with your free time? All right, what would you do? And everyone says first thing, I travel. I want to see the world. I travel. Obviously, okay, cool. When you're done traveling, you're sick and tired. What do? You want to pursue a passion because you've already made your money. You would do it for free. The third thing is they want to give back and they want to donate. When you've made money and you've done stuff in your life, all you want to do is give back to society. That's why how you're able to meet with these people because they're like, oh, here's this young girl that wants to learn. Hey, come right here, bro.
Yeah, and I did that with my manager too. He was the manager at the Daily Wire, and like he ended
Ben
up
Shapiro's platform.
He ended up like quitting his job to manage me. But it all started with me. It all started with me saying, "Hey, could I have some help with YouTube?" And I was just DMing like big media companies and just asking like some of their managers. And some say no, but there's ways around it if you don't want to spend.
I love this topic. I love this topic. Who are some of your mentors? Like, who are people you were like? Because Destiny wasn't always the smartest guy in the room. You must have had to gone to somebody to teach.
Self-made. I'm an island.
No man is an island. Who said that?
Streaming didn't exist when I started as a business.
Yeah, but you
unironically.
must have had some inspiration. Are you really going to be that guy that's saying
I
that
am
there's
that guy.
nobody?
Yeah, nobody.
There's nobody you looked up
Who
to.
the fuck would I look up to? There were no other streamers at the time.
In life, you have nobody you look up to?
No.
This is really bad advice, Destiny. This is like horrible advice. Worst advice ever.
I thought you looked up to me.
Good one. Maybe when we're both standing side by side, but no.
So there's nobody that you're like, all right, that guy's
No, but I'm
kinda-
an exception. Like obviously, because my industry was brand new. I was like, I grew up
I'm
like
not
really
talking about
independent.
work. I'm just talking about in life.
No,
There's
and I'm-
nobody.
yeah, no.
What, you had no posters on your wall as a kid?
I like video game characters. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whose poster was on your wall?
I liked Snake from Metal Gear Solid. That
Love
was my guy.
Snake
okay?
from Metal-
I
what
wish I
was
would
it?
have been cool enough to smoke cigarettes like those guys, but I never. picked
Yeah,
up
I've
that
actually
habit.
never heard of that. But
Yeah.
listen, bro, different show for. Who were some of your mentors or idols when you were growing up that you were like, all right, cool, I want to kind of do what they're doing?
I mean, my dad, obviously. And then.
What about women? Were there any female role models? Because the knock on you is like you hate women, right? But you are a woman. So do you hate yourself, right? Which I don't think you hate yourself. I think you love yourself. But did you have female role models or female that you looked up
Well,
to?
my mom, of course. So
Okay,
my dad,
other
my
than people
mom.
that lived in your house, who did you look up to?
Oh, it was probably more like volleyball players, like at the clubs that I was at. So there's a girl named Abby Gilland. I mean, no one would know
Yeah.
who she is. She was a really good volleyball player at my high school.
Okay.
So I would say.
What about known people that people would know? Like, what's your friend's name that you said smoked cigarettes in school? What's
It
his?
was a video game.
Yeah, what is it? Snake from.
Yeah.
Like nobody knows that person, or at least okay. What-
Because you weren't a cool kid.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't a cool video game nerd. Who did you look up to? Like, so for instance, my favorite basketball player, nobody says this name. Everyone says Michael Jordan or Magic Johnson or LeBron. I loved Isaiah Thomas because he was 6 foot and fucking badass. He was amazing. He was a point guard, and I loved him. And he came from, he went to Indiana. He was Detroit Pistons. Like, I loved Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah, if you see this, love you, brother. But like, that was my guy because I was a point guard. I was a little bit shorter. I was like a quicker guy, right? I'm 6 foot for the record. So who famous did you look up to?
I like how you had to add that.
Had
in
that.
there. Don't think I'm like 5'10" or something,
Yeah.
guys. Okay,
I ain't no pussy under 6 foot, all right? Six,
Um,
6 figures, 6 inches, 6 foot. Now you know.
Okay, thank you. We got that.
Shout out to the red pill.
I don't really think I didn't watch sports. I didn't really watch. We didn't.
Nobody?
We didn't know. We didn't have TV in my house growing
Jesus
up.
Christ!
So, like,
what
my
kind of
parents-
household did you live in? I thought your family made money.
Yeah, but my dad.
All right. I'm moving on. That's it. Alex,
I
give me
got a role
something
model,
good.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Okay.
I read his book like 20 times.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me what that guy did for you.
He literally was the GOAT at 3-4 different careers. He became the best bodybuilder. He became the top earning movie star. He became the governor. That guy did so much. The fact that he was able to be successful in so many different fields says a lot about his mindset. And he has, at the end of his book, he has like things that made him successful. His 10 mindsets.
I think that's such a great answer. No offense, I know
Yeah,
you had
sorry.
Snake and Abby, the volleyball player. That's
Sorry.
great. But you won the prize on this one. What did you learn from Arnold Schwarzenegger that you applied to your life?
I think a big one was visualization. So he talks about how before you achieve something, you need to visualize it. And I've noticed all the autobiographies I've read of successful people, they all have one thing in common is they practice visualization. So that was a big one for me. The second one was never giving up, that you're going to have setbacks, that you're going to have times where you think you're failing. But if you can just push through that, then you can come out on the other side. I've personally experienced that. So yeah, stuff like that.
Imagine where you would be right now if you just had one mentor in your life. Just one.
Well, I visualize all the time.
Yeah? What are you
Yeah.
envisioning?
Porn.
What kind of porn do you watch, by the way?
Don't worry about it.
Well, I'm very worried right now. You brought it up.
If I bring it up, you'll get banned on YouTube.
All right, let's switch gears right now. Nat, how you doing over there? Who was
Doing
your hero
great.
growing up, other than your mom and dad?
And Adam.
You took him away.
Yeah, I know. I already beat you to the punch.
Yeah.
Mom and dad, not an acceptable answer. Mom, if you're watching this, I love you, but you weren't my hero. Go ahead.
I didn't really have like celebrity people I looked up to. I would say I don't have an answer for you.
Sick answer, Nat. You're killing the game.
What if I said Kim Kardashian?
Kim Kardashian is your
No,
hero?
No, I said what if I said Kim Kardashian?
Okay, and you bring that up. Do you think Kim Kardashian is a good role model for most women today?
No. I mean, no. I mean,
Why did you bring
maybe
that up?
From a business
Yeah?
perspective and like marketing, sure, but I don't really agree with the way that she got
Also
there,
ich einfach
but if you want to
reingehen
look at
for fun, oder
outcomes,
was?
sure.
Nee, ich habe halt Limites und ich hätte sogar
Because why? Because she's a billionaire now.
Well, no, she started with a sex tape.
No,
but
I
it's-
know. I'm very
but
familiar. Ray
it's,
J.
it's hard for me to say, like, if I look at the outcome of billionaire, that you can't learn anything from Kim Kardashian.
Wait, fuck. I wish I would have read this because I've heard this talking about so many times and I refuse to believe it's true. She is not a billionaire just because she had a sex tape.
No,
tape,
that's
right?
what she started with. That's what
Sure,
kicked
I mean,
off-
like, that may have kicked some things off, but, like, there's a lot of motherfuckers with sex tapes that
No,
aren't
I
shit
know,
today.
Yeah. It was
right?
the TV show.
I know.
So,
Sure, yeah.
It's just what made people interested in her.
Yeah.
Okay, because there's a lot
This is
of
Spark.
there's a lot of opportunities that you'll be presented with in life that
Mm-hmm.
could be launching pads to massive amounts of success.
That was her launching pad.
Yeah, sure.
Which
but
is-
like, not
which-
everybody is in a position. Like, success is opportunity meets preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody is in a position to take advantage of the opportunities.
Right.
in
If I
front
make
of
a sex tape, no one's gonna give a
yeah,
shit.
sure. Well,
I don't.
maybe.
Don't sell yourself short,
Yeah, don't
bro.
sell
I've
yourself
heard
short.
good
You don't
things
have-
about you. What you got going on there? Your girl's over there, by the way. Real quick, Nat, let us know when we want to get some super chats. What I want to address them right now. Thank you guys for being a very full disclosure right there. Look forward to the sex tape. Look forward to hearing what kind of porn you're watching these days. What I want to understand is that you were recently on an episode of Vice on a panel. What you were discussing feminism and modern women. What was the biggest takeaway from that episode that you learned?
Oh my gosh,
How
that's the
the
most
actually
crazy people
fuck?
I've ever met in my life. We were there for like 6 hours, and they edited it down to like 45 minutes.
That's how editing works.
Yeah, which is
Where were you, in
nuts.
London?
No, I was in New York.
Okay, New York. Gotcha.
What was my biggest takeaway?
How the fuck do I die?
As many of you know, I was just.
Disagree that Pearl said because she's a pretty reasonable girl. What did you disagree with?
Oh man, you're gonna tax my memory here. I think that the wholesale idea of like women have it easier in every single thing, or there are like no cultural roadblocks preventing women from doing anything. I think it's like a really crude analysis of where we're at socially. That's what I would say.
So you're saying
Jetzt
that
geht doch runter,
she's
ihr Apes,
discounting how
Yeah,
hard
I think
women
that there
are?
are issues that women face in a lot of different areas when it comes to like rising in terms of success or in being included in certain like
Okay,
types
so
of.
this is a very interesting dynamic that you guys have going right now. You're the man saying that, like, defending women, and she's the woman shitting on women, essentially. Is that the dynamic I'm understanding? So she's basically saying this is what it is like to be a woman.
I wouldn't say shitty. I would say there's no barriers to entry today. There's no,
But I don't think Pearl believes there's no issues that women face. That's different, right?
No, that's literally what she just said. There's no barriers.
Well, no, literally what she said was it's easier for women than men.
No, there's a difference between there's no barriers to entry and there's no issues that a woman can face. You wouldn't say there's no issues a woman can face, is there? Would you?
I mean, there are issues that women face, but
Yeah,
I would say
exactly.
overall it's easier for women than men. Yeah.
I would
Like, if-
probably
if-
agree.
Easier in what regard? What are we talking about here?
I mean, I just think
Just
as
being a man versus being a woman. You're saying it's easier to be a
I
woman?
mean, okay, I'll give you an example. So I worked a sales job, right? And when I worked in that sales job, it was at a big like corporate company, and I feel like I got special treatment because I was a woman, and most of the guys, and I was the only girl in the office, and most of the guys would agree because like people were more willing to help you when you're a young woman. In my experience.
So I can't speak to your personal experience, but so this is something that I hear a lot. When women are succeeding in certain types of environments, they do get special treatment, but all of those women's careers have a time limit on them, which is until a manager or a boss tries to fuck them, and when they say no, they're basically fucked in that job. This is a story that I hear time and time and time and time and time again. Do you think this happens ever?
Quite often, the boss loses his job.
No. Absolutely
I
not.
joke.
Absolutely. Every time the story goes public, but you don't hear the story that goes public. Like this happens to. I've heard this from almost every single woman working in entertainment and working in any industry peripheral to this. That if you're a moderately attractive woman working, like you're working, you might be succeeding, but you never know if you're actually succeeding based on the merits of your work or it's because somebody wants to fuck you. And when somebody tries to fuck you, if you shut them down, you're fucked. Because whoever's above you hates you now, and they're never gonna fucking promote you or work with you anymore, and then you slowly basically get ghosted out of whatever job you're working.
You
Is
can
that
go
a
either way, or you go
generalization,
to
though,
HR
or is
and you
that-
make $1 million.
Do what?
Or you go to HR and the dude gets fired and then you get a settlement.
That just doesn't happen most of the time. I think with especially like PUA, red pill guys live in this delusional world where like every guy is getting false sex claims, every creepy boss or pervert is getting fired.
I don't believe
Everyone,
that.
yeah, this happens like 0.0001% of the time. Like it's very, very rare that somebody actually gets caught or called out on this. Because usually when these guys are propositioning, you don't even, they're not really even being 100% forward with it, right? So you're not going to get them on anything, right?
Actually, 8% of the U.S. population claims they've been falsely accused.
That's okay. But with that poll, was that poll falsely accused to the police, or was that poll like my friend told another friend that somebody like raped me?
It's probably the latter.
It was absolutely the latter, because 8% of false rape allegations to the police, everybody would be talking about it. I know that's not true.
Yeah, I agree with you on the false rape accusations. You're as likely to get convicted as you are to get struck by lightning. I've read that stat.
Huh. So again, you disagree with
It's so
Pearl
bad.
on the
It's
fundamental
so
situation
bad.
that women have it easier than men. Here's my perspective. Argue, counter back, push back. I always ask this question. I said, who has it harder out there, men or women? And constantly I hear, well, men have it harder, bro. We got to fucking dig the ditches. We got to have the tough jobs. We're the one that got to pay the bills. Men have it harder. And I said, little food for thought. Here's why I think women have it harder in today's society. I want to open up to you guys. As a man, I'm all about clarity. As a man, it might be hard to make money, to be fit, to learn game, to pick up chicks, to be successful. It might be hard, but at least you know the pattern for success. At least there's a blueprint. Here's what you need to do. Put a fucking nice suit on or some nice sweatpants for destiny. Look good. Get your ass out there. Meet people. Succeed. Make money. The world's your oyster. Now, what's your advice to women? Is it get out there, get a career, get a job, kill it? Maybe. Or is it be a good wife, be submissive, don't be a fucking bitch, like don't go on OnlyFans, be a good housewife, stay in the kitchen, be a traditional woman? Which one is it? Because it's totally polarizing opposite advice for women. So again, I'm all about clarity. It's very easy for me to look in the camera, talk to you guys out there and be like, you're too fat, you're too lazy, stop smoking weed, stop watching porn, get your ass out there, work, do your thing. You'll find success. Done. Blueprint. As a woman, what do you say to a woman? Go get a job, go to college, be a boss babe. Now you're single and lonely at 40. Hey, don't get a job, you know, get yourself a husband, let the man lead, you be the follower. It's like now you're divorced at 40 because you're in a sexist marriage. So it is very hard for a woman. So my argument is it's actually a lot harder for a woman to decide what to do. What's your argument to that, Pearl?
Yeah, I mean, it depends what outcome you want. So, I mean, I think you make different choices based on the outcome you want.
Okay. So how do you know, but like this goes back to my college thing, is how do you know what your outcome you want when you're 16, 17, 18 years old? Very hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a challenge that women have. I agree with you.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I don't like the saying like one is harder or one is easier. I think that women have very unique challenges they face. I think men have unique challenges they face. I don't know if I would ever say that one is harder or one is easier. Like if you are a pretty woman, you can get your feet in the door in a lot of different ways that men can't.
But then you get sexually harassed.
But yeah, but then there's
Why
the trade-off.
compare?
Everybody's trying to fuck you, right? That's a pro. Everybody's
Why
trying to fuck you.
comparing
There's also the
shit
con
is
that everybody's trying to
where
fuck
it all
you.
goes
I think
to
of all
shit.
like the archetypes of women that I've met in my life, I feel like really hard-working but very pretty women have it probably the
ultra
worst
fat.
because they're constantly gaslighting themselves into having no idea if they're actually achieving or being successful, or if everybody's just like basically giving them handouts because they want to fuck them eventually. And like living in that kind of like duality is a very, very confusing place to be. Like as a man, if I'm getting credit for something. As much as I like to believe it, it's not because some woman wants to fuck me.
No.
It's because I'm actually succeeding somewhere,
So
right?
they all want to fuck you, bro.
Sure, yeah.
The
But,
only
like,
reason
for
I
a
have you on
woman-
the show is because
Sure.
we're all trying to fuck you.
But for like a woman, yeah, you legitimately have no fucking idea. Like, am I performing well? My boss giving me a lot of compliments. My coworkers seem to like me. Am I getting a leg up everywhere? Because you do get a lot of help. If you're a woman in computer science, you're the only woman in the class. Well, at least for white women, you're getting a lot of fucking help in that class compared to anybody else.
Let
right?
me recap what you just said, bro, because that's
yeah.
very powerful. If you're a hardworking, working, attractive woman, then what?
You never know, like, are you successful on your own merits, or is everybody around you just gaslighting you into thinking that, well, they're trying to fuck you?
I think a woman would know. A
Well,
woman,
I was just
you would know, like, oh, I
think that's
really
ook
put in
wel
work,
perfect,
like,
no?
I achieved this recognition because this
sex
work
juice is
it's
fat as
phenomenal.
fuck, yeah.
Versus, like, you can tell by how they address you, how they speak with you. Because I do agree with you. You're in a workplace, and there are men who want that intention. But as a woman, you can approach that situation knowing that that's their intention. So I think as a woman, like, you can determine, like, am I getting this credible, am I getting credit based on my work, or am I getting credit based on my looks? Like, as a woman who is attractive, like, you can tell. Like, you can tell when a man's flirting with you. You can tell when a man wants something from you. You can see that.
I think I would agree with you for the most part, but I think there's two things. One, I think every attractive woman goes through a point in her life where she realizes, like, fuck, a lot of this has come from my looks. I think
Right.
that comes a little bit later than, at least as a
Diese
guy, we would assume.
Mordefallen,
And then
hardcore
two,
gefeedeten
I think
Morde.
that it gets really hard around like edge cases where you're like trailblazing, right? If you're
Warum
like in a
sind eher die
sales
ADCs,
department
die
and you've got like
gefeedeten, ne?
fucking numbers,
halt die
right, and you can see like
Solo-XP, die
obviously
ganze
and
Zeit, die
outperforming,
Ding.
that's fine. But if you're working in like
Guck mal, wie
entertainment,
viel-
or
wie
if you
viel
can reach out to
Level
like
die Caitlyn
CEOs
hat.
of companies and they're calling you back, or if you're getting like invited to podcasts or whatever, there's
Ja.
always this like whatever. And I think a lot of guys are really
Ist das
good
gerade
at
jemand
disguising
von
their
Jungle?
intentions, where a guy can treat you in the most respectful manner possible until you're traveling to some fucking convention in the same place somewhere, and then he tries to get you drunk and rape you. I think that it's really, really difficult sometimes to feel out like the fuzzy edge cases. If there's guys that are like blatantly sucking up to you, you can tell. But I think it's just a weird thing for women to always have that in the back of our head, whereas for guys, there's not a time in our lives.
You
where we
could
think
make that
Attractive
argument
women
for a
know
really
that.
successful guy that you never know if the girl's into him for him or his money.
Very good point.
That is true as
Very
well.
good point.
Is
Go
that-
deeper.
I
You're
think
saying-
it's better for
you're
women to
saying
hide
for
that.
a guy,
Yeah, if you're
the
guy
more
would be-
successful you are, you're like, does she love me for me, or the fact that I make $1 million a
Yes.
year?
And
That's something
and
that it's a very good point.
You know who's even better at disguising their intentions than men? Women are. Women
Yes.
are much better playing the
agree
game.
with that. I agree with you.
Go ahead,
I
Alex.
agree
Play
with
with
you.
fire.
We don't
Go
talk,
deeper,
I
buddy.
want to talk about the
Why
women that
compare?
flirt with their bosses to get ahead too.
Yeah.
Of course.
So a lot
I
of
think
times, like
the
these girls will flirt with their bosses and then play victim later.
You
Yeah.
compare, you
Well,
lose.
fundamentally
You-
agree on
you
that.
can't
but Alex, I want
compare
to
it.
kind of stay where you were at. You're saying, all right, cool, we're shitting on
Can't
guys and being
compare
kind of
nothing.
shady or whatever.
Women
But
can,
holy
women
shit,
can, women
so
can be
you-
just as shady when they're
But
messing with a
woman would-
successful guy, especially in Miami. And a lot of these rich guys, they get completely screwed. They are like, fuck, they get
Definitely
drained for all their money because they fucked with the wrong girl and then she took pretty much everything.
What have you seen? Have you seen an
I've
actual
seen,
example?
I've had countless clients who've had that happen to them. Yeah, they got married early, then the business became successful, or they got married when the business was already successful to the wrong kind of girl, right? So screening
Yeah.
is important for both genders. I don't think it's only something that women have to screen with
So
the people in their
what
life. Men also have to screen.
Real quick, that could be possible. I would be curious what type of guy it is. Maybe because this might be my bubble because of the industry that I work in. But it's very easy for me to tell immediately how a girl feels about me if she's like fake or not. Because like you either know everything that I'm involved in or not. Like if a girl came up to me and she wanted to have like an in-depth conversation about like fucking fiscal policy to try to fake me out for my money. I mean, I'll pay her off. Like good job.
You don't
like
think a woman can, wait, you don't think
You got
women-
me, girl.
you don't
Yeah.
think a woman can tell when a guy's trying to fuck them? Most women can tell that too.
No, I think women can tell, but I'm
It's
just
just
saying that like if a
probably
woman is trying to just like get in good with me because she thinks I've got
Right.
money, like I think I'm gonna be able to weed that out really fucking
Right,
fast.
but
Here's what
you're
I want to
fairly-
address. Here's what I want to address. If you're that dude and you're having success and you're doing things in your life and you're single and you're out there, what type of question should you ask these women? Don't you be looking at the cameraman? You're looking for a husband. I think you'll make a great wife. When you meet these girls, let's say in Omaha, are you more interested in meeting a liberal girl that you get along with, or meeting a conservative girl that you kind of want to hate fuck?
I can't hate fuck somebody. I can't hold two contradictory things like that in my mind.
Okay.
Okay. Like if I'm horny and I get upset about something, like we can't fuck.
All right,
Like,
so
I'm
who are
just
you
gonna be
more
mad.
interested in?
I think
Who's
you get
wilder
along,
in the
I think you
bedroom?
get
How about
along
that?
with all types of people. I don't think that people's political opinions have very little to do with how they conduct themselves in real life. That was something
think
that
so?
that
Yeah,
got
I
wiped
agree.
from my
I
fucking
agree
mind
with
over the
you.
past
I
5
agree.
years.
A lot of my friends have been like liberal.
I've talked to so many
yeah.
conservatives that are like, all my conservative friends, they all do fucking drugs. They're all fucking sluts. They're horrible people. On my progressive
Yeah.
side, a lot of them are fucking racist, losers. They treat people like shit. Like, I don't think that, like, your political opinions have
Very
nothing
good
to do
point
with
Do
you
you
as a
agree?
person.
I feel like it's more
I
like
agree
your
with you.
personality traits
Yeah.
versus like I get along with people that are more extroverted too, and just like we're similar.
I like
Like
how
I find
she's
that that's more.
shutting
By the
up
way,
so
if-
quickly
you
when
talked
she's
about,
getting pushed back.
disrespecting and all that.
Actual intelligent
So there's this
pushback.
term like toxic masculinity these days, which I think is just an
A
absurd
great term.
I
Describes
think
a
it's
lot
a
of
great
toxic
term.
masculine traits.
So
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
there's just
God.
toxic people. I think there's toxic women that you should stay the hell away from. I think there's toxic men who are fucking idiots and cavemen. You should stay away from them. I think it's an unfair label.
There are traits that are unique to men that get toxically exemplified, no?
Such as?
Like the ability to never show any emotion ever and to be a stoic person that keeps it all inside.
Kann
like,
halt
never
eigentlich keiner
fucking-
There's a lot of
objectified,
benefits
wenn
to
der
being a
Monika so
stoic.
da ist.
Not a
I
healthy
would say
stoic that processes and doesn't repress everything.
Yes.
But like you should be able to have I think that not being able to have a conversation relating to your emotions, I think is a huge sign of insecurity and weakness.
Yeah, but there's a difference between having emotions and being a human and being an emotional man. There's a
yeah,
big
but this
difference.
is like you guys don't believe. Why do you bring this up? Like you will, okay, every time, okay, you might not believe this. I'll give you a little bit of credit, okay? And I don't think Alex does. I don't know about you. Okay, people will do this shit where they'll be like, oh no, when we say like don't be overly emotional, what we mean is like don't cry all the time and blah 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 blah. If that's all you were saying, I'd be cool with that. But a lot of these people here are like, if you ever show any vulnerability to your woman ever, she'll leave you.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not, but it's not like.
It's true. What? Like Fresh and Fit says that all the time.
Yeah, and that Hamas guy
Yeah,
that wears
Hamza.
the robes all the
Yeah,
time, or
yeah,
Hamza, whatever the fuck, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who says what, but the message that I've generally understood is that it's kind of like you just don't know. Every woman's different, and how much emotion that she's with.
Everyone grab $1.
Immortal kommt von oben.
All right, guys, it is Friday. It is Chipotle Fridays around here. We just had the Chipotle World War III event over here. But Pearl, you're fed. You're feeling good.
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Thank you to the team that got Pearl Chipotle. It was about to be a disaster. But anyway, welcome to Saucecast. We live. It's Friday. We're having cocktails. You're drinking.
I'm done with mine.
Okay, can we get?
I'm ready to
Can
go
we get
hard.
Destiny?
I still
Well,
don't want
cheers
it.
to you, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm halfway through. Okay.
Okay, well.
Pearl and Alex are drinking water and coffee. But it's one of those days. It's Friday. If you're watching from home right now, pour a cocktail, have a beer, have a drink, have a tea, whatever. Get yourself comfortable because today is going to be one of the sweetest, most disagreeable, nicest, most contentious,
Irgendwie dachte ich, mach mehr Damage. Ne?
just sweet things while yelling at each other episode
sorry,
you've ever
Dr.
seen in
Lulu.
your life. I feel like we're going to be disrespectfully respectable and agreeable today. In all those words.
Alter,
Different
wie
things
so
going on like
geflasht.
that. Anyway, welcome to Saucecast. This is where finance
Alter,
meets
wie so
romance, the sexiest financial podcast in the world. And today we've got some special guests today. Wider range of topics. I don't think anything's off limits. I asked them before the show, is there anything that's off limits? They said, let's fucking go. That was you specifically.
Yeah.
Okay. So who's on the show today? So you guys learn, by the way, real quick, Nat, what do we want these men out there to do? Want to see them get paid,
Laid, and do
do
it
it your
your
way.
way.
Thank you, Nat, for being in the house. Anyway, Destiny's in the house. Don't call me Steven. Certainly don't call me Junior. Destiny's in the house. Twitch streamer, YouTuber, political pundit, best hair in the business. What I leave out?
I'm banned on Twitch. So
Banned
I'm not
on
a
Twitch.
streamer right now,
My
but
bad,
close
all you
enough.
Twitch
Everything
guys
else you
out
got
there.
100% right.
Pearl is back. She just hit 1 million. She's doing it. She runs the pregame. She's fucking killing the game. And you're back for your 4th, 5th, 10th show you've done with Valuetainment this week.
I don't know. I've been here a lot.
Yeah, that's why you get all the free Chipotle you want, even if it's 2 hours late. All right, well, welcome back.
Better late than never.
That's
right?
true. Deliver. And then Alex, playing with fire, is in the house, dating, relationships, how to kind of operate as a dude out there in the jungle that is modern day women.
Yeah.
Fair to say.
How to succeed as a man.
Let me hear your best man. That was more like female-ish. Give me something better.
I'm not the porn star. I can't.
Come on, bro.
Well, you've already
Anyway.
hung one out there. Is that the last impression you want to leave them with?
Is that what you're gonna do?
There we
Wow.
go. Okay.
You got your girl right there. Her panties are soaking now. If you did that, congratulations. Anyway, guys, welcome to the show. Let's just give one more cheers, even if you don't have anything in your hands. Go grab a drink. Okay, there we go. It's Friday. Jorge's in the house. Deli's in the house. Guys, so much to discuss today. But I want to start with our friend Pearl, because
das jetzt
I
so
don't think
intim
that
schon?
we properly recognize the fact that you just reached 1 million subscribers on your channel. So I don't know if we had a clapping button, we would clap right now, but we'll just do that live on air here. Pearl, so you started your show February of 2022. It is now January of 2023. Not a mathematician, but that's less than 1 year. You went from 0 to 1 million.
So at 13 years old.
What's been your secret? How did you make this happen?
YouTube Shorts, baby.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
Look into the camera right there and tell all our producers out there who don't get it what they need to do.
well, I just created a system where all I'd have to do is make content. I wouldn't have to edit. I wouldn't have to do thumbnails. I wouldn't have to do anything. I chased down, I think, the best people in the business to help run my channel. And then we produce a shit ton of content. Like if my thumbnail guy is making 30 thumbnails a day and yours is making 2, who's going to be better in 3 months? It was my thought process. So, yeah, I would just say it was like frequency and getting a really good team together.
Because the more money you make, the more nicer shit you're gonna buy, right? I was only making 80 grand, now I make 150 grand. Well, obviously I'm gonna buy a nicer car, move into a nicer apartment, buy nicer shit. All right, amazing. I'm actually an advocate of doing the exact opposite. I went from making 20 grand a year to 100 grand a year to half
Bei
a million bucks a year.
Itemserie hat er
Okay,
teilweise da
and
schon
in that
gewonnen.
process, I didn't creep
gut,
on
aber kein
anything. I just
Bart
kind of
und
kept it simple.
Mordekaiser.
I didn't get a nicer car. I just kind of just pocketed the dough. I've been very clear on this, like, because aside from doing valuetainment, I work in the finance space. So there's months where, you know, you work on commissions in finance. A shout out to all the salespeople out there, entrepreneurs out there. You know what I'm talking about. It's feast or famine. Some months you might just keep it cordial.
Yeah.
You've said that some of your family is like rich as hell. You've also
None
said
of my
that
family is rich. Some of my family makes an okay bit of money, but that lifestyle creep is real. I
Okay,
think
that's what
especially
I'm
for some immigrant people. Yeah.
Okay, you've basically drawn the comparison that like some of your family is like wealthy on the wealthier side, however
Yeah.
you want to define that, and some are like on the poor, just regular people side. What's the biggest difference in lifestyles and happiness that you've seen between like the spenders and who are getting a lot of shit, consumerism, materialism,
Yeah, I think
versus the more
spending-
minimalist people?
You always think you can spend your way into happiness, but you cannot. You can't do it. A lot of people try to, and that lifestyle creep is real. Especially if you work in service.
Ich hab keine Lust
like
mehr.
late April rolls around, everybody comes to their tax returns for like shit. I worked in a casino.
Knockt sie nicht
Every
auf
time
die
somebody
andere
hits the
Seite,
jackpot, they're
Alter.
spending
Bei
like
jedem
half of it at the
Asien
casino
knockt sie Spiel
immediately,
auf die
buying
andere
their
Seite,
steaks
Mann.
and
Bei mir
everything.
stacken die, wenn
Yeah, I've
die
always
wollen,
avoided
ich
it.
komme
I
auf
drove here in
meiner
my nice
Seite.
little $40,000 car. I
Was
spend a
ist für
decent amount. I pay $5,000 a
Nonsens?
month for rent, but like
Yeah.
other than that, I don't spend money on anything.
Some small extent.
Well, as I show up
Look
in,
at
in all
this.
of my own merchandise that I
Okay.
got for free to test.
So
yeah,
I
would
call
say.
myself like a
1200
millionaire
Damage in einer
minimalist,
Cube.
meaning like I don't need a lot to be happy. Everyone has the same big three expenses: housing, transportation, and food and beverage. I spend a
Das
good
chippt
amount on my
über mein
housing.
Verständnis,
I don't have a
Alter.
car. I haven't had a car in 10 years. I'm very like vocal about that, and I don't have a fancy palate unless I'm taking a girl out to dinner. It's fucking Subway with the boys and chicken wings. That's it, straight up. But here's something, and this is where I want to go to and open this up for dialogue. Our parents, baby boomer generations, there was this mantra. Let me know if you've ever heard this. 5 years from now, you're going to see the tree blossom. You're going to probably have 5 million subscribers at that point. Yeah.
For people, so
Who burned through your goodwill?
It's a long story.
Okay.
We don't have enough time in the day. If you like them, store.destiny.gg. Buy your own, guys. Yeah.
You sell these sweatpants?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is me.
Oh, I didn't
Little
see
guy.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so give
A
yourself a
walking
plug.
billboard. I just
Okay.
did.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Round table here.
Oh, and
Let's-
follow me on my Twitter at
the-
Destiny the Game. Apparently, is what you link. So thanks. I work for a bunch of.
What is it? Okay.
Ach,
And
Mann.
there are a couple people in my life that burned through all the goodwill I had
Seite,
left.
Mann.
Yeah.
There are people. So
Who burned through your goodwill?
it's a long story.
Okay.
We don't have
What-
enough time in the day left
Your
to get through
your
all that.
attitude today, 1 through 10, 10 being like super positive, 1 being super negative. Where are you right now?
It was like a 5, and done with that. Whoever gave me this drink put a lot of tequila in it. So now I'm at like a 3.
So you're at a
okay?
3. All right. So is it by the end of this episode? Do you think you'll be closer to a 10 or a -1?
Definitely.
I don't know.
closer
We'll see
to
what
a 10,
happens.
yeah.
We'll see what
We'll
happens.
How it goes.
By the
Is
way,
it a 2-hour show or 1-hour show?
2-hour show.
Okay, probably -1.
We're going to be
closer
answering your super chats. Okay, and also support our fellow content.
Dropping my wardrobe?
Yeah.
with her own.
Well,
You sent me that.
yeah.
Okay.
I would buy that.
I know, but I didn't want them to take away my channel, so I just
Let's
decided
ask a
not
couple quick
to.
questions. Then we're going to get into a whole host of topics today regarding dating, lifestyle. Andrew Tate, I saw that your thing with Nico that you did yesterday with the Romanian lawyer. We're going to talk money. We're going to talk Pearl's situation that she did on Vice. Deaf man in America makes 38 grand a year. 38 grand. The average woman in America makes 25 grand a year. You guys make that easily in a month at this point. I'm guessing, give or take, give or take, give or take. What's your best advice for young men out there making 30, 40, 50 grand a year? How can they get to 100 grand? How can they get to the...
If you're like a money conscientious person and you're making less than like 50K a year, you should absolutely have a budget. Once you start budgeting things and you see how much like that Starbucks every day adds up, or whatever type of like little expenditures you do, those things add up so much throughout the year. Yeah, I think that would be good to keep track of. So make a budget.
Yeah, I think
keep track of where your money goes.
what I call a budget is having a game plan for your money, because budget...
Or, something like that.
Listen, do us all a favor. Do
Another thing I'm passionate about, which is like
where you are passionate about, where you can make money, and where those two intersect.
About, which is like volleyball, right? And I'm just thinking with the internet, there's so many ways you can combine the two. So like if I was gonna do volleyball, I'd probably do something with volleyball content or like teaching or something like that.
Listen, do us all a favor. Do not quit your day job and focus on volleyball.
I know. It's funny. I was offered a pro contract in the fall, and I was going to go to either Portugal or Germany, but the YouTube stuff was going, so I had to make a choice.
But this is exactly what I'm saying, Pearl.
You're
Your
kinda right,
passion
you're
is
kinda right.
volleyball. You can make approximately $14 from volleyball. you could make $1 million in a year doing YouTube.
Yeah.
Might as well work.
Yeah, but I was passionate about both. But yeah, you're right. You're right.
Hey, listen,
This
I'm gonna
is
take that.
my
I'm gonna
dad-
take that W right there. That's a win
My
right
dad
there.
just always told me he didn't care if we were passionate about selling toothpicks on the side of the road. Just do something you love, and that's what my dad would tell me.
I would say you have to find that balance, because if you're all about the money, you're going to get burnt out. You have no idea how many guys I know that went to Wall Street, started working at Wall Street firms in their early 20s, and by the time they're fucking 30, they had $1 million in the bank and they have like no hair left. They're on suicide watch because their entire life was just consumed with money, and like there's no balance with that. But if you're only about your passion and you're broke as shit, that's also a bad situation to be in. So finding that happy medium.
I think you have to find like jobs to empower your hobbies. I think is like the good thing to do, because depending, like my hobby was music.
Yeah.
Right? Like I went to school for music and everything, but like I had my job on the side, because realistically, I don't know if I'm going to be a fucking famous saxophone player, like making enough money to pay the bills. So yeah,
I
that
know.
is really important, 'cause not everybody can make it a
You're saying having the balance with what?
like if you have a passion, that's good, but like you have to make sure you can monetize.
Whether it's a doctor, an accountant.
I would not. I found my car. I found my car.
She was like reliving, dude, where's my
high demand. If you did, most people could be successful or be in, like what I mean. It's not like they would have like
business school. I have a marketing degree. It's been completely worthless for my career.
Yeah, mine's been worthless too.
But
all the people I know have worthless degrees.
We're saying two separate things, and they can both be valid. What he's saying is, hey, if you go to school, hear me out. If you go to school and you get a degree, there's going to be some merit in that. There's going to, even if you don't kill it and make a lot of money and have debt, you're still contributing to society. You're still going to have a job. You're going to have all that. And then the other position is like, yeah, well, the reason that you're going to school and taking out college loans and getting degrees is so you can make more money in life. If not, just don't go to college. So like, it's kind of two sides of the same coin. Does that make sense?
I don't know. The only merit that's been to my degree is the fact that I got to party a lot in college. That's the only merit I have.
You can
My
say that, but the
marketing-
numbers.
Let me finish the point. The marketing degree I have, it has been completely worthless for the marketing of my business. I have learned more watching YouTube videos about marketing than I did during 4 years in college, and I actually had good grades. And I, like, aced that.
100% agree.
But
you can
again,
learn
hold
more
on. That's going to
YouTube
apply. That's going to
than
apply
in
to a
class.
specific subset of people that you see on stage. Like the people that can't learn aren't making it up here. They're at home earning nothing, trying to make it online, doing some crazy side hustle, like following Instagram stories. Most people can't make it in the YouTube world. Most people can't self-teach. If they could, schools wouldn't exist.
Yeah, well,
right?
one of the things I always
There'd be
say
no
is
such thing as tutors.
One of the things I always say is most people are most people.
Yeah,
Okay.
for
There's
sure.
very few A students. There's very few F students. Most people are in between. For every fucking valedictorian, there's another idiot that didn't show up to class. Everyone is kind of in between. It's your job to improve yourself. What's the term that they talk about learning on yourself?
Ich verstehe es
Didactic
nicht.
or something,
What is
yeah.
that exactly? What you can just learn on your own? It's exactly what you could do on YouTube. I think YouTube is one of the best inventions ever. If you are a autodidact and you're willing to improve by yourself and you want to just dedicate days, months, years of your life learning, oh my God, the things you could do on YouTube and in Google. Back in the day, you're 30 money. I ask people this all the time. I said, all right, if you had $5 million, who did you look up to? Like,
I'm there so they could tell me I have to play sports with dudes.
one trans woman, maybe. On a 10-woman panel, you're putting 2 trans on there?
Do you want them going to the boys' bathroom instead? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I like that. You don't fucking understand that. Come on, we're still
I'm
young.
learning
okay?
here, bro.
Yeah, okay.
I'm learning here. So, and how many fat women, short women? Give me a breakdown if you could, real
Komm da
quick.
nicht über die Mauer mit dem Chat-Dash oder was?
How many trans women?
2.
2 trans women.
Yeah.
Okay. All women.
No,
How
no.
many, so there were no conservatives on the panel, you're saying?
There is.
She was, and then
There's 2, I would say. There was
How many women were on the panel?
There was supposed to be like they.
How many women? Let me just use
I don't
that
know,
term.
8, 9, maybe.
And they were
but
all women.
No, no.
Wow, careful.
No.
Slippery slope.
There was 4 that were supposed to be conservative, but I would say they got 2 middle of the road and 2
Okay.
absolute.
How many trans women?
2.
2 trans women.
Yeah.
Out of 8
And then they were
people on
trying
the.
to tell me I had to play against men in sports. Oh my God. It's always the most unathletic people. It's the most unathletic people that are saying I have to put my body on the line.
By the way, okay, I didn't see the panel, but I got to watch it, and then I'm going to come back to you. Did you see it by any chance?
No.
See the panel? No. So how many women were on the panel?
I don't remember. Roughly 8, 9, I would say.
Okay, so less than 10. And of the 8 or 9 women, you do remember because you said 8 or 9.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. There were 2 trans women?
Yeah, 2.
Okay, so this is not a knock against trans people. how many white, black, Latino, Asian women? How many fat women, short women? Give me a breakdown if you could, real quick.
It was like the most diverse panel.
It
ever.
was
There was like
really
fat people.
diverse,
There were people of
yeah.
color. There were people
So
of
it was
different
a
religions.
diverse. So they were
Yeah.
solving for diversity.
Yeah, yeah.
So okay, so if you're solving for inclusion and diversity and equity and all that fun stuff that people talk about, what percentage of women are trans? In general,
I would guess less
0.1%.
1%.
So why would you even have one trans woman on that
Bitte,
panel,
Steffen.
much less two? So okay, if you're gonna have one trans woman on that panel, cool, I get it. Throw that
Because
in.
it's an extreme, and
you
you
know how they
want
say
the
the system is
extremes
rigged.
on there
That is
because
rigging the system. There's no need to have two trans
kind of
women
important
on a panel representing
to
women.
resolve the
They just
extremes.
literally wanted them there so they could tell me I have to play sports with dudes. Like that's literally what they wanted them there for.
Bullshit.
And no, it's absolutely bullshit because it's like it's always the most unathletic people telling the athletes what we got to do, and I'm like, you want me to go up against guys? Women, we don't have much opportunity in women's sports, and you're gonna give the little opportunity we have to men? Are
Yeah.
you kidding me? Like, oh no.
So you must agree with her on that. You don't think trans
Yeah, but it's like the only
men
thing I
should
agree
be
on. So I
playing
don't
in.
wanna focus on this topic. But
So
yeah,
that
of
was the
course,
only
that's-
thing
I
you
think
agree
this is
with.
this was like part of the big controversy that I got banned from Twitch on in the middle of.
So wenig ab,
That
ey, du hast
cis women
voll
and trans
wild,
women shouldn't be
oder?
competing in the same leagues. It's ridiculous.
And just for the record, this term cis woman, is that just a woman?
That's what it's just a woman.
Anderen Abfehler gibt's
Explain
schon
what the hell
nicht.
this cis thing is.
There's like you either trans or cis basically. So cisgender is like the gender you present as trans is like you're something different basically. Yeah. So like a trans woman versus a cis woman.
What?
Don't look at me like that. You don't fucking understand that. Come on, we're still
I'm
young.
learning
okay?
here,
Yeah,
bro.
Okay.
I'm learning here.
Uh-huh.
So if you're just a woman, you're no longer a woman. You're a cis woman.
Well, if you're talking in trans space, that's probably what they'd use. Listen, I already got the fucking blue hair, okay? You're gonna put me on the fucking stand for
Damn,
trans
no.
issues too?
I'm-
Jesus Christ.
You're the one that got
You want to
canceled
talk about
for it.
fucking affirmative action next? What else do you want
I
to
don't
nail me
know.
on? Oh my
Wir machen die
god.
Pause,
But yeah,
Alter.
cis women versus trans
So
women.
that's the only thing you
There's
agree.
oh my gosh, sorry. Go
So
ahead.
just to be clear, you don't think that trans women should be participating in women's
Zero.
sports?
Zero.
Fully agree.
No,
We also have the
it's-
Leah Thomas thing, right?
It's ridiculous. I don't think they should be in our bathrooms either.
Yeah.
Huh.
Like I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, the bathrooms thing is silly. Obviously, you should go to the bathroom that like you express as.
What?
Express as?
Do you all know who Blair White is?
We can see.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Do you want Blair White walking into the bathroom with like a little boy? Or do you want Buck
don't know
Angel
who it is.
walking into a bathroom with like a little girl? Obviously, we
just-
believe that you should probably go to the bathroom that you express as.
I
That
would-
makes the most
I would
sense.
just prefer to not see dicks in the locker room. That's just my.
Then don't
Maybe
look
they
at
just have
people.
their
I
own
feel like that's a
bathroom.
fair
That's
ask.
just
Yeah.
my personal opinion, and I also think it's like a safety concern.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the majority
Easy.
of trans people are going to take
Easy.
advantage of it. It's just I think that opens the door from
Kettle
to
hat
someone
einfach
that will.
beenden
I
können.
don't
And I
think
just-
so.
I
This is
just
it's
think-
there's not a single time
Leute,
like
Leute,
the
okay.
legendary like trans rapist that's like making their way through the bathrooms like and the fact that if this person did exist like some woman would be running through the store and she goes into the bathroom and like the sign stops the trans person from going in and raping her like also no offense
Wenn der Jungler viermal
I have a
gekillt
son.
und
I want all the trans
dreimal.
rapists in the women's bathroom, okay? Like, that doesn't make sense either, right? Like, if there are all these
Ja,
rapists, why, do you want them going to the boys'
gespielt.
bathroom instead? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I reject the whole bathroom
Oh,
narrative. It's super
komisches
silly.
Bild. Das ist ja
I don't think most people
komplett
care that
So
much.
you
I
would
think
be
that people.
okay with a man walking into the bathroom
mich.
just a man versus a woman walking into the
Mats wäre
women's
getrollt,
bathroom?
oder was?
I think that whatever
That's
you.
clearly a man.
I think that
Weird and all.
I think that whatever you clearly express as is probably where you go.
But they're confused. If you have a beard with a wig on and a dress and you're walking in the girls' bathroom, you're not a woman.
Sure,
You're
ma-
confused.
Maybe not, but like, what is happening in there? Like, bro, I don't know.
I have experienced that. I've experienced
There are
that.
countries.
I've
We have to
experienced
deal with this.
Well, we would have to deal with trans men coming in the fucking male bathroom as well, right?
I think they should have their own bathroom. That's really it's inappropriate.
Okay, you think there should be trans bathrooms? Okay,
Yes,
sure. If you want
let
that,
there be a
you
trans
can just
bathroom.
believe it or not, there are countries, okay, where you can go. Fucking, I spent a lot of time in fucking Stockholm because my wife is Swedish. There are gender-neutral bathrooms. Nobody's getting raped. It's crazy. Everybody goes in. They all have their little fucking.
But let me ask you this.
Nobody's raping each other.
Let me say one thing.
Perspective of a locker room.
I don't know,
Like in a
just
locker room, you
go
walk around naked.
World of
Like, an
Tanks.
Number one, a lot of conservatives will use this bathroom thing as a straw man argument.
Yeah.
Oh, my kids are getting raped in bathrooms. Not happening.
It's not even
But
that.
here,
Nee, das ist
here's
wieder
an
Warship oder so,
indicator.
oder?
Is a case example of why they say that the America is crumbling and China is thriving. Hear me out.
Wer spielt was?
You think they're having
Also, du
trans
hättest
bathroom
wahrscheinlich-
arguments in
Warum denn?
countries like
Was
China
hast du dir
that is
getan?
lapping USA
I
as far
agree.
as like GDP?
I agree.
Here we are on a
Immer
panel. We can talk
Bobo,
about
immer Bobo.
anything, and we're going ham on bathroom trans bearded dudes.
I agree,
It's
yeah.
and we're just spending time as a country talking about stuff that
Shit.
doesn't affect our lives
I agree.
even a little bit.
I think to
Okay,
some,
hold on.
Ne?
Whereas in other countries,
Yeah.
they are like, get shit done, work, make shit happen. Let the Americans play the little, hide the hot dog game in the trans fucking bathroom situation while we're getting lapped by China. That's my problem with this.
I agree
It's
with
like
you.
this is such not an issue that anyone gives shit a bit about. And this goes back to my bigger point. If there's a women's panel and there's 8 women on the panel, you're telling me you have 2 trans women? Okay, if you had 100 women on a panel,
Das finde ich schwer
100,
erwarten.
you can maybe make the case for making 1 trans
Das war ein
woman.
richtig schwerer
Maybe.
Abend.
On a 10-woman panel, you're putting 2 trans on there?
Ja.
Get the
Nee.
fuck out of here, Vice.
And I'm fascist because I don't
Yeah.
want to. I don't want to
Riechen
play
die
with
gerade
men
gerade einen
in
richtig
the-
riesen
in
Update.
sports,
Yeah,
I
the
guess.
sports thing is fair. The
Aber
thing that
kriegen
you
die
brought
da
up,
eigentlich
first of
neue
all,
Bilder die
China
ganze
has like
Zeit,
2
oder was?
billion fucking people, okay?
1.5.
They're gonna pass this
Neue
eventually.
Units.
I know.
Probably,
but
okay?
the
It's
more
not
we
gonna
foc-
be. It's
the
not
more
gonna be
we
because
focus
we're on
on
trans
bathroom-
bathrooms, okay?
But the
also,
more we focus on that,
sure, I'll agree with you.
we're
Then tell
losing.
conservatives to stop fucking
bisschen
obsessing
rumschwören,
over
jetzt
something.
nochmal
I agree with
Okay,
you.
all right,
This
because
is the
that's
straw
the
man
shit that's
argument.
brought up by conservatives all
Heute
the fucking
kam-
time.
Okay.
They
Well, we
want
agree
to
with you.
obsess.
But then, dude,
Der
liberals
war
always take the
irgendwie,
bait.
That is true. Progressives take the bait. I
komplett
agree, they
irgendwie
do.
gegen
I
das
Snowflake.
komplette
I would just like to
Ranking-System
say,
und so weiter und so
I
fort.
just would rather not see dicks in the
Dem
bathroom.
spielen doch auch nur die
Yeah,
Schlitze,
personal
oder? Wie ein
And
Witz
it's not
3.
even about being raped. Like, you can be out and you're at a dinner place and
klar,
they're at a bar.
in höheren
This person
Rängen
comes
so
in
klar.
drunk, they're aggressive, they're a man in a woman's
sonst geht's
bathroom. They
eigentlich.
cut the line, now it's a fight, and then he knocks her out. Like, there's more than just being raped. You can have an overly.
dauert halt ein bisschen, ne,
like,
bis
I've
halt
experienced that. I was in the bathroom. This
die Units ein
man
bisschen
walked in with a
angebandelt
beard
hast.
and a
So.
dress, and he thought I stole his phone, and he got aggressive with me, and I had to leave the bathroom. I'm the woman in the bathroom, and it's like you feel the need to come in here because you feel like I'm dressed this
Ranked
way,
ist
so
halt
I
auch
can come into
wesentlich
the
einfacher
bathroom.
als
That's
Classic.
where it like for me, it's like that's I have more of a worry of that than like
Ich schau mal
being
gefragt,
raped
was
in the
Ranked
bathroom.
war
if you want me
SSD
to be
oder was?
honest,
Oder
like,
was
I'm with
ist
you. I'd
das?
rather not see dicks in the bathroom.
Random Bilder.
Yeah, I mean, I don't look at other guys'
Including a
dicks.
male's
Yeah,
bathroom.
I don't usually
Was
look at
kriegst du,
dicks in the
random
bathroom, but I don't know
Bilder,
if there's
oder?
other bathrooms.
PSA out there, okay? For all the guys in the
SSD.
bathroom, face forward, all right? There's no talking to the side in the urinal. How's your
Das kannst
day?
du
There's no
halt
coming from
aus
behind, giving massage.
10 Units
This
oder
ain't the
so
fucking
6 Stück
movies.
raussuchen.
Along Came Polly, all right?
Well,
Face forward, don't talk.
I mean, I'm just
That goes
thinking,
to Uber drivers as well.
Wie heißt
Just
es
drive
denn?
me
Ich komm
around.
grad nicht drauf.
I'm just thinking like of locker
doch am
rooms.
Arsch.
So when you're like you walk around half naked when you're in locker rooms. Like I don't want a dude in the bathroom.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
By the way,
It's such a weird
shifting
American
gears-
fucking fascination
shifting
with like
gears.
nudity and boobs and dicks and everything. It's like so fucking
look at-
cancerous.
yeah,
It's like
I'm
so
sorry.
fucking weird.
Well, look at the
Holy
rise
shit.
of
Ja,
all
es
the
gibt halt so eine-
confusion with
also,
what's
du hast
going
halt-
on. There's
kannst ja
kids
generell,
being
kannst du,
taught
glaub
by
ich,
drag queens at school. Like this is a
reine
rise of
Klassen
it. It
spielen.
becomes an issue where it's
Aber
like
ich
you
glaub,
have
im Ranking
No.
ist das
people who are
mittlerweile nur
oh
noch
you know
Ding spielt
change
halt.
your gender
Kriegst 10
and do
Units
all these
vorgeschlagen,
things and
kannst
it's
7
like
auswählen.
you
Und ich glaub,
there's
das
a
kannst du
time
einmal
and a place for
rerollen oder
that and
so.
to force it upon people who
Okay,
makes
okay.
them feel
Aber
uncomfortable.
ich
Like
hab
that's
nie
also
das
unfair
Ranked
as well.
gespielt,
And for
weil
me
ich
to
das
be
2 von
forced to
2 nicht
accept
mag.
it,
Bin mal
that's also like
rausgeknackt.
why do I have to accept this man in the bathroom?
I
I
just
think
I
that's
don't
heavily
believe
exaggerated.
I don't believe that you care about that. I don't believe any conservative say it. Because if it was, where the fuck was the uproar against all of the creepy fucking pageant shows before the trans bathroom shit became a thing? Because of that issue, I will never believe a conservative when they tell me they care about trans kids being groomed or whatever. I just don't believe it. I think it's a niche issue because Republicans have no economic platform. Republicans have no fucking goals for the country. All they can do is obstruct Democrats. They have no idea about what they want to do with anything. So they focus on these really niche fucking cultural issues. There was a survey that came out asking what percentage of the American population do you think is trans? And I think people said like 24%.
Insane.
Holy shit. I like there are some people where I'd buy the argument that they're obsessed or they're worried about like kids or whatever. But like prior to this, like people would post pictures of taking their like 9-year-old boys to Hooters and it would be a funny fucking Facebook picture. Or you have all of the really creepy, really weird pageantry shit. And nobody seemed to care about any of it back then. But but now the trans people are involved. It's like the worst thing ever. So I just don't buy it. I don't believe it. But
Let's leave that there, right there. Okay, so you getting back to the Vice episode. you started off by saying the trans thing, the women in the trans in sports was the one thing you agreed with Pearl on. What did
Really
you
good
fundamentally
moderator.
disagree
I
that
like
Pearl
it.
said? Because she's a pretty reasonable girl. What did you disagree with?
Oh man, you're gonna tax my memory here. I think that the wholesale idea of like women have it easier in every single thing, or they're like story goes public, but you don't hear the story that goes public. Like this happens to. I've heard this from almost every single woman working in entertainment and working in any industry peripheral to this, that if you're a moderately attractive woman working, yeah, like you're working, you might be succeeding, but you never know if you're actually
off jobs or the one that got to pay the bills. Men have it harder. And I said,
based on the outcome you want.
You can tell when a man wants something from you.
I would be curious what type of guy it is. Maybe because this might be my bubble because
with the girl, like if you're just some dude at the bar, you're going to have to say something to be like, well, I do this for work and I do this.
Yeah, so what kind of guys do you are usually into?
Yeah.
I'll start off with that. She would tell
it leaves them like I'll have conversation. I'll come back. The person doesn't know a fucking thing about me because they didn't say shit. And they're like, oh yeah, like I feel like a really good conversation last night. Like I remember that like a lot. So that's like a really good starting point. I think is being able to talk to somebody, connect to
I
somebody.
will say that you are smarter than most and you do have a gift of gab. So you're better than most. So you've got like, someone said this the other day. They said, you know, like women want a provider, a protector to be present, and then they said that the protecting thing, you might have even been you.
I think so.
I think it was being a verbal protector, meaning like some girls want a guy who's a protector. You thinking, oh, he's going to protect you, but sometimes it's just a guy who's quick and sharp and that can defend his woman.
That's true.
Verbally.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's
just
you.
like somebody that's confident but not meek. I think confidence is always a good trait for all men.
1000%
yeah,
agree.
For sure.
If you ask a girl, like, give me your top 3 qualities, you probably asked a girl this a million times.
It was on one of those fucking dating panel shows or whatever. I bet everybody here has seen it. But it's the clip of the girl is like, I think she's like, let's say we get into a fight over something. What would you do? And there's like one guy that I think he's like in a hoodie and sweats or whatever.
Oh,
he's
I
saying,
remember that one.
Yeah, he's saying like, well, first I would gaslight you into thinking it was your fault. Then I would ignore you for 3 months to create dependency. Then afterwards maybe go out for a movie or something like, or whatever. It was a really funny answer. And it showed a lot of insight into like a lot of things. Like a lot of dumb people came away from that thinking like, wow, she picked him just because he's an asshole. But the reality was the answer was funny. It was clever. It showed insight into a lot of dating pitfalls, and I think that like things like that are why the person like opted towards that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that on Always Sunny? What was
No.
that?
No, it was a real. It
was some dating show.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
some YouTube dating show.
Is it like a
where-
Jubilee thing or something?
It was like a
I don't
Jubilee knockoff.
so.
It
Yeah, it's a
wasn't
knockoff.
Jubilee. Yeah.
But by the way, that comes from confidence, having enough confidence to be like, all right, I'm gonna throw some fucking weird shit this girl's way, see what
For
she
sure.
says.
Although
And
I
she
will
ate
say,
it up, yes or no?
Yeah, of course she loved it.
Okay,
Yeah,
she loved
but
it.
you can go wrong there too. There are times where you can lean too hard, like you miss some.
Yeah, go on.
I was just saying that you missed some.
Is there an example you're thinking of? You're laughing.
There was some girls. Sometimes when I go back to Omaha, I'll hop on Tinder. I'll see if I can hang out with somebody for a day or two. And this happened like a year or two ago. But I remember there was some girl. We wanted to go out to eat. And usually, if I've got them like out to like go eat, usually we're good at that point. And I don't remember what it was. She was a big Trump supporter. And usually, like I can joke a lot, like politically, people are cool. But I made a joke that was pretty hard, and I could tell from the rest of the dinner she was.
What was the joke?
I don't remember. It was something. It was
Here's
something
the
about
most
like.
awkward joke ever, Destiny.
No, it
go.
wasn't even awkward. It was something about she was complaining about something about Pelosi's pens or something. She used like gold pens to sign some shit. And I think I made a joke about Trump buying cheeseburgers. I don't remember what it was. It wasn't even that edgy of a joke, but I could tell she got like really mad. And by that point she was like done. So there's probably times you can push too hard and it's like, oh fuck, you fucked up.
Question for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Because you have a open relationship with
Yeah.
your girl.
Yep.
And you also have an open relationship with your girl.
One-way open relationship, but yeah.
Okay, she's sitting right there. How you doing? That's not.
Just want to
ours.
clarify that real quick.
It's one way. Okay, don't you be looking at the cameraman. You're looking for a husband. I think you'll make a great wife. When you meet these girls, let's say in Omaha, are you more interested in meeting a liberal girl that you get along with, or meeting a conservative girl that you kind of want to hate fuck?
I can't hate fuck. These people here, like, if you ever show any vulnerability.
So, but.
Yeah, I think it's still higher for men. But I'm just saying, like,
I meant like, so if like, let's say 1 out of every 100 men committed suicide 100 years ago, is it 2 today? Is it 0.5?
Someone to man up.
I just think as women, like, we're looking for someone that stays strong when shit hits the fan.
Exactly.
And it's not to say that you can never ever show any ounce of emotion, but I just think in general, it's better to err on the side of caution.
I think we have to recognize that where we were before was unacceptable. Where we were 20 years ago was not acceptable. Where men are killing themselves at what, 3, 4, 5 times the rate of women? Where men are too scared to seek help for like psychiatric problems. Where men leave the military and they go fucking.
Has the suicide rate gone down since? I don't actually know. Has it gone down since like 100 years ago?
Yeah, I think it's still higher for men. But I'm just saying, like,
no, I'm saying, no, I meant like, so if like, let's say 1 out of every 100 men committed suicide 100 years ago, is it 2 today? Is it 0.5 today?
It's way more
I
than
just
it
don't
was
know.
100 years ago.
It's there's
So
more
why
men
is that?
committing suicide
Why
today.
are men struggling and committing
Oh.
suicide more than ever now? Is that what
So-
you're saying?
No, I'm asking the question.
No,
I don't
but
actually
he said,
know.
are those the stats?
I believe it. I looked at this at what debate I did. I think it was like in the 70s. It was like we hit a crescendo with like the most amount of male suicides, and then it's gone down a little bit, but now it's rising again.
So is that, by the way, is there, we don't have the answers here, but is it younger men?
No, I think it's normally, it's people always think it's teens that are killing themselves, but I don't think that's the
I
case.
guess
The biggest,
45?
the
Yeah,
bracket is around
45.
45.
Yeah.
I think it's when people are leaving, you get kind of lonely, you get disconnected from the world, and then you're kind of like.
So
down that point.
I have 3 things that are coming to mind here.
Wait, before your 3
Yeah.
things, I just want to say before
Yeah.
that, like, if we're going to do like male advice or male empowerment, like, I don't even use the term because I know it triggers the fuck out of everybody, but like we have to be able to talk about some concepts related to toxic masculinity that keep men down. And one of those is the inability to process emotions. I'm not saying you've got to go around and be like, and I admit.
Can I have an example of what that means?
As in, like, when you, like, here's an example, okay? Men cannot have conversations about their emotions ever, okay? If a girl goes out with a guy and she comes back and she's talking to her friends, right? Oh my God, I met this guy, he was super cool, he's a blah, blah, blah. Like, a guy will go out, meet the woman of his dreams, go home to his friends, and everybody's like, oh, how was it? And the guy's like, cool. And that's all he says, ever, right? This is why, like,
Is there something wrong with that?
Yes.
Oh, why?
It's so toxic because men friendships suck. We get so little out of friendships, and I think it's one of the reasons why men are so desperate for relationships with women. And I think it also ties into, I think it ties into so many other things. It's one of the reasons why I hear women will complain that when they go on first dates with guys, they feel like they're their fucking therapist or their moms. And I think oftentimes because guys have nobody that they talk to in their lives about anything. I think it's why when breakups.
What guys are they dating?
No,
This is so common. This is so
This is
common.
really
Or it's
common.
another big reason is why, like, whenever you see like breakups happen, I've heard a lot of Red Pill guys says women always get so much credit when there's a breakup, and guys always get shit on, like they're always blamed. If there's like cheating going on, women get so much more leeway than men. It's because when women have problems in their relationships, they're telling all their girlfriends about it. Like, oh, my boyfriend does this, my husband does this, and I don't like it. So when something happens, yeah, they're way more ready to like side with their girlfriend. For guys, you know, again, like the woman might, you know, be fucking like cutting his tires every day before he goes to work, and you know, guys are like, oh, how's everything going at home? You're like, it's okay. And that's like all they fucking say. Like our relationships are really, really, really bad. The way that we communicate with each other, it's really, really, really bad.
I'll use our friend Dave Chappelle as an example here of
friend
a
Dave
story
Chappelle,
that he told, and I'll give you my feedback. He says that like basically men are just like black and white, more rational. Women are so emotional. Where it's like he did this a whole big stand up. It's like she's like, so what happened? I met Dave, went to the park, punched a guy in the face. That's it. I'm out. That's the man's story. Where the woman's story was like, well, you have to understand that I was on my period that day. And she said something really wrong to me. And then what happened is I was feeling a triggered way. And then what happened was that then Sheila walked in and it's like, Jesus, it's so fucking, I just want to know what happened. So there's 2 conflicting ideologies and like how men and women operate. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. And that's just how men operate. So women, they're always going to be more emotional. They're going to,
Yeah, but
it's not about
would
the
it be
actual
better
facts of the
otherwise?
story. It's going to be
That's
how
the
they felt and how you made them feel and
Agree,
whatever.
but
Like, anyway. But as far as men go, I don't know. I can only say what I know. I have homies that I've been friends with forever. I could say everything I want to them up to an extent. Because as a man, you know, you can give your boys maybe 80 or 90% of the story, and there's maybe like 10% of it you'll leave out because you don't want to go, like you don't want to reveal too much to the dude. So I actually agree with what you're saying to an extent, meaning if I had an issue and I was some girl I was seeing, I'd be like, yeah, so we went on this date, and this, that, whatever. And I would be like, we would have the surface level conversation just to get it off your chest. But maybe there's a little like, you know, below the iceberg type of thing that you won't reveal. So I don't know if I buy the notion.
That matters.
Well, right. But I don't know if I buy the motion that men have no friends and they have no one to talk to. I would highly encourage men to have friends that they should talk to.
But mastering-
100%.
It's not every man. There's some men who do. I do also have really good friends I can talk to. But there is a lot of dudes who, yeah, like Destiny is right. Like when they show up on a date, it is like a therapy session because they've been withholding their emotions for so long, and then there's just finally someone, and they spend 2 hours just like complaining to their girl. Yeah,
That's the worst thing a guy could ever do.
I know, but
is that you bottle up all your emotions, you don't talk to your boys, and you're gonna go fucking blow it on a date with a girl
I
when you
know.
should be asking questions.
But the reason
you
is because because he has no-
moron. Shut
Right.
up and ask questions. Now's not the time to be emotional and some girl you just met.
Right, but the reason is because he has no one he can share with.
Ugh,
But
find a
part
friend,
of,
homie.
But part of the emotions is not just being like emotional like a woman and crying. Like there's also anger. That's an emotion that men
Sure.
tend to have as well. And if they don't know how to handle that and maintain that, then that leads to them lashing out, you know, making decisions out of being at a high emotion and not knowing how to control it. So I do think it is important that men do learn how to master all of the emotions, not just when you're sad or when you're happy, but also when you're angry, because a lot of times men will be in positions with high pressure. And if they don't know how to manage that emotional time, that they could turn into a completely different direction of where they were trying to go. So I think men expressing their emotion, there is a time and a place for it. Now, do I think they should be crying all the time? No, absolutely not. But I think there is strength in a man who knows how to handle all of his emotions, because it's reliable. You know, as a woman, you're like, okay, he's upset. He knows how to be upset and recover. He's angry. He knows how to be angry and recover. So I think there is importance in men.
Nat, I have a question for you. I have a question for Nat, because this is the second or third time you've addressed this exact same thing, and I think you're spot on. How are you so well versed at this exact topic about a man handling his emotions, not succumbing to being emotional, being almost stoic, playing it cool? And if you know that if dad is crying, some shit has happened, kind of you addressed. How are you so familiar with this?
I mean, my dad, he grew up with all women in the house. So we had a lot of emotions he had to handle. And not only was he handling his own emotions, but he's also handling our emotions as well. So his reaction to our emotions, it also does teach a man how to handle emotions as well.
Oh my God, I just realized something. You have all sisters?
Yeah.
How many women are in your house?
We're blended, but in the household,
How many
we had
women?
all women, and then our little dog Dante.
How many women?
3, 4. There's 3 girls and my mom, so 4 women, and then our dog. That's a
Okay,
boy.
gotcha. All right, forget about the dog, but shout out to him. So it's your dad and all women in the household.
Yes.
Because I asked you, how are you so familiar with this? Because you've seen your dad, who's a pretty solid dude. Shout out to Marvin. And he's just there being a logical actor, making money, successful, period. And he's just like, stay calm, brother. Don't freak out. Play it fucking cool. Be a stoic. And that's how you learned about your dad, and that's what you learned about being a man.
Yes. And I think that's probably that's something that men should also learn, is that being around women and their emotions, I think that's also a lesson for you to learn how to handle those emotions without you necessarily going through it. You know, like you don't have to go through chaos or turmoil to know, like, oh my God, this is so bad. That, like, you can see it and you can experience from an outside perspective and learn and take that information and move with that.
Very powerful. Hopefully everyone listening. By the way,
I'd also push back a little, because people always say like women
you
are
just
the
want to
emotional.
push back on
Well,
everything.
because all the standards are so
I can
dumb.
tell you that the
She
sky
brought
is
up a good
blue.
point. Listen,
and you're like, I'm going to push back on the sky
Listen, well, it
right
depends
now.
on how far up in the atmosphere you are, okay? No. But listen, like the idea that like women are emotional, men aren't, women are emotional. Okay, men are emotional, and I'm glad she brought this up, because the anger thing is a huge fucking issue, okay?
Yes.
Guys will say some shit like women are emotional, and then bump into a dude on the street that scuffs his shoes, and then somebody dies like 5 seconds later, okay?
Do you think men and women are equally emotional?
I think that it's very rare that men and women are like equal in anything, except for maybe like number of limbs.
Like I'm saying by and large, do you think men and women are equally emotional?
Like, I would say probably yes, but it's going to be expressed differently in different ways. So like men are probably, I think men tend to be a little bit more extroverted in their displays of emotion, and women tend to be a little bit more like in their head with it. I think this is a big problem when it comes to child rearing. When little girls cry, the teaching for them is like, hey, you're crying. Why are you crying? Like, let's figure it out. But when boys are upset, they want to like hit something. And you say, no, don't do that. So it's like, okay, fuck, I can't have emotions as a boy, right? And I think that's something we carry with us throughout like our entire life, as young boys into adolescent men, into young men, into adulthood, whereas women are taught from an earlier age to like process their emotions. So it's hard to say like who's more emotional, because like women obviously can express it in some areas, men can express it in other areas.
I think you bring up a very good point, because we all know that dude, if he steps on a shoe in the club, he's trying to fight you now. But I feel like those guys are few and far between, and those guys are looking for a fight, and those guys probably didn't understand like social dynamics and understand how to handle their emotions as a kid. Moving on. The topic I want to get into
Wait,
now.
answer your question.
What were you going to say?
No, you can go. It's fine.
Okay, moving
Wow.
on. Let's move on because
Jesus.
we've got about 20 minutes left, and
Okay,
we're going to get to super chats.
Yeah.
I do want to address the face of this toxic masculinity these days, which is none other than our friend Andrew Tate. Now, I'm a fan. I'm a friend. I think he's been sold a bill of goods. We'll see what happens here. The latest news. I saw your episode that you did the other day with
where we covered his how to traffic women guide.
So
Yeah.
this whole lover boy method thing was where you can make women fall in love with you, which is not easy to do, by the way. But you make women fall in love with you, and then you coerce them into sex trafficking. The charges, I guess, against him now are suspicion of human trafficking, sex trafficking, potentially rape. Doubt that. Former organizing crime group, and then the easiest ones, well, they'll always get you if they want to get you, are money laundering and tax evasion. That's how they get Capone. That's how they get all these guys, okay? I guess the latest news is he's been detained for an additional 30 days in Romanian prison. I really enjoyed that breakdown you did with the Romanian attorney, basically breaking down the case. You did that, and then Sneeko came on and, I don't know, kind of said his case.
Yeah.
What was that?
What Sneeko was doing to Andrew Tate.
What
in
was
that
Sneeko
conversation.
doing?
Slurping up.
Oh, wow. Just slurping
All
up.
you guys do. You guys suck him off so hard.
No, I've called out Tate on a few things.
Okay, all right.
So there's people in the chat, they're like, Adam said one bad thing about Tate. He should go to hell now. It's like, relax, dude. But you interviewed Tate recently. I think you were the last interview of Tate before he went to jail. Okay, so I want to get the panel's basically take on A, what are your thoughts on Tate? Do you think these charges are trumped up? Do you think he's actually going to be seeing real legitimate jail time here? And what will the final outcome be?
So-
you want to go first? Ladies
Well,
first.
I don't know all the facts of the case, I'd like to say. So from what I understand, could you explain more about like
Well, let's let the man who just did a breakdown.
I don't know.
So Andrew Tate is being accused of essentially he gets women into this like mind state where they're very much into him, and then I think his goal is to get that woman to a dinner with another woman that works for him. He gets that woman to convince the other woman that is like in love with him to like start camming and doing sex work, and I think he flies them out to, I think they were doing their business in Romania. He basically has like this like cam girl sweatshop set up in their basement where he's got all these women working, and then he just kind of like keeps them strung along that way, like doing camming shit, defrauding them on their taxes and stealing money from them, and then doing that indefinitely. And then there's also some of the charges I think accused of threats of physical and emotional abuse, I think, as well. And then there was that one threat of, or there was the rape thing too. But I don't know if that was accused to Andrew or if it just said that was about the 4 people. So it might not have been Andrew himself that was accused of that.
But the whole thing is like, he said all of this on camera loudly and proudly, meaning, here is my business model. As case example, you're a pretty girl. You want to make some money. You're doing OnlyFans. You're doing all types of video chatting things anyway. Okay? Come with me, and you can make $10,000 a month.
No, there's one flaw. He's going for new girls.
Yeah,
not
they
girls who
weren't
are
girls in the
Okay,
industry.
all right. So he's recruiting. You have existing salespeople and you have new salespeople. That's how businesses work. I'm just boiling it down to the basic.
can I ask
Hear me
a
out. Hear me out. Before everyone jumps in, you can make $10,000 a month in my business model, but I keep half. Or you can attempt to do it yourself, and you can make $2,000 a month, and you can do it, and you keep 100%. Here are your options. And that's the way that he's broken it down on camera multiple times. So he says, I've seen it consistently. Go out and try to do it on your own. You make less money. Come to me, you'll make more, but I'm also going to make some money. And that's how he made his fucking money, and that's his business model.
The video
Whether
wasn't
he was
for-
doing tax evasion, money laundering, coercion, that's another story. But he's been very open of that's what the business model was.
The business model, he wasn't selling it. Or sorry, you want to talk about?
No, I just had a question about. So were the girls free to leave the whole time?
That's, I think, a contentious point. I think there were logs leaked where there was talk of passport holding, and that's where the threat of physical and emotional violence come in. But I would have to see what the actual accusations
And
were
the
about it.
accusations, what did they accuse him of? You said
human
rape.
trafficking.
Rape. It was emotional. You said something.
So there were 4 people that I don't know if there's been a new press release, but the
Okay.
Romanian document announced 4 people. Andrew Tate being one of them. Of those 4 people, One
Tristan
of them
Tate's
was accused
brother.
of rape. There was to create a criminal organization. There was sex trafficking, and then there was the money laundering. But I don't think it said specifically who was charged with what. That's my memory of it.
Here's what I'll say. And this is totally my opinion. Totally my opinion. Let's say Andrew Tate had 100 girls working for him. Let's just say. And 99 of them were free to leave, all good, do whatever you want, no issues whatsoever. And then there was this one girl who had fucking issues. She threw up in the house and wouldn't clean it up. I think Sneeko brought up this example.
Yeah, that's
right?
what Andrew Tate's friend Sneeko said.
Whatever.
Yes. Okay,
I'm just saying.
yeah.
I'm giving. I
No, that's
wasn't
fine.
there. I'm not here to clean up the vomit.
No, that's fine.
I'm just saying. I can see how this slippery slope happens. There's this one girl. 99 of the other girls are fine. They're making their money. Whatever. Again, this is my opinion. This one girl does something wrong, throws up, disrespects, talks shit, whatever it was, and now there's an issue with this one girl. And they're going to take this issue with this one girl that he held her passport or he wronged her or he physically harassed her because this one girl was acting up. So now you want to take this one case and paint this broad brush around this dude that he's just raping and pillaging women galore. And that to me is, I think, unfair.
Okay,
because
hold on.
I don't
Wait,
think
but you
that's
have-
what he
you don't
was
even
doing.
know first of all, we
Again,
already
I
know-
said that is my opinion.
Sure. If he's doing what he said he did in his videos, he is a sex trafficker. Full stop.
Like what?
He says that he gets girls to fall in love with him. He says that he brings them to a dinner with another girl that's working for him with the express intent of that girl to convince this girl.
Wait, but did she freely choose to do it? I just don't. I'm sorry. If I'm thinking, okay, I'm putting myself in these girls' shoes. I get a boyfriend, right? And the boyfriend convinces me to do cam work. That was my decision.
That's great that you think that. That's cool.
Personal decisions,
great.
personal
I just feel like I'm so
responsibility.
That's great that you think that.
Can you not cut me
It's
off?
sex
Can you not cut me off? Like, I'm just tired of like we're gonna blame the men for your poor decision. You picked to do it.
That's great that you feel that way, but it's still sex trafficking. Your personal feelings don't matter. That's
By the
still
way,
sex
you're a
trafficking.
European girl living in the former USSR. You have no other job options, and you're hot and you're young.
Sure, or
Boom.
oftentimes-
time to
And
start
then-
doing
and
sex
They weren't
promotion.
complaining about the money. They weren't complaining about the money.
But he was actively stealing from them.
Yeah, he admits
It's not
that.
actively
He does admit
He
that.
literally said,
Yeah.
when you're filling out these dumb women's tax forms, you can lie to them about the tax forms and take 20, 40% off the top.
That
he
is
literally
where
said that.
I think you were right.
Yeah.
That is
Okay.
where I think you were
But
right.
even though-
Hear me out.
was
That
going
is
on-
where I think they will get him.
Yeah.
No,
Because
even wait, hold on, no. Even everything you described at that point, even if they willingly chose all the time, it's still sex trafficking. If I fly to another country, bring you to a country where you don't speak the language, lock you in a basement, and then tell you like, hey, stream it, I'll cut you.
not a
That's
lawyer,
sex trafficking.
but
It-
for me, that's definition-wise, maybe you're right.
Okay,
maybe you're
okay.
wrong. I don't know.
That's
That
great.
to me is not sex trafficking. I agree with Pearl. These women knew what they were doing. They knew what they were signing up for. They were free to leave. He wasn't holding their passports. But if he was skimming money off the top with taxes, that's what they'll
Sure.
get.
So
you.
these are the two stages, and I agree that that's what you're going to say because I know that's what all the Tate fans are going to say. First, they're going to say he didn't do it, and then when they said he did do it, and it's obviously clearly sex trafficking, then it's going to be, oh, okay, well, sure, he's sex trafficking, but it's okay. That's not even like real sex trafficking, or who cares about sex trafficking? They chose to go to another country where they didn't speak the language. He was stealing money from them, and they were locked in for the first time ever doing sex
So
work.
I have a question. So
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the Romanian legal system. I don't know the definition of that. Okay, I'm not going to pretend
You don't
I do.
have a
I'm sorry.
major
Sex
in
trafficking,
Romanian
there's a
law?
pretty international. It's an international thing, but yeah.
I don't know. I don't study sex trafficking.
Okay.
It's not my area of expertise. But my question is, what is incorrect about that statement? Do you not think the women should take accountability for the choices that they made?
No,
They should.
not in that
that's
case.
Besides the point.
You can take accountability. I'm
Like-
not asking
like-
about what the punishment should be for the women. They've probably been punished enough. I imagine if they worked and had money stolen from them. What we're talking about was what Andrew Tate did, which is sex trafficking, right? There are probably women that make bad decisions.
Allegedly.
But I'm saying,
That's what
why
he's
is
charged with.
it?
That's what
Why
he's
is
charged with.
Allegedly.
Why
Let's
is
just
it?
be
Why
clear
is it
about
wrong
that.
if they
It's not
freely chose to do
proven.
it?
Why is it wrong if I get somebody in a relationship with me and then I'm able to flip that into them working as a prostitute for me?
You freely chose to do it. I just think there's nobody. I couldn't date a single guy that could make me want to do that.
That's great for
I'm
you,
so-
but
I'm
we're not,
sorry.
this isn't about you. This story isn't about you.
but
though.
Destiny,
I'm
I
saying-
love how passionate you are and the words you use, but we have to be careful. These aren't prostitutes. They're hear me out.
Sex workers.
They're
Sorry.
on camera doing cam girl shit. At any point they can turn off their camera. At any point they can say, "I don't feel like
You
it
don't
today."
know.
But they're doing it to make money. This is a job, so they can make money.
OnlyFans.
Now, OnlyFans. Hello.
Except they're in another country where they don't speak the language.
What do you
where
mean
they're
they
in
don't
it.
speak the language?
This
They're
is
in
like saying
Europe.
anybody at any time could go and buy and sell the right options, the right puts or calls to be a billionaire. That's true. But the hard part is making the picks, right? If you're flown to a whole other fucking country, and you've got some dude that you think is your fucking boyfriend that's in love with you, and now you're doing sex work for the first time in your fucking life. You don't speak the language around here. The guy's stealing money from you. Who knows if you even know how to fucking
I'm
book
sorry,
a ticket
unless
out.
these girls are beyond naive. If they
Sure,
see
and that's
99 other
fine.
girls there,
Okay, cool.
they don't think this is my boyfriend and he loves me.
That's great, and
he's
that's
like,
fine.
now I'm a part of a harem.
There's literally a name for the method.
Hold
That's why
on.
it's called the lover boy method. This is exactly
Yes.
what they do. But if you don't care about sex trafficking, that's fine. And a lot of people
No,
apparently
no, no,
now,
no, that-
now they don't care
Obviously,
about sex trafficking, which is cool.
I'm not
but
saying I
like-
don't care about sex trafficking. Would you say that there's the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking, and then there's the Tate thing, and they're not even fucking close?
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Yeah.
What?
Go,
Why?
state your case.
I don't. What's the definition of sex traffic? I don't. I just
Here's
would think
Natalia.
because here's.
There's
I would
three
just.
factors.
This is just
I
wait,
agree,
wait, wait.
Pearl.
I would
Well,
just. I would just think that it was that you aren't free to go. That's what I thought. I thought it's only sex trafficking if they're underage or they can't leave. That's what I thought.
You said there's three things?
I believe there is. I watched some legal breakdown. There's got to be physical pressure, physical violence, coercion, and one more.
It's force, fraud, and coercion.
Yeah, fraud
Yes.
and coercion. Yeah.
So
the
fraud is
the
gonna be
fraud
stealing
is
the
the taking the
taxes.
money. The coercion we don't really know about because we don't know what the evidence
Because
the
that's all
police
he.
has.
That's all he says. She said. Right now.
Well,
Right now.
but
right
we don't
now.
know what evidence the police has. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
I think the only reasonable position is to be agnostic until you see what develops of the case.
Yeah.
Here's I think the biggest point here. Tate has become famous for talking that shit on social media, on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, and what will make you famous will also
fuck you in the ass.
will fucking put your ass in jail. And that's the problem that he's having right now. I do this is how I make my money. I'm a badass. It's like, yo, this guy's sick. Let me follow this guy. You're going to jail for the exact same reason. That's the problem that he's going to have.
to jail for.
Yeah, what are you talking?
This is such bullshit.
He said
he's going to jail because he's in an Eastern European country that wants to fucking be taken seriously on the world stage, and he's bragging about sex trafficking in the fucking country. That's why he got charged. He's going to
That's
jail.
what exactly Literally my point. exactly
Yeah,
what
but
he's
that's not.
saying.
But Andrew Tate isn't known for telling young men how to sex traffic. He's known for challenging the matrix and challenging the system.
No,
but
he
now
isn't.
people are trying to. People are
That's
trying
not
to.
true.
He's
He
been
has a whole
talking
course
about
about that.
Yeah.
He might have been talking about it, but that's not why he gained popularity, and that's not why people are saying he's being targeted by Romania or the Western world. People are saying, oh, they're targeting him because he's telling young men
No,
how to break free of the matrix
point
and be
he's
independent.
making is the fact that he's bragged about so much
You've
publicly
said
is
it
what's
so
going
many
to bug
times.
him, and that it's what's going to.
If you want to know what I think Tate stands for, what I actually think he stands for, it's not. Okay, he talks about the matrix and the system, and he has very loudly talked about how he makes his money and the cam girls, and he talks about whether he's toxic masculinity, what he's labeled as. What I actually think Tate stands for is just male self-improvement.
No.
Getting in the gym, going to being a badass, making money.
Depends
and if
on
you make the money,
who
you
you
get the women,
ask.
you get the
If
Bugattis.
you ask me,
but he's
no.
talking about
If you
becoming
ask
a better
you-
version of yourself. But nobody wants to talk
Yeah.
about that. They want to talk about being a sex trafficker. They want to talk about him doing all the fucking ridiculous things out there. That to me is his message, but it gets masked by all this other nonsense. So here's my next question to you. Let's say Tate is innocent. Let's just say Tate is innocent. Go with me here. Who do you think is pulling the strings trying to get him fucking set up and put in jail? Go with me here. Who do you think is? You think
Romania.
it's corporations? You think it's
It's
government?
Greta, for sure.
You think it's Greta Thunberg? You think it's the World Economic Forum? You think it's the U.S. government? You think it's like? Let's just say Tate's innocent, and he hasn't done any of this. Innocent until proven guilty, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you think is saying this fucking Tate guy? We got to bring this motherfucker down.
I don't think there
Who's
needs to
doing
be.
it?
I don't think there needs to be a big conspiracy. I think it can be as simple as either a prosecutor doesn't like him and makes the wrong decision. Sometimes police mess up, or it could be the U.S. Embassy put a little pressure on Romania. That could have also happened. But I don't think there's this big international conspiracy.
So you
going
don't
on.
think it goes to some top
No,
World
I don't.
Economic Forum
No,
matrix
I don't believe in
situation?
that.
Charles Schwab.
Charles Schwab, Chuck
No.
Schwab.
I've heard that name so much.
World
The-
Economic Forum.
No,
You'll
the
be
Charles
you'll
Schwab.
own nothing and
I
be
don't.
happy.
I'm not that deep into the red pill yet. There's like layers, so I haven't hit the like they call it the deep state,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that the Pizzagate?
Yes.
I don't know.
All right.
I
Well,
don't
you're
know
familiar with this world. Go crazy with me. Go conspiracy theory.
If I,
here.
if I was going full
Who is
conspiracy,
at the top saying we
top
have
would
to
be
bring this
some
man
Romanian
down?
official who's like, our country is trying to be taken more seriously. Okay, Eastern European countries are like, I think, vying for validity from the West, and now we've got a guy that's in our country, flagrantly talking about and bragging about fucking sex trafficking. So we're gonna fucking take this guy down. If I was to entertain a conspiracy, that would be my guess of where it would come.
I would say this is that he talks about corruption, right? And he goes, every country's corrupt. Every country's corrupt. Now, do you want to be in a country like the West? Because Tate talks very badly about United States, the West, UK, London, EU, doesn't speak highly above it. That's why he likes more Eastern Europe, Dubai. You know, he's converted to Islam. He talks about the fact that in Romania, he's like, I like the fact that I could just go give a bag of cash and get out of the corruption and just pay it off.
Well, it hasn't worked this time.
That's exactly.
The bag's not
and
big
that's
enough.
why I think that he talks about the sex trafficking. I think that there's some prosecutor in Romania, like if you want to go there, there's some prosecutor in Romania or some judge or some, you know, legal aristocrat, whoever, that's like, oh, right? Okay, bro. Well, test me. You're in my country. Let's see if we're that corrupt. And I think there's maybe somebody with a bone to pick. But so maybe it's not the Charles Schwabs of the world and the Greta Thunbergs of the world and the, you know, the Matrix. Maybe it's just some dude in Romania.
The reality, too, is that, like, when you talk about corruption, there's going to be different types of corruption, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if I could go to a place like Romania and get, like, a speeding ticket and pay off the cop. Maybe more than I could in the United States. But, like, double homicide, that's probably a different thing. So the idea that, like,
There's
all
levels to
corruption is the same and you can pay off anybody for anything, probably not true.
I think
I've
that's a
heard
very
that
good example.
If you're
Yes,
in
you're right.
Romania and you are doing anything involved with casinos, you're, what is it, greasing wheels or greasing gears with, like, pretty bad people. Like, that's just, like, a given.
You're affiliated with bad people, yes.
Absolutely. That has to be the case.
Yes.
But I don't think that means you can get away with, like, blatantly sex trafficking or, like, raping or killing or, like, doing crazy shit
Especially
like
if you're not a high-profile figure. If
Sure.
you are a high-profile figure.
Huh. All right, so give me your prediction. What's going to happen to Tate in 30 days?
He's going to jail.
Me first?
Yeah.
I like to wait until the facts of the case are out. It could go either way. It could be that
How
a couple
diplomatic
women,
of you.
Well, because it could be that a couple women gave testimony. They
Yeah.
can't validate it anywhere else. They've got maybe a couple whatever text messages and that's it. And then nothing comes of it. It could be that he didn't do anything actually that wrong. Maybe they
Yeah.
did all freely choose to go there. They thought they could make some money. They weren't happy with the money they made, and now they came back and they're trying to burn him. It could be that he actually did engage in a whole bunch of fucked up shit, and we're going to see way more released from the Romanian authorities. But it could be anything.
How about
so-
this? I'm going to re-ask the question because
Oh,
forget
okay.
about predictions. Who knows what's going to happen because it's very easy to say, let's just wait for the case comes out. How about this? Let's just keep it simple. Do you think that Tate, who has taken the internet by storm over the last 6-12 months, do you think he's a net negative or a net positive
Net
for
negative.
society and specifically young men? What do you think, Alex?
I would say net positive overall.
Net positive.
Yeah.
Why?
There's some things he says that are a little cringe that I disagree with, but overall about like making men more masculine, taking accountability, working out, getting your finances in order, those are all good messages.
Fully agree. How about you, Pearl? You've interviewed him. You sat with him. You're the last one of us to actually see him in the flesh. Net negative or net positive for society?
I would say net positive. I think most of his message is about self-improvement.
I agree.
So, yeah, I would say net
Yeah.
positive.
Like, but it's easy to call him a chauvinist and a misogynist, but that's a negative thing these days.
No.
Telling men to improve. How about you? Back to you. Do you think he's a net?
What do you think?
Net negative or net
I
positive?
say net. Do we need another guide here saying go to the gym, get your finances in order, like be a man? I don't know how much like uniqueness he's offering there that's valid.
You have to admit that he's very unique, bro.
Is he really? I mean, like he is in like the hyper consumerist, like look at all my fucking cars sense.
I
But
think
like
that's.
I don't know.
I think that's bullshit. I think if he was just,
You
I,
can't
what are
argue-
some-
I think if he was Ubering everywhere, the message would be
impacted
just
more
as
people
powerful.
Probably in 6
No.
months than most people have in their entire career.
He has reached people that were never involved in
You said he's
self-improvement.
unique. Give me some unique messages from Tate.
Well, no.
It doesn't have to be a unique message. It's about the impact.
Yeah.
And you can't. I
You can't
interview
deny the
people on the
impact. Fully
street
agree.
all the time, like young kids, and they're like the biggest Tate fans. Like I have never
Yeah,
seen
that's
anyone
the
with
net
that much
negative.
of a reach. Like,
yeah, but I
it's
mean,
a-
I don't know. If my fucking 11-year-old son was a huge Tate fan, that would very fucking scare me. That
All
would
right,
be
well then
really
let me flip it
scary
on
to me.
you.
Yeah.
Who do you want your 11-year-old son to admire, and you can't say a video gamer?
I can't say video game.
Can't say it. Who do you want your 11-year? This goes back to the young destiny of who he was going to look up to. If it's not someone like Tate, who do you want your 11-year-old son looking up to these days?
Damn, I would say that probably it would be relevant to whatever career he wanted to go into.
He's
So if he
11 years
wanted
old.
to-
Who gives a shit about
Well,
career?
yeah. So right
So
now
who
he
do you-
looks up to like fucking
being-
movie characters. He likes Spider-Man
Okay.
and shit like that. So I think
Okay.
like Marvel superheroes are probably okay for kids.
All
to look
right,
up
that's
to.
fair.
Sure.
So
But they're not real,
a lot of young kids would say that he's the closest thing to that in real life.
A super-
Kickboxer, badass, smart, good with women, driving Bugattis, living in mansions, smoking cigars, will fuck you up and fuck your girl. Kind of a badass.
Yeah, but like 5 out of 9 of those things, like I don't want my kid fantasizing about Bugattis, mansions, fucking people that fucking girls. Or
Yeah, Bugatti.
It's-
Bugatti is just a means to an end. It means you've made money, and so you have a Bugatti. Listen, I have enough money to buy a nice supercar, I'd rather just keep my money in the bank because I'd like Ubering everywhere. It's just a sign of wealth. It's not like
I don't
like
believe
to me
that.
it's a little
No.
excessive to have. I've got 19 supercars. It's like you only really need one.
You can't when you
Okay.
make that the focal point so often. I
I
don't think you can
agree.
retreat behind the like. Oh no, well I'm just saying this will happen as a result of your wealth.
I
This
agree.
is like the goal for a lot of
I
people.
agree, but I think a lot of it is that's his caricature, right? It wouldn't be surprised
Well,
me
and it gives
if he
young
didn't.
men something to strive for. I
Yeah,
don't think
strive
it's-
for
why is
Bugattis?
it? Why is it wrong? Okay, I grew up in the most. Like the comments will always say, like these are the cheapest rich people I've ever seen. Like y'all rich, but you look broke. And,
Us?
the comment section, my family.
Oh.
Like so I'm
Us?
I grew up
Shit.
around frugal rich people. Like I
Yes.
understand the concept, but it's just like why is it bad for men to want to strive to have 20 supercars?
Because
Like,
because putting you in a mindset where you think that material things are going to improve your life, like spiritually, or improve your life in like a holistic,
Very
like,
well
psychological sense,
argued.
it's a path that I've watched so many people go down before. You spent the first
it's
half of this
not,
program.
it's not
shitting.
to say that's the only thing, but can't
No,
you
it
acknowledge,
is.
can't you
It
acknowledge that there's
is.
some benefit in striving to make a lot of money?
No, never.
Yes.
I
No,
don't
no,
think
no,
if
no,
you're
no.
selling to
Really?
a young man ever, it would never be like, if you do this, you can have a supercar. That would never be part of your talking points.
I act like you're
I
talking to
just feel like
someone
this
that
is like
had hold on,
nitpicking.
hold
Like
on.
this is nitpicking.
It's
Yes,
not
over
nitpicking.
yes.
This is like half of the fucking videos that circulate with him
Oh,
on the
no,
internet.
he
Is
has
like,
too much. He has
look at
too
my.
much stuff that he talks
For some
about.
reason, I'm like obsessed with this straw man argument thing because you've used it a few
What
times.
straw- This is literally
Hear
what he
me
talks
out,
about.
bro.
I'm hearing you.
You
Go.
only can talk at one time.
Okay.
You're talking to somebody that doesn't have a car
Okay.
because he doesn't want to fucking drive, and I like being Ubered around. But I could buy a Maserati for 100 grand, no problem. But I prefer not to. So for me to defend Tate, just understand the fact that I'm not a car guy. The message is not about the Bugatti. The Bugatti is the reward after doing everything he talks about in his message. Becoming better, faster, stronger, cooler, wealthier, sexier, healthier, all that. Then you can get the Bugatti. But don't get lost in the sauce. That is the message. And once you make the money and get the fame and get the success, if you want to go buy a fucking what color is your Bugatti, go for it. Or buy 19. But to say, oh, Tate, he's got a bad message because of the Bugatti, that's the carrot at the end, like to like motivate you. But that's not the reason that you're in the gym every day. That's not the reason that you're working your ass off. That's not the reason that you're trying to improve. It's like, that's why I was saying it's like a straw man argument that it's all about material. It's not. That's like the payoff at the end. But like the essence of what he's doing is male self-improvement. And I think you would agree with that, no?
That's the biggest cope I've ever heard in my life.
Yep.
Cope?
Yeah.
cope.
That
What
was
does that
so
mean?
much cope.
Cope of what?
Where are the videos showing that, like, if you live like a fulfilling life, this is what awaits you at the end? Maybe it's a happy marriage. Maybe it's like good friendships. Like maybe it's like a family that you love and care for. Maybe it's like participation in your community.
Yeah, but if you're
It's all
talking
these
to an
things-
18-year-old kid,
They don't
what's your
care about
family?
that.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about? They want to
That's
fucking
fine.
get laid and
That's
get
okay.
paid.
Sure, that's
it.
fine.
You
But
sound
if
like
get
a girl.
laid, if get laid,
He
and get
sounds like a
paid-
girl?
That's like what girls say.
If-
Are you calling Destiny
no,
a girl?
these are the
No.
Christian conservative values that you guys hide behind when you want clicks, but none of you actually give a fuck about. Okay, this is what they actually talk about.
Christian,
If you've ever been
when
in a
have you
church your
ever heard
entire
me talk
life,
about
okay?
Jesus? I
When I
don't
say
even
you
talk-
guys, I mean Red Pill in general. Are all
What are
doing
you-
this Christian
I'm
aesthetic.
not
right?
a red pill
What are
guy.
you
I
talking
interview a
about?
lot of red pill.
You're talking about fulfillment, self-improvement, all these things, okay?
I've
If
never
your
even
eyes,
talked about religion.
if you're trying to sell somebody a car at 18, and that's where the focal point is, 19, 20, 21, do you think that magically at 25 they're gonna be like, oh shit, I've had my eyes on the car the whole time, but like,
Yeah,
man, I've got
but
like,
I
a
don't
lot
need
more
it
fulfillment in my
anymore.
life now. Like,
Yeah,
that's not
dude.
gonna happen.
I used to want to fuck a million girls and have a girlfriend. Like, yeah, of course. Your attitudes change as you get older. He's preaching traditional masculinity, which is attractive to a lot of men. It's like the James Bond type of fantasy. It's like, yeah, good with girls, good at
Why is it
fighting,
halfway
have a nice
open
car.
then?
But yeah, you get at some point where you experience that and it gets old, and maybe you do settle down, or maybe you don't.
I've just
But what
I
you're
had it in
saying
my
is not gonna
family. I've
sound
seen it
sexy to
personally. There
anyone.
are so many people that fall down the consumerist hole. I've seen it happen time and
Yeah,
time in
that would be
own
like my
family.
one criticism of
But
Andrew
if you,
Tate too.
well, but that is like his major fucking
I don't
selling
think
point, and that's
so.
what Adam is defending. Yeah, it's like look at the cars, like the car's the prize.
No,
but
I
eventually,
don't think-
you'll get the car as a
But
result
Destiny,
of all those other
that's why
things.
I said that I'm not a car guy, so I can't be defending
Yeah,
getting
because
a
you're
car.
trying to put yourself on
Because-
trial to defend his person. But I'm not
No,
attacking you.
I'm just, but what I'm saying is, it's easy. This is what I was saying with the straw man. It's easy to take his message and be like, he's just all about materialism and Bugattis, when that's not the message. It's work harder,
It
get
is.
better, and once you do all that and increase your status, then you can get the car. You're focusing on all he talks about is getting a car.
Have you ever watched like his full War Room streams?
War Room streams, no, but I've seen like some of his long form content where he's
okay,
talking about
so but you've never watched like a full War Room
War Room stream, no.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Pearl, you're so adorable. Just ask questions. No point there. Just want to know. Okay. We're now at the point where we'd like to get some super chats in. Oh, we are running out of time here.
Yeah.
So let's get some super chats in and then we'll wrap up. I'm sorry that we're running a little bit late here today.
Okay.
But the crowd is on fire. I'm sure
They're
they
very
want.
excited out there.
Are they? Yeah. In the chat.
Yeah.
Nat, go ahead. Shine for us right now.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for the super chats. We really appreciate it. We actually have a lot of people watching today, so we enjoy having you guys on with us. We appreciate it. So I'm going to go through the chats. We have Ben Mick. Question for the guy with the blue hair. Why do you put building a factory over entertainment of your audience? Better be.
Facts! Hey, guy with the blue hair with no name.
His name is Destiny. Then we have YNG Skirt, Major L on the panel, Alex. We want Sneeko. Ice, he said, you linked Destiny the game and not Destiny. We changed that. Thank you very much. We have DL Sane. I really want to know your podcast. Actually, he did message me like on Instagram. So hello to you, DL Sane. We appreciate all your super chats. What's good, people? Salute to the panel. Will Valuetainment team be at the Fresh and Fit 1 million event next week? Happy New Year. Then we have Splendid Badger. Follow your passion. Through doing so, you will unlock many things about yourself. Be true to your word and know to admit you have made a mistake. Then we have Robert Blake. Not as a hero we deserve. We love you. College is overrated even for most people, and anyone can develop skills today or go into a trade. College isn't safe, and the only guarantee is debt. Nobody is safe. Quality for life you want. SB, I'm so happy and cultural contribution pays my rent. Think like man, but you cannot. Done. Man, his name is Destiny. February 20th, where it's at. Video editing. Going to put us have the color another out. If you to be, I'm sucker. These days, just to control their men and why fact that black. But man, we pair.
Okay, that's a bump.
Okay, you got them legs, girl.
Okay, girl.
It's that volleyball. Then we have.
That's a bump of sand spike right there.
Then we have Terrell Xavier Destiny. Can't ask male chivalrist. Have to say using the camp. We have adults, modern, UK, and still just female. I know they'll be paying for this. Sonic is delusional for probably just mad his son would prefer Tate was his biological dad. Sonic, female. Higo, Destiny is literally upset that people strive to make money. I'm like starting straight with Alex. And also that's for the super chats. And make sure you guys like.
We're going to wrap up. And I would like to end on a positive note. I think we had a very spirited discussion here. I don't think we disagreed on too much. I think you thought you'd be at a negative one right now. I think you're fine. I think you're doing all right.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that we all would like to see men improve? Is that fair?
Si, senor.
Right? Mm-hmm. Do you even stand for that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Of course he does.
That's fair. Would it also be fair to say that nobody is coming to save you? Like you, the proverbial you. Like nobody's coming in to save you, to help you get better. Like you need to do it yourself.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Okay.
Unless you're a woman, you can just marry a guy.
Unless you're a what? Exactly. So
someone always will.
I want to get your guys' take on
or
what
you can agree
actually,
to sex trafficking.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You can agree.
Pearl, I want to get your advice on what you're seeing out there, on what men can do to actually improve these days. Like, give me some tangible advice. Since we're all agreement that we want to see men improve and get better, I always say I want to see men get paid, laid, and do it their way. And I have a accountability for that, which I'll explain. But I want to get you guys are the experts. You guys deal with a ton of people. You have a ton of followers. Going down the line here, give me your best advice of what you're seeing out there, especially on the relationship side of things, of where men can really improve these days.
I think a lot of guys really struggle with photos. So if you just get really good photos with good lighting and good angles and you set up a decent social media and Tinder, you can meet a lot of girls that way. I think if you can get better at screening girls and not wasting your time for girls who are looking for different things than you, then you can save a lot of time. I'd say those two things probably.
So number one is photos.
If you want to meet girls on the internet, and most girls you meet in real life, they will ask for your Instagram anyway, so photos matter either way.
Okay. Miss Pearly things, you interviewed a lot of feminists and boss babes. You interviewed a lot of whack job girls. So from a girl's perspective, what should men do to A, improve, but B, not get caught up in something where they can get their lives ruined by some of these women?
Improve, I would just say go to the gym, because I think that's one of the first things that girls talk about that they want is like good body. And then why are you laughing?
That's just so not true. But
You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
You're
But-
telling a girl that girls tell her things that's not true?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I disagree with Destiny on that.
It's
yeah,
just
fitness
absolutely
matters.
not true. But
Yeah,
it's,
fitness.
I
No, I'm
understand.
saying I
It's
disagree with
different,
him.
different
fitness
bubbles.
matters,
Of course it
bro.
matters.
Yeah, but it's not
Absolutely
number
true.
one.
It's not going to be even
I
close
wouldn't think
to
it's
number
one.
Well, I don't think it's. Okay.
It's
okay.
important. No, it is.
But you
I
can't
wouldn't
improve
say
your
one.
intelligence, but you can't improve your
That's
physique.
what I'm saying. Like, I just think.
Let me put it
that's
this way.
one
If
thing-
you're a
that's
guy-
one thing that every guy has control over.
If you're like a moderately, like, as long as
But
you're
I'll-
not 300 fucking pounds, you're not
Mhm.
losing women because you're not fit enough.
Yes,
at that
you
point,
are.
you've got. At
You
that
are
point, there's.
100%.
If you are, well, I mean, I'm not saying you won't lose. Okay, let me rephrase that. If you're single and you're just like a normal, like, skinny fat dude or whatever, you're not single because you're not at the gym. Going to the gym isn't going to change that.
It's
for
one
you.
of the reasons that's holding you back. You're
It's-
getting
it's-
less
it's
matches
like
on
on-
Tinder, less girls are checking you out, less girls are staring at you, you're getting less choosing signals.
Not if your pockets are big enough.
Or you've got to
Oh,
like
if you got the money, yeah, if you wanna lead with
or you got to
money.
get a
Let's
personality.
let Pearl answer this.
Yeah,
Destiny
sorry,
will give his answer.
I
I'll
just
give
had
my
a little
answer.
laugh. Okay, I got called out for my little laugh. Okay,
I said
good.
one of the things. Okay,
Okay.
I just think everyone's in control of fitness.
Yeah.
okay?
Pearly just wants a six-pack, we get it.
Okay.
All right, Destiny, go ahead.
I didn't think this would be
since,
such a hot.
Since going to the gym and looking better is not one of them, what is
well,
it
you
for
can
you?
do that. That's fine.
You just said that, bro.
I just said it's not the number one fucking thing. I just
I
had a
didn't
little
say-
laugh.
I said one of the. I said one
You
of the.
shouted at me. I'm just having a little giggle. I'm having a giggle over here, okay?
You shouted at
Yeah,
me.
this one's like 2 feet taller than me, okay? I'm getting scared. I'm just having a little laugh over here, okay? Jesus.
Go ahead, sir.
My advice to
Male
everybody on
self-improvement,
everything
what can men do?
is always don't fucking reinvent the wheel. There are things that work. You're not going to find very much like novel advice. Improving yourself is oftentimes incredibly simple. It's just not always easy. So things like the 4 pillars that I always focus on is diet. Make sure your diet is okay. Not as much processed food, not as much sugar. Exercise.
gym.
Just like, yeah, exercise is one of the 4. Make sure you're moving your body. You don't have to be a fucking power lifter, but just like get out and do something for like 30 to 60 minutes every day. Make sure your sleep is in order. Everybody discounts this. If you're sleeping 4 hours a night, you're destroying your fucking brain. Don't do that. Get your full 7, 8, 9 hours, whatever the fuck you need, and have some friends that you see in real life, not just behind a computer screen. Those are like the 4 areas that I think everybody should try to like get those in balance.
I like that friends thing. I abide by a certain mantra in my life, and then I try to apply it to how I apply this into an everyman's life. I wake up every day and I say, I am thankful and grateful and want to improve my health, my wealth, and my happiness. And happiness comes from having meaning and purpose in your life and actually having friends and valuable friendships. I really believe that. How does that help men? Okay, let's talk about wealth. Everything that comes with wealth is a pillar of being a man. Having success, having money, having network, having your network is your net worth, being able to interact. Everything that comes with wealth is amazingly powerful for a man. You could be a fat loser piece of shit, but if you're a billionaire, pussy's coming. Okay, so like number 1. Number 2, health. Everything with health that you're talking about, it's not just being a 6-pack. It's your physique. It's how you look. You could not even be in that good of a shape if you dress well, have swag, muscles, 6-pack. Everything with your health, I think, is important. Everything you talked about, sleep, super important. And the last thing is happiness. Now, what does happiness mean? Happiness in terms of your life, that's important. But I'm talking male self-improvement if you want to get girls. Happiness. Girls, girls just want to have fun. I say this all the time. Girls just want to be happy. But there's different types of men. Like there's men who are intellectuals. There's men who are smart. There are men who are funny. There are men who are suave. There are men who are like Juan Don DeMarco. There's a million different categories of game that you can be to make a girl happy. Which one are you? Like if you're not a funny guy, right, then you need to double down on what your skill set is. Maybe you're suave or slick or you got lines or whatever. Like Alex, I don't know if you're doing stand-up comedy these days, but you've got fucking lines galore. So you double down on that. And here's my point. If you're in the top 10% as a man in any of those 3, top 10% in wealth, top 10% in the health, right? Looking good, having suit, looking good, having swag and all that, or top 10% in the ability to make a girl happy, game, like what does MLD always say? Money, muscles, game. Like if you're in the top 10% of any of that, the world's your oyster. If you're in the top 10% of 2 or even 3 of those, bro, you're literally Andrew Tate at that point. I don't want to trigger you right now. Or you're Leonardo DiCaprio, or you're Matthew McConaughey. That's what it takes to be a man. All right. Thank you for the male advice. You have one more super chat?
Yeah, I've got like 3 more last minute super
Last
chats.
super chats, and then we're going to give the final thing here.
Okay, all right. We'll start with this one right here. Big Beluga, Destiny, you're wrong. Snake, smoke, smigarats. Big spa, smoke, smigars. Specific what snake you're talking about. Next time, kid. I'm lost. David. Tristan is on camera saying they've also flown women around Europe to be pornographic videos after they've committed fraud and coercion. Cool Cat. Varouche would have won this debate. Happy you're back. We're happy you're back. I'm just writing this so you guys don't have to sit there longer because you look tired. And I kind of get a kick out of you guys suffering. Sorry. Then we have Joker. Question for Adam. Would you consider bringing Iman Gadzi or Luke Belmar on the Saucecast? Both are high value.
Take a screenshot or reach out to him.
No man should listen to Destiny. I actually like Destiny's perspective. I think that's part of also like my closing message too is, you know, I mean, as a man, like for me, like similar is like wealth, health, and I think finding your passion. I think through doing those things, it will create habits that will essentially help make a man feel happy and fulfilled. I don't think fulfillment comes from physical objects. I think it's through the things that you do and the people that you serve. So that's kind of like where I'm at with that.
Okay.
And then those are all the chats. Oh, we have one last chat here. Destiny likes to argue. Every podcast I see him on, he's almost never agreed at any point. That's how I know him on YouTube. I mean, hey, I think that's important just because Destiny, you give very valid points, even if I do disagree with some of the things that you agree with, very much so. But I think that's super important for people, especially in this realm, to listen to that perspective and really consider a perspective that's not being pushed so much today. So I would say, I know we got some Destiny haters, but I appreciate you, you know, standing your ground in a place where it's not so much welcomed all the time.
I think Destiny's great. I think he's doing his thing.
I used to be
good.
really shy about these things, but I started watching so many of the Andrew Tate videos that I just
There you go.
that I needed, you know, and I'm just, yeah.
Nice.
Okay, guys, here's the last. It's the first Friday of the year, right? It's a new year, new you. Everyone's got New Year's resolutions. I'm sure, you know, it's the 6th today. Happy Insurrection Day, by the way. We didn't go there. Our friend today said, it's the 6th day of the year. I've already broke 7 of my New Year's resolutions. Our friend Vinny, shout out. So I want to hear from you guys, major players in your space. What are your New Year's resolutions? Give me one thing. And like, what are you looking forward to improving upon this year yourselves? Let's start with the lovely Pearl first. What's your New Year resolution or something that you're looking forward to this year?
My New Year's resolution was to lose like 15 pounds. And I wanted to squat 250, so.
Pearl.
You want to lose 15 more pounds?
Yeah, and then squat 250. And maybe deadlift 300. I got to like 285, so I was trying to hit 300-pound deadlift.
But if you lose that and then you lift like that, you're probably even out.
Maybe I'll do one and not the other.
Maybe you should do like
I don't know.
inches. Maybe you like measure your inches instead of a number.
I haven't really thought about it that much.
Okay.
So I was
So
like,
your New Year's resolution is to get in even better shape so you can clown the whales even more.
yeah, I'm just tired of these whales saying I'm not thin enough. Because like, and so now when I drop my whale merch, that's my other New Year's resolution, whale merch.
I feel like this time next year, this is my prediction for Pearl, you're going to have a man, girl.
Yeah.
I think you are. We'll see. You know, on stage, rock stars get the panties thrown at them. On YouTube,
manties.
Pearl's got the manties. All right, Alex, you've got a lot of friends out there. You got a lot of foes out there.
Quite
and
a few.
You don't have a problem mixing it up with people. That's what I know about you. And I appreciate you being back on the show today.
Sure, man.
What's your New Year's resolution? What are you looking forward to in 2020? 23.
I have two. One I think that you're going to appreciate. The first one is pretty cliche. I just want to blow up my channel, get to maybe 500,000 subs. The second one is I would like to get Rolo to man up and get debate me for once.
Wow.
I think you can make that happen, Adam.
I think I'm the man to make that happen. I think I'm the man to make that happen. So, Rolo, when you hear this, Alex has publicly called you out not once, but twice now on Saucecast. So let's see what I could do. But that's the person that you would like to debate.
No, I mean, he's not in the top 5. It's just a running joke on my channel at this point because
He's not in your top 5?
Not even in the
No,
top
like I would love
5.
to if I could debate anyone in the world. There'll probably be someone way more influential than Rolo. But I'm just saying, I just think that's a person who have a realistic shot of debating, which would be really funny for my audience. And I think that's someone who I have a lot of ideas I disagree with.
What's the number one thing you would want to argue with Rolo about? The number one topic. If we only had one topic to discuss, what would it be?
I mean, it's hard. I mean, we could get into hypergamy. Like, I think he way overblows it. And I think also it applies to both genders. Every single person wants to date up. It's not something that's just exclusive to women. So I would say hypergamy, iron rule number 2, iron rule number 4. I mean, it's a long list.
All right. Well, Rolo's a friend. He's a colleague, and we've done some stuff together, and I'll certainly see what I could do on that. By the way, join the list of people that want to debate Rolo. That's kind of his thing. All right, Destiny, other than selling more merch and wearing more dope sweatpants, what's
Being
your
meaner to people? That's my 2023 goal.
To be what?
Be meaner to people.
You want to be meaner to people.
In 2022, I made like really great strides towards being like empathetic towards like red pill people, conservative people.
Yeah.
I made like really big inroads to a lot of those types of communities, but I don't think I pushed as hard as I would have wanted to on the things that I believe in. So now when I show up on shows like this or Fresh and Fit, I try to like lean in a little bit more into the things that I believe. Yeah.
Well, I've said it privately and I've said it publicly.
I love that.
I'm a fan of Destiny.
Yeah.
All right? I don't know. There's something likable, there's something hateable about the guy.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
get me
yeah.
wrong. A lot of people hate this guy. But there's something when you meet him in person that's just likable about the guy. I like quick people. I like quick people. I like people that can snap. Bing, 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 bing. He's one of those people. I like that. So respect to you. Here's my New Year's resolution. Number 1, clarity. Like I talked about whether it's harder to be a man, whether to be a woman. I think it's so important to be fucking crystal clear on what you're trying to do. Okay, my whole problem that I've had in life, it's a good problem and a bad problem. Whatever I've done, I've always been good at. But I've never been great at anything until I put my mind to it. Like I got great at financial sales and made some money, all good, but I got great at that. Now I'm trying to become very great at being a host. And that leads into number 2, being clear on what we're trying to do here at Valuetainment on Saucecast. And this is kind of what it looks like, is hosting debates, being impartial. A week ago, we did a debate with Hafiz. That was fantastic. We've had
everybody has a
you
thought.
with some OnlyFans girls. I'm here to play my role. I'm here to be an arbiter of society, an arbiter of truth. You guys don't all get along on everything and disagree and agree on everything, but I think this has been a fantastic show. I think what this needs to be on Saucecast here is a platform for open discussion. Come right on in as the audience. Give your hateful comments. Say that Destiny's a cuck. Say that he's the man. Say that Pearl's the hottest thing in the world. Say that she's a fucking whale lover. Say whatever. Say Alex is a cool guy. Say he's nerd. I don't care. Make your comments. It's all good. But this is a place for open debate, open discussion, where all types of thoughts and feelings and emotions can exist. See what I did there?
Yeah.
Emotions as a man. Anyway, I really appreciate you guys being here today. Nat, final thoughts on the show? Anything you want the people to know? Go ahead.
Final thoughts. Thank you all for tuning in today. We really appreciate each and every one of you guys who tune in, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. You know, what we're doing here is we're really trying to give good conversation and different perspectives for you guys. So we do appreciate the chats, but just know, don't forget to get the value that comes from the Valuetainment Money channel here.
Oh.
But aside from that, that's all I have to say.
Guys, Happy
away.
New Year. It is the first weekend of the new year. Don't blow your load on the first weekend. All right? Take it easy. We'll see you guys next week back here on Valuetainment. Let's get some smoke out here. This right here is for Pearl.
Yes.
1 million subscribers. This is what happens for Pearl on the show. Come